Earnings and tech in focus this morning. Let's take a look here at the S&P 500 right now, poised to open just slightly above where we closed. Let's take a look at the NASDAQ, though, looking quite a bit weaker. We are poised to gap down here on the NASDAQ this morning, or open lower rather, as a lot of tech weakness continues to be an issue here overnight. So we've got these overnight tech stocks, including the likes of SK Hynix and Samsung over in South Korea, as well as stocks in the Japanese markets, the Taiwanese markets. That's really impacting some of these tech stocks over here in the US. You've got these memory plays in particular. I mentioned, of course, SK Hynix and Samsung. You've got SanDisk to the downside, MU to the downside, STX, which reports earnings after the bell today. They're also trading sharply lower. So memory weakness is very much back in focus. A lot of these earnings names actually have performed well, but we have to talk about Corning, which certainly didn't. GLW here sharply to the downside for its earnings day one, which of course will kick off when that opening bell rings. Keep an eye on Corning. I believe guidance might have been the issue with this one. We're going to talk about a whole bunch more earnings names, but I really quickly want to do some housekeeping before we do that. I want to just mention, guys, in terms of economic data, you have some numbers coming out at 8:30. Wholesale and retail inventories month over month. You've also got at 9, Case-Shiller 20-year, year over year. This is going to be home price index. So we'll keep an eye on that if there's anything of note there. At 10 a.m., you get the CB Consumer Confidence print, and then you're going to get some appearances from President Trump throughout the day. Most notably, he'll be on camera at 11 a.m., meeting with the Prime Minister of Israel. I also want to take a moment to thank our friends over at Trade Funder. I keep seeing it in the chat. Right reads, right setups, wrong size. Here's the truth. You've got skills, but your account's just too small. Trade Funder changed that. $100K for stocks, $25K for options today. Keep 80% paid every Friday. Never risk your own money. $9.99 to start. Refunded on your first qualifying payout. You can start in an hour. No evaluation. No background checks. Just you and the size you've been missing. Scan the code on your screen. Tradefunder.com. Choose stocks or options. Well, we're going to choose to go over to Sean and Neil because there's a lot to talk about. Before we do that, good morning, Sharif. How are you doing today?
There's a lot to talk about, guys, so let's get right down to work. We're already having here a lot of chip weakness as we saw limit down yesterday in South Korea. Would have moved down 8%, though, not 10. They do it a little bit differently there. A lot of Mag 7 headlines this morning. We've got the likes of Amazon shifting their strategy with their Frontier model. We've also got Meta tying up the knot here with BlackRock for another data center build-out, and Microsoft unveiling a new cybersecurity LLM, and then Apple back as the world's most valuable company, decidedly ahead of NVIDIA as that one dropped again. And then SpaceX, guys, it's already shed the entire market cap of Tesla, and it's about $1.5 trillion off the top. Since it debuted, you got a couple of, well, more than a couple of guys. You got a lot of earnings names. UPS, Coke, both in focus, both doing things this morning. Cadence Design Systems also up nicely here, 3.25%. A little bit of a different look here for Rambus. They're down about 4.5%. And then you got Applied, and then RCL, Boeing, PayPal, a plethora of earnings names as well as Catalyst this morning, Adair.
There's a lot to talk about here for earnings. Sean, Neil, what are you guys looking at today?
Hey, good morning.
I'm looking at a plethora
of piñatas, and everything's bursting badly, unfortunately. Well, I mean, if you're McDonald's and Coke, those are both up today. I saw
Johnson & Johnson's up.
J&J's up today. Microsoft actually made a little bit of a bounce, so that's going to be up. I mean, healthcare's not doing too bad, but Corning.
Yeah, I like that stock. I don't know what happened there.
A very small miss on the revenue number.
Not even bad.
No, the margins were good, which is, I think that's a big thing. You want to see if people can hold up margins, but 16% down, and it was even lower than that here. So yeah, kind of a rough start. Obviously a bad overnight for a lot of chip names, as was mentioned up at the desk. SK Hynix gets to report, so we'll see if they're able to do something. It'll be obviously Asian company, so that'll be like late tonight. But yeah, a lot's going to be at stake. You've got DRAM, so the memory names are down almost, or gapping down almost double digits. I don't know what DRAL is, but DRAM is down 8%, and that's making some fresh bottoms. So Micron in play, SanDisk both getting rinsed here this morning. Bitcoin's back underneath 64,000.
Oh man.
There's not a heck of a lot. Hey, there's one more name that's actually up. Here, talk about some names that are positive. Boeing. Boeing wider loss than expected, but they're up a point. So that can be a good sign. It was a pretty mixed report here with Boeing, but yeah, that one's looking not too bad so far here this morning. ES is in the NASDAQ. I mean, they're both solidly in the red, but sorry, the ES is flat. It was in the red, actually just went green, but the NASDAQ solidly in the red, but not as bad as it was yesterday. So it seems doom and gloom, but it's so chip heavy that there are some kernels of strength. It's not like this is an everything pullback in the market. It's very, very heavy chip related.
Yeah, exactly. And that's why we always talk about trying to be diversified, right? I mean, really happy that we started talking about Johnson & Johnson a while ago at 220. Now it's at 270. It wasn't even that long ago that we were talking about this name down here at 220. Give us beginning of June, mid-June, end June, early July, 229. Right there up to 273 as they get a settlement here, $5 billion. Talking, I think it was their Talcum or something, I don't know. But that's a nice move there for Johnson & Johnson. Tesla, there it is. 5.5 billion settlement to resolve claims. Talc products. So ovarian cancer. But so we sort of knew that was going to happen. Nice move higher there for J&J, breaking through right now. It's nice to be diversified at some point. There yesterday, we even talked a little bit about Walmart. You can see that's back up to 114, so that was a great look back down there where we just touched down once again down at that 107, 108 area. So Walmart up another 2.5%. So there are some green shoots here in the marketplace. We saw yesterday, I didn't even look at what Palantir is doing today, 126, that's going to be down. Exactly. They're down 4% as, looks like a lot of the tech names continue to struggle on the downside. But Coke, nice. PayPal came out with some earnings, not really. Downside, it's not really doing a whole heck of a lot. I was hoping to see a little bit of a better number from them, but we'll talk about what their earnings look like very, very soon. But man, it's the Intel show that just continues. I mean, sold enough of this for sure, but not everything. So that's down now 38% from its highs. What a crazy run there for Intel, 38% top to bottom right now. And talk about names that are in bear territories. This one is very growly right there on the daily chart. I mean, it's gapping, it's not holding, looks to go lower. We'll wait to see what happens around 75 now, it looks like for them. And then NVIDIA, of course, the name that Sharif mentioned, they're losing its crown, which is fine, but down 0.3, maybe holding out some of the best in the chip space today, trying to get back to flat. Really nice rebound off 194, maybe giving us a little bit of relief down here. I mean, we've been back, look, the sky is not falling because you're only at the 200 period moving average. It just looks bad because we've had a couple bad days. Like just a couple days ago, we were at 211, 212, which put us within an earshot of getting back up to all-time highs. You get a couple good days. Instead, you reverse that and you go the other way and you go down $15. You go up $15 from there and you're right back. But we're not. So we're back here at the 200 period moving average, possible resistance spot here or support area for NVIDIA. So we'll see if that winds up holding. And then, its brother or sister, I guess, if we're going to talk about Lisa Su. Yeah, a cousin, real cousin.
Real cousin.
But down 5%, and I mean, this name just continues to get whacked. Where's the bottom for an AMD? Was thinking it was a little too, I don't know. I mean, maybe that it's all dip by opportunities, instead of sell on the way back in. Maybe you wait for some buying opportunities. But nice to see on a day like today that you are a little bit diversified, as Neil mentioned there. Boeing trying to do something here, nothing, but still up 1%. So we'll take that. And then the ES, as opposed to the NASDAQ down 0.7, ES flat and up right now. So some good, there's
lots of
financials. I mean, we got SoFi coming tomorrow.
Healthcare.
To wait to see.
In non-Caterpillar industrials.
Oh, what about oil?
There's lots. You know what? Not too bad. We're actually flat on USO.
Down 0.5% over here.
So that could be something. But there's something else that happens this week. Happens or doesn't happen. And the Fed's going to talk. Whether they raise rates or not is going to be up to question. We're sitting at 36%. Chance of a hike. I'll refresh it on the odd chance that it's changed. It has not. So we're still looking at just slightly better than a third, a 1 in 3 chance that the Fed will raise rates, which our viewership, I think we had it at about 16% when we did the poll. you do not get the feeling whatsoever that there's that much of it priced in that we actually could see a hike. But I expected to not do anything. There's other ways that they can tighten with the balance sheet. But I think war should probably go some other routes there, but we'll see. Ultimately, if we get a surprise, it is going to be wild. It's been a long time. I can't remember the last time we were this close to 50-50 going into a Fed meeting. And then you throw in the boatload of earnings that we have to get through. I mean, Adara, you've been busy because it's a really busy week. And between the Fed, all the Fed speaks, president, and then, of course, all the earnings we have, it's a wild one. So, yep, get locked and loaded, everybody. It should be another wild, active day led by the chips. Maybe we get some headlines. The president is supposed to speak today, right, Adara?
Okay, so I guess yes. It kind of depends on what you mean here by speak. Neil, he's going to be on camera with Israeli leader Netanyahu at 11 a.m. At 9:30 a.m., he's going to be with the leader of Ukraine, Volodymyr Zelensky, but that's not going to be on camera, though oftentimes they say these meetings with leaders aren't going to be on camera, and then they end up being on camera, so be aware. He's also going to be attending the funeral of Senator Lindsey Graham at 2 p.m. That's going to be on camera. He could speak. I mean, we'd like to hope it wouldn't move the market, but truthfully, it could, and there are going to be world leaders at the funeral, which is why he's meeting with so many of them today. So that's right. We have 3 opportunities to see Trump on camera. 2, he'll for sure be on camera. So yeah, lots to talk about there. I think, as you said, though, Neil, I think tomorrow could be really interesting as well with that FOMC meeting. That'll be coming through at 2, the decision rather, and then you get the announcement at 2:30 p.m., followed by some Mag 7 earnings after the close. Let's talk about, I think by far, the biggest earnings name on watch today, GLW. We'll talk about this more in a rundown, guys, so never fear, but we have to talk about Corning now. It is down. I think last I saw was 16-17% on its Q2 earnings report.
Yeah, exactly. It's about 17% right now, Adara. Look, they beat on the quarter, but the guidance was really bad. That's the thing. The guidance wasn't even that bad. But when you're trading at a 47 times forward PE, you better beat and raise to keep that sustained momentum. So that's why I think we're aggressively selling off. There wasn't that bad, guys. Look, we can go through the numbers, but I can get my dog to kind of repeat these. $4.9 billion to $5 billion. That's what they're guiding. EPS 85 to 89 pennies. I mean, that the top end of the revenue guidance kind of merely matching consensus, fine, right? There are some issues, though. Newly formed solar segment, bleeding money. And that's kind of not going to be acceptable in this kind of environment. So it did grow 90% year over year, but it continues to bleed about $7 million net per year. That's growing from $2 million net last year. And their optical communications heavily lopsided. Mostly all of the income generated the revenue generated was generated from hyperscaler enterprise network, which surged 65%. But when you look at their other segments, specifically telecom, there's almost nothing. We're talking about single digits because of the disciplined CapEx of the legacy telecom makers. So you've got some decent stuff here. Their legacy glass innovation as well barely grew a meager 1% year over year, up to $1.46 billion. So it's very much concentrated in the AI data center segment, Adara.
Yeah, quite the report there for GLW. Again, we'll get more into this in the rundown, guys, so never fear, lots of earnings to talk today. But in the meantime, you guys looking at GLW?
Trying to figure out where this thing could bounce. To be real with you, like it's basically like it's right at the one support level that it had on the way up at that 50 period, which is right here, like 118 to 120. So like if it doesn't, I'm just hearing PayPal's falling. Yeah, so GLW, if it doesn't hold here at the 18 to 20 area for some kind of a SSR bounce, you're really, like, technically, you're looking down closer to $100 because that was a prior high all the way in December, and then a little bit of a dip support. So yeah, that's a wide range. Like, it's kind of like a put up or shut up level. It's already bounced once here pre-market and is making another bit of a test. So there's always that saying, if it doesn't break the low at the open, there's only one place to go. So if it doesn't, like if an SSR bounce, to me, is going to be looking for a false break of 118 at 930. Like if it right away, the first thing it does is like take it, false break, hold above, bounce to VWAP kind of play makes some sense. Here for GLW, it's just an unbelievable fall. Because you would have thought like the way that everything was selling off yesterday, or at least going into this, right? Like look at how big the pullback was. They were sort of poised. It's like okay, don't stink here and should be all right, but that was not the case. It seems like there's just this swath of selling first, and yeah, they're not being very, very subtle about how much selling and rotation is going on out of this AI play. So if it's 118 at the open, then that's probably the one shot I will take at it. Because if it breaks that and it loses, I don't see any obvious levels that are out there on GLW. So yeah, we'll see. Probably take one shot at it for an SSR bounce.
Yeah, I was really thinking, I mean, I've been saying that I thought after Jensen had mentioned Corning a while ago, and we had sort of broke, it was right into here. It was back in May. And we had broke this level there at 178. I was like, okay, that sounds like it's going to be a great opportunity. Corning, getting into the glass and getting into transfers through glass, and the problem is data transfer and whatnot. The problem is like the whole space right now is just getting clobbered. And if you're going to come out with a report, it's not even, as we just mentioned there, it's not even that bad. This is unfortunately what's been happening. Like, I'm worried about Marvell, and things like that. Like, what about if you come out and you miss on your margin, or you have a little bit more spend than the market likes? These guys, 85 to 89. Their guide on the EPS, which is right in line with everything. I don't know. It just, once it broke right through here, some of that level that we had before that sort of Jensen pop, I guess, it defended it for a while. Got up to 260 from 180. Like, how are you supposed to know that this is the top? There's a little bit of a doji star up there. I mean, it's a quite large one. That could have given you some indications, but that indicated the very next day we were down. Looks like we were down 10% or so that one day right there. And then the cascading just continued, and it never gave you many opportunities to get out. So when this report comes through, people are just selling it and asking questions later. I think it's a buy down here if we believe in the data center rebuild at some point comes back into favor. But I don't know, down 16%. Just, I'm not in this name, but I still thought I liked the story. I guess it's a good thing we are not in it right now. But breaking back down below. You never like to see a 200 period taken out. As far as a day trade today, I mean, I'd want to see this get above the 200 before I even look long on it. So I think you just got to look short. And we say when there's a gap like this, and I don't think the expected move was 16%, maybe 7 or 8%. We could check yesterday. Adara had that. When there's a gap, we played a VWAP. So I would have to say a 124 short for me would be in the call right now. Normally that means there's a story.
Yeah, I'm like, where's the headline
on our screen? But anyways, when there's a gap, played a VWAP. There it is. Apple discontinues iPhone upgrade program. Oh, in the US. Yeah, you can go on their website and actually upgrade your phone through Apple. So I guess that's what they're doing. Discontinues iPhone upgrade program and iPhone payments. Well, I mean, you can get that through. I mean, I would have thought you could get the payments. I thought they're doing stuff through Klarna and through.
Yeah.
This is not even.
Apple launches new Klarna-powered leasing program, giving customers more flexible.
Okay.
Here.
So there we go. So just as we talked about, this is a nothing burger story. If anything, this is a good story for Apple.
Yeah.
Finally starting to, we know that it's going to be a little more expensive, right? So why not put them on a payment plan where you're going to have zero interest probably, and it's just a more flexibility in, products for the consumer.
Yeah, that's exactly the exact headline.
Oh, that is what it says.
Is that giving customers more flexible ways to upgrade iPhones, Macs, iPads, and Apple Watches. It's not really moving on the headline, but I mean, whatever. It's, again, like Apple just continues to make fresh all-time highs. Probably hits the 5T mark. Obviously, every time Apple seems to cross one of the trillion marks, it tends to have a little bit of a pullback at some point. So past NVIDIA, they're now the biggest company again. I think it was 4.95 trillion. So it's like a stone's throw away from hitting the 5 trillion mark, and needs to break that 340 to do it. So it probably needs, a dip back into 335. Like, that's exactly where it held, and then was the prior high. That would be a good consolidative range if it's going to hold near close to this 5 trillion. Yeah, so that seems like a positive headline here. Not really moving the stock, unfortunately.
Yeah, I mean, I like that. Apple's going to be more expensive, and apparently it's all their products, right? It's iPhones, them, Macs, iPads, watches. So great. Shout out to Klarna. Their symbol, Klarna, they're not. Wait a minute, they were supposed to come public. Did they come public? They are, right?
They are. It's on the news.
Yeah, KLAR. Yeah, okay, there it is. All I was thinking about there was a firm. I was like, a firm? So Klarna, this should be. Yeah, okay, well. Looks like a good story for them, and then not so much. Right back in again for Klarna. So, the one that seems to be working, in fintech land, this one's actually pretty good. It's had its ups and downs, not naturally, but yeah, Klarna actually looking pretty productive. Would have liked to see it, on this story break near 20. Looks like it tried to do that, then right back in. AFRM has been better. They're a little bit of a better. Again, none of them really have moats around them because you can see it's quite easy to get into the business there, but it's about who you're partnering up with. And right now, Affirm, many different areas to use Affirm, including Best Buy. And I thought that they even had something with Apple too, but maybe it's not exclusive. So, but anyways, downside move there for Affirm. I don't know. I got to wait, man. SoFi's tomorrow. My money's all wrapped up into them, and they've been looking like hot garbage lately as well. So, I don't know. There's a lot of people that hate SoFi in our chat. I don't know. We're not in here in Canada. I don't really know a whole heck of a lot.
Hate the business?
Yeah, people say, like, if I put it in the chat, if you put up that poll, 50% will say SoFi's hot garbage. But yeah, I don't know. I think I may be.
Well, now you have me curious.
Yeah, I think I'm misguided maybe on trying to buy SoFi.
Well, this is kind of random. I'm going to put it in.
There. Yeah, we can try it and see what we end up getting. All right, we'll get that ready to go.
We've
got Joe, and then we're going to ask you guys what your opinion on SoFi is ahead of earnings, if you want to hold the stock or not. But we'll see. We'll see what it is. Hopefully it's not near 50%. I'm hoping that more people like the stock than hate the stock. That's for sure. All right, Joe, what you got on the option side of things?
I know, I'm not telling you. Yeah, I'm sure you will. All right, guys, good morning and happy Tuesday. Let's get into some of the options activity, you guys. A nice little run from Palantir on yesterday's session. So some of the SaaS names starting to go on a little bit of a rally. Let's get into some of the open interest in these Greek metrics, guys. Now, we're looking at this $130 strike price. There's a clear resistance zone and a structure that we need to break through, but a lot of open interest sitting at this level. Let's see if we can absorb that and continue to move a little bit higher. Now, as for the volume, 20,000 contracts open and closed on yesterday's session. Now, this is going to be expiring on Friday. Guys, this is Palantir, a highly liquid underlying asset. We're only sitting on a $10 spread here, all right? Now, as for our delta, we're sitting around 58 cents, so a dollar change within that specific contract. You'll see a 58-cent change within your delta on and added onto the actual price itself, the bid and the ask. All right. Now our gamma exposure relatively cool, sitting on 4 cents, but a slight uptick here in at the money IV, sitting around 63.3%. Now let's focus on the contract itself here. What we have is something, a breakout, right? So it's a little bit more difficult to just get in right out of the open, especially if you're going to be patient and you can't predict the future. But what it does give you a good opportunity right at this $2 marker to get involved. And after that point, you get a staggering 179% return within that specific contract. And it held on to the levels pretty well. So you go to a high of almost $5 and then closes around $4.35. Moving forward, let's take a look at NVDA. Cheaper than ever, Sharif. Apparently trading around 2015 levels, but it doesn't matter. The technicals are still screaming a little bit of a breakdown. So what we want to focus on is this $195 marker. If this level breaks, then we might head into 190 and maybe even sub 190. But what we want to see is, are we going to form a base, and is this going to be a big enough support level and enough supply here in order for us to hold up? Currently we are, but anything can happen after the open. 23,000 contracts at that level, and then also 24,000 contracts open and closed on yesterday's session. Now, once again, highly liquid underlying asset. You're only sitting on a $10 spread. This is going to be your collector side of things, $3.35. That is going to be expiring this Friday. Now, in order to collect the full amount of premium, you need NVDA to stay above $195. Now, if you're going to be looking to purchase the contract, $3.45 there. Now, 42-cent delta gamma exposure sitting around 3 cents, and you're at the money IV at 50.3%. Now, moving forward, let's take a look at the contract itself here, guys. You don't typically see this within some of these, but this is also a put contract. A 5% down day can lead to some staggering put increases here, Sharif. 383% on this specific put contract. So if you happen to buy this, then congratulations, a solid return on NVDA. Let's see if this 195 marker can hold up for the remainder of the week. Let's send it back to Neil and Sean.
Thanks, Joe. And that would be that 195. It's also that 200 period. Like that's where it bounced yesterday, and it wasn't even that good of a bounce. If we're being real, like it bounced off 95, got to 98, so it went like 1.5% there, and then we gapped back underneath it. So that's a very, very muted bounce. But still, I mean, the bounce is the bounce, and it's back above it now. So it really needs to hold on to this level. You can already sort of see like as we're getting higher in the market. Here, we're just going to pull up the NASDAQ here. Might as well. As we're getting up here in the market, you start to look at, okay, well, when we get to that pre-early morning resistance and then kind of the afternoon resistance levels up here, like you don't have that far to go where you get that real first test. You know, can you break out and not just sort of run away where the buyers were running away yesterday? So that bounce took you into 98, and that ends up being a key level by default here for NVIDIA. So yeah, I'd like to see it try to beat that. There is, I think Adara put it in the chat, but PayPal, and the CEO basically came out and said, we don't comment on speculation. So it was kind of like a no comment on the deal after their earnings, but at least it got brought up. I mean, the other thing too to consider is PayPal got an offer at $60.50, so it gives it a little bit of runway. Would have liked to have seen them just say, oh, it undervalues the company. Like that kind of response, I think, could have made the stock possibly break out. But it has held on, and Sharif was rightfully pointing this out. We were talking about it before we came on camera. If you look at the gap up, maybe it's easier to see on a 15 if I zoom out. There you go. If you look at the gap up, it sold off that morning with the profit takers. Makes sense. Never broke out that first day high at 57.5. So it's basically been holding the entirety of the range. And on earnings, if it doesn't lose that day one support level, this has a decent chance. What I was hoping to hear from them that would have made it a more obvious breakout trade is like specifically saying something inviting to a higher offer. But they didn't go out and say that. Either way, it's still looking pretty strong. Whether or not we get a retest of that, 53.5 to 54, seemed a heck of a lot more likely before the CEO opened his mouth, but still a chance. So that one's got to be on watch. Another earnings name, but at least it's up. An earnings name that is up today, PayPal.
Yeah, I mean, like PayPal. I mean, Block XYZ is another name to look at here, but it's again doesn't have that bid underneath it, so you're kind of swimming a little without a life preserve here. But this looks like it's getting through $82. I mean, you want to talk about a potential good breakout here. XYZ looking much better than PayPal. Like, I don't know why you wouldn't want to go after Block. I know they're completely different business, not completely different, but different businesses. But Block looking pretty good here as a potential breakout on the chart. I mean, you're not going to get too many names. I mean, who would rather be in Block than NVIDIA? Like, you would never thought that. But this year so far, if you bought some, Block, you would have got it at the beginning of the year at $65. You're now at $81. So it's a really nice move there for XYZ as opposed to what's been happening across the board, even with PayPal, considering they have that bid and it's still only $55. So, Block working. I mean, there's some fintech names that are working and, some that really aren't. Upstart's another one of those names here that if you look at the daily chart, this one just, straight to the downside as we looked at Klarna, we looked at some of these other names, really at pressure points, and you get a name like Block that's all the way up here looking to break out. So, just a battle of two different, I mean, Upstart funding, newer startup businesses, venture, big. Oh, he's here today. I wasn't sure if you were here there. I didn't see the car down there, but I guess you're parked. You're not here every day, first of all. And second of all, where were you on Friday? Working from home. I know. I'm not saying you're not. I'm saying you're not here every day. I'm not saying you're not working every day. Working from home. Yeah, exactly. Supervising various things from home. I see all that bacon. I see what you're trying to do.
The extra bacon keeps the beard fresh.
But what? You're parked on the second floor? The second?
No, I washed the car, so I moved it. So I had a concrete test.
Yeah, I know. That's what I was going to say. They're working on
a lot of bacon, man.
They're working.
There better be some.
There
bacon
basically is no bacon left. I think that is the problem.
10 strips of bacon in the morning.
All right, Adara, 15 seconds. Give us some numbers over here.
Could be 10.
Yeah, nothing massive here, guys. We do, though, have some numbers coming in for a good trades balance, retail inventories, wholesale inventories in just a couple seconds now. Wholesale inventories month over month for June, 0.4% is the forecast, 0.1% prior. Retail inventories prior print here was 0.3%. We also, of course, got that goods trades balance. That came in here at negative 101.5. That's exactly in line here, more or less, with the prior print. A little bit below that consensus of around negative 100 billion. So kind of in line there. You also had a slightly higher than expected here retail inventories print for June, negative 0.2% versus 0.3% expected. Lower than expected here, so negative 0.2% versus 0.3% as the prior print. Then you've got this wholesale inventories print for June, 0.3% versus 0.4% expected, and 0.1% prior. So kind of mixed for data. Again, none of these are massive numbers. The really big day for economic data, pretty much the only big day for economic data this week, other than, of course, the Fed announcement on Wednesday, is going to be the PCE and GDP prints that are coming out on Thursday at 8:30 a.m. So roughly 48 hours from now. Let's talk Meta here, Sharif, while we're up here, because META and BlackRock, more data center deals, I believe 12.5 billion in debt for this one.
Yes, and a lot of financial acrobatics, Sadara. Let's get right down to it. $14 billion, as she mentioned. It's going to be owned 80% by BlackRock, 20% by Meta. More on that in a second. It's going to be for about 1 gigawatts of AI data center in El Paso, Texas. So Meta's contribution here, right off the bat, they're going to throw 2.3 billion the project's way. But then hold on. As soon as that project is like 10% complete, they get $1 billion back right away, and they get it strategically right before their earnings so they can realize it on their balance sheet. So that's how this project is sort of set up. So you spend 2.3 billion, then you artificially get one back just so the earnings reports looks hunky-dory. And then they're going to carry $12.5 billion in debt on their balance sheet. However, that's how much it's going to cost, $12.5 billion. However, they're not going to carry it on their balance sheet, but they're going to act as a guarantor for that $12.5 billion to the tune of actually $13 billion. So they're taking on more guaranteeing than the project is actually worth, which is really interesting here. Then it's going to be a 4-year term with options to increase up to 15 to 20 years. So they'll have some flexibility there if they want to kind of change operations, with all the technology changing. And then, despite transferring 80% of the equity in this project to BlackRock, they're actually going to still be on the hook here for the construction management, the property management. They're going to remain technically in control of all the data center parts, like the servers, the liquid cooling, and the security, without acting sort of as a primary equity landlord. So a lot of, hey, let's move it off my balance sheet. Let me make, the earnings report look a little bit better, but I still retain some sort of control. So a lot of acrobatics there.
Yeah, interesting scheme here, I guess, between Meta and BLK. Are you guys looking at Meta today?
Scheme.
I was looking at Randy's bacon, but now it's gone.
No, he's not done it already.
Oh, he's done it already. He went to go get more.
That's crazy.
Guarantee.
That's crazy. Well, Meta's hoping that these data centers will bring in the bacon, but at the rate they're going, see, basically, think of it this way: these guys they're all spending. They're basically spending like drunken sailors here, and ultimately, when I look at what this monthly candle's about to do, I mean, it doesn't look great. Whoops, there we go. It doesn't look particularly great. Like on the monthly, this is now the second time in the last half of the year where you've had this false break. It's at 680 you can't get past, and false break over $640, and then we're closing lower. So this little downtrend that we're in on the monthly seems like it's pressing lower here, because is this month, we only had a couple days left. Are they really going to be able to pull a rabbit out of the hat and close green here and maybe get back above that 640? I think that seems like a tall tale. For the trade today, it's not really at the top of the radar, but look at the pattern. If you're watching Meta today, well, Friday and yesterday were literally identical. Effectively. 610 top, 595 bottom.
Oh boy.
So there's really only one level to look at. There's 2 levels to look at, but that resistance at the 610 is what you're going to have to chew through. Not moving a ton, but it is worth noting that it's up 1% into a flat ES and a down NASDAQ. So there's some relative strength there in Meta, which is kind of why I feel like maybe that's not the one that you want to look for the short, because if you're looking to pop and fade, probably I'd rather do it on something which is holding relative weakness as opposed to relative strength today for Meta on that, I guess, on that headline. Although I can't imagine that that's the real reason. I think some of the mags and software names just seem to be a little bit stronger on a lot of days because it's so heavily chip related. But yeah, I don't like that monthly chart at all.
Yeah, no, I was looking at Meta. I already have it up myself, and I was just saying, like, honestly, I feel like they're just obviously not performing that well right now. I mean, we got a lot of upside action in Meta, and then we just fell off. I mean, it got close to trying to hold some of these levels, but then it's just been like, now you're just bleeding, like one up day basically in 2 weeks. Looks like today we might be able to buck the trend with the NASDAQ trying to battle back here. It's nice to see. But yeah, man, so many good things. Subscriptions, the compute, now more deals, data centers opening up some here in Canada, and it's still downside. It's still downside pressure. So I mean, we have, what is it, Thursday or whatever when Meta reports? So we're gonna have an interesting report coming for META Meta, and today looks pretty good, right? Pretty nice moving to the north side here is Meta. So we'll see if it can wind up holding. We always look at 200 period moving average. It's 596. Seems a little early to make a call there on Meta, but yeah, maybe, just maybe, as the NASDAQ down 0.7, we can get Meta going upside. Nice to see that. I mean, if the market starts to blow up, maybe we do get back today into like something like a 620 area, something like that would be nice to see today. So I think that's possible. Give it a couple percentage points higher, and then we get back over the 200. We start feeling good about it before earnings. So, I don't think this is a data center specific name that we've been seeing, like a Corning or those kind of situations. So right now, Meta hopefully can find its footing, and then we put up with a good number there in a couple of days. Yeah, I mean, Visa, we looked at some of the...
It just bounced a couple points.
Yeah, I was going to say, what's that looking like on the daily over there?
Yeah, cut 7% of the workforce, 2,600 jobs. I mean, obviously, no one wants to see anybody lose their jobs. Kind of gapping. There's not a lot of pre-market volume here on Visa, so gapping to about 370 to the upside, and a breakout of sorts. Here, we'll zoom it out further. So it's like a breakout of sorts from local highs at 365, but we're looking at about $5 until you actually make a breakout of the top here. So yeah, Visa looking fantastic. We've been talking about the financials making a bit of a break, and they lagged a bit, but making a run for the top here on Visa. Good look for them. What's AXP? Because AXP was down after their report. Let's see how American Express is doing. Just kind of curious here. So we'll throw them up if the chart. Okay, nice back above the 50 period. So good bounce yesterday on AXP. This one's starting to get its mojo back. They got trounced last week to end the week on their earnings, but they bought. Look at that, bought right back up. Makes the bottom on day one, trends up on day two. Look to see if it can hold that entire gap fill. Yeah. So the financial sector has been absolutely fine if you're looking at the big banks, and looks like the credit card companies doing okay as well.
Let's talk here about some SpaceX. Before we do that, though, I do want to mention, look at USO, because we have some comments coming through here from President Trump about Iran. He says that, quote, Iran came out and said we are talking. Last comments I heard from Iran were not necessarily that, but if we do hear anything else, of course, we'll keep you posted. He also said that Prime Minister Netanyahu, he's going to be meeting within a couple hours, quote, wants us to stay involved with the Iran war. So it sounds like there will still be some involvement here, of course, in Iran from the U.S. As I get any more comments, I'll keep you posted, but it does sound like there are some comments being made here by President Trump on Iran. Let's talk about SPCX. I was just reading, apparently a lot of Congress people already involved in this stock here, Sharif, but if they got involved with the IPO price, they are definitely not in the money because, as you said before, right, as we did the intro, this thing has fallen quite notably, especially when it comes to market cap.
Absolutely, Darryl, to the tune of $1.2 trillion. That's how much it's lost off the market cap. 225.64 is the all-time high. It's down, I think, around, let me see here, $1.09, below $1.10 now per share. Look, there's a lot to mention here. We could talk about, the upcoming, the earliest lockout period, which is 2 days, I think, either before or after earnings. Adair can verify that. I think one is August 4th, one is August 6th. I'm not sure which one is which, but those are the 2 days. Or you could talk about the 180-day lockup period coming in December of 2026. Or how about the fact that the public float's 4.2%, right? Or how about the dilution immediately right off the gate there by buying Cursor for $60 billion? Or how about the $20 billion bond offering, which diluted a little bit more? So there's a lot to talk about in terms of financials. What I did see over the weekend, though, was a very successful Starship launch. Both the booster did quite well. The actual spaceship itself did quite well. It was able to deploy its payload to test the new version 3 Starlink satellites. I do like that technical achievement because that's really the only way that this thing is going to scale. This is one of the most profitable parts of the company, right? We know Starlink is the one bringing in the money. XAI is the one burning it. So I'd like to see, what the profit-generating engine of the company can do, and we got to get those data centers into space, those low Earth orbit satellites into space.
So August 6th is in fact the day of the lockup period expiry, at least the first tranche. August 4th is the day of earnings, as far as I understand. So that's the deal here with SpaceX. So yeah, we'll just clarify that. I also want to say more comments here coming from Trump on Iran. They are not things that we haven't heard him say before. He said they will take out Pickaxe Mountain, quote, very easily. If there's no deal, they'll go back and, quote, finish the job. If there's no deal, and, quote, this is a good time for Iran to make a deal. So just want to clarify, nothing new is being said by President Trump on Iran, but he is, in fact, making comments about Iran. Are you guys looking at SpaceX today?
Absolutely. So, first of all, USO did make a slight move down. Should make a little bit of a note of that. It's not much, but, moving down $1 in the last few minutes is better than absolutely nothing. We want oil prices to go down in general, so let's be real. SpaceX is actually decelerating a bit, but the trend is very distinctly down. There's been a couple of breakout days, and I suppose, at some point maybe we'll have another one of these like sort of random breakout days where it can catch a bid. But it's been a sell early and catch a bid the last 3 sessions, whether it's at 10:30, like 11 o'clock, like that's where you're catching that bid. And then it's been able to rally. Like it's rallied closing the gap almost every single day. So I think the reverse at least has to be part of the mind, but it's still going to be, pop and fade. Prior close sits at 113.5. So 113, 114 gives you a resistance spot. And then remember, with SpaceX, oftentimes, like the first thing that happens is simply it doesn't really get to resistance, but it like rejects a VWAP break and puts in a lower high, and then that's the setup. Because that was the one, it never got to the levels yesterday. It ended up just being that. So if it does the same thing, that would be a break, false break of like 111-ish in here, get a topping tail candle, and then continuation to the downside. Just have to respect that there's been a long the last couple of days if you just sort of wait out till closer to 11 o'clock. Haven't been doing any reversing in the stock. Oh, and just because it's related, Rocket Lab did do a bit of sell the news yesterday with a false break of its own. It had good continuation off of VWAP. It's gapped back down, so I'll look at that one. As long as SpaceX is trending down, I'll look at that for a VWAP continuation as well.
Yeah, I have written it down. Down here on the account again here, SPCX 112 short. The sticky note's out right now. We start the day near 110, so I wrote this again half hour ago. Glad it's still here. I just, as we break lower, I just put the sticky note in the chat there. You can go get it on X at Trader TV, Sean. But, down 3%. I mean, it's not great. You're breaking back down below some of these levels that we're trying to hold. And it's just like we haven't had a great job of holding it. However, I could see us getting a little exhausted and trying to bounce off of this 109 area again. So, yeah, I'm not loving the short area up in this, rough plan right here just to go short right away immediately. Let's let it work its way back up. And I mean, right into here yesterday afternoon, or I guess this was in midday, is 112. We got through it. We made that bottom. We came back up. This one looks like we wicked as high as 112.60. Then we got to 112.30 there. Either way, both of these were sold with top wicks, trying to give us downside. Now, the machines got turned on there at 3:30, and we just ripped into the close. There was even a buy imbalance here, which sent it to the upside. So either somebody knew that there was a buy imbalance, or, they just wanted to buy the stock with this low valuation. If that happens again, we can get out of this. But I think a 112, a lot of accumulation right back at this area where we sort of topped out at. So I like this accumulation there. Obviously, the end of the day rally is fake because of the imbalance, but still happened. And then now we're pulling back in. So I think if we can get a little bit of a bump up into this 112, 113 area is where SpaceX probably finds a home, and we can begin shorting it then. And if we're wrong, we can get out for a buck, around this 113. I don't think that that's a horrible idea at all. Get short around this 112, give it to 113, maybe 113.50, whatever, depending on, what your share sizing is and what your day looks like at that point. But I don't think that's fine. If the market's ripping and space stocks working, Rocket Lab, Astis, all this kind of stuff seems to be working, then we can get out of this name. If for some reason, people are starting to put some risk on into SpaceX, it's August 4th. So we're now moments away from their first, quarter, and we'll see what that looks like. But I just think the sell pressure continues until we exactly get that quarter and we know what's happening. So for me, SpaceX, just on here, on the sticky note, just remains a short. We have TQQ short, I have Google long, I have IBIT short, SpaceX short. So that's what we're working with right there. You can go find out what's up with it. I'll put it one more time in the chat there. Make sure you grab that, Sharif's morning note, and grab our watch list as well, as everything is loaded up right now. We're ready to go. So yeah, it should be a good day here on SpaceX. I think lots of volume. And I see Lindenmeyer in the chat as well, thinking that this is a good bounce spot. Yeah, I mean, maybe it is, maybe it isn't. That's why we're ready to go. We have our plan. And I saw Tisha in the chat talk about, trade your plan and get a plan in the first place. So that's mine up here around 112. So we'll see what winds up happening here on SpaceX. 846 right now. No early guests. We have the upgrades and downgrades. We had our options with Joe. We have lots of stuff happening on this side as we continue to watch a name like Corning, get lower. I mean, into 118 now, bouncing off 116. We'll see what's happening there with Corning. NASDAQ trying to battle back. I mean, the ES is going. We were down almost 1%. So here we go. Nice little battle back here for the NASDAQ. Whenever there's a lot of washout overnight, I always feel like there is an opportunity to bounce back up, and that's what's happening right now. And the TQQ, I wrote down 63 area short, so we're getting close to that as well. A little bit of a bump up in the market, and we're in a short territory for myself. So we'll talk more about the NASDAQ. Seems like it's going to be a good one. Joe's ready at the big board with his upgrades and downgrades.
All right, guys, welcome back. Let's take a look at some of the analyst actions here this morning. We're going to kick things off with some downgrades as we typically do. ExxonMobil here, guys, on the top of the list, going from a buy to a neutral weight, Randy, but we're getting a $158 price target. That's going to be up from $154. INTU here, guys, up 1.2%, 1.25%. We'll call it going from a buy to a hold, but a $304 price target from TD Cowen. That's actually down from $504. Now we have MapLife Therapeutics going from an overweight to an equal weight, and a $21 price target. That is down from $34. Morgan Stanley giving them that downgrade. CAPR here, guys, we're down 1%, going from a buy to a neutral weight, and a substantial price cut here, guys, $7, and that is all the way down from $51 there. Alliance Global giving Capricor Therapeutics that downgrade. Now moving forward, let's take a look at some of the upgrades, guys. Airbnb at the top of our list, we're up 4% here, but market perform to outperform. Citigroup giving them that nod. No specific price target there, guys. AstraZeneca with the upgrade as well, to 160 pounds, guys, not dollars, with a buy rating. Berenberg Bank giving them the nod. Now, Amazon on the top of the list, guys. BMO Capital Markets giving them the approval. Outperform with a $360 price target. That's actually up from $355. Now, Cava Group here also getting the nod, up 2% with a buy rating. No specific price target there, guys, but Citigroup giving them the upgrade. Send it back to Neil and Sean.
Thanks there, Joe. I think one of the name on that list that actually stands out. It's weird. I don't know. I thought I saw it say that Airbnb was up 4 points. It's barely up. It's flat. It had a great day yesterday in trading for Airbnb. It was up about $5, so it was up almost 4 points there. But this is one that looks like it wants to break out realistically, we always say there's something that you can always find something that is trending up. Well, this has been in a very distinct channel. Just go back to the beginning of the year. I know you have a really crazy wick down there, but you can see like putting in higher highs and higher lows since it made that February bottom. Just needs to beat a seller at 150 on Airbnb, and it's headed for another test of it. Like, this is the kind of name like you'd think, all right, well, with inflation where it's at and the consumer strat, maybe there'd be a little bit of a lull for these guys. And fine, fair enough. It has been going mostly sideways, but it is this nice top channel with a potential break and then a gap into 165. So it's not there yet, and really I don't see this catalyst. Like getting an upgrade and it's not really doing any extra pre-market volume. This is more breakout for like later, not now. But I do think Airbnb looks really good. It is poised to make a break of that channel. You don't hold a channel like this forever. The example I use is only because I know I still have this one up and it's saved, so I can show similarly when Alphabet was in kind of a boring channel to the upside as well, and what can happen when it explodes out of it. So it wasn't necessarily sideways, but it's sort of a similar look. It had made a low on the year. You get a very clear, distinct channel with a relatively tight range, and then once it breaks out above the channel with an extension, look at it explode. So Airbnb's got a similar setup like that.
Okay, yeah, I mean, good look starting here today in the overall market. I feel like the ES is really trying to battle. Again, one thing that we'll keep our ear to the ground on this one, but also yesterday's USO move, right, was quite negative to the downside right here on USO, and it looks like it's trying to continue today and looking like it wants to take out some of this 123 area. With President Trump meeting Zelensky later on here today, we'll see if something gets resolved a little bit more on sort of the global tension side, and then that should ease up again on USO. So down 7, 8, 9% yesterday. I think it was 9% at its lows there, giving back a little bit more today. So it's a good move lower here on the oil front. So USO looks like it wants to keep pushing just a little bit lower here, down 1.15%. So I like this look as a name outside of tech, outside of the overall market that we can look at as a downside take right there. Some of those names on the upgrades and downgrades, Capricorn, things like that. We do like some, and that's a therapeutics name, but and we should have Brian Shannon on later this afternoon, but he likes the XBI. I like the XBI down at some of these levels. So I think there's going to be, again, outside of tech, some names and some spaces to buy, including the XLF, which is of course the financial ETF, and XBI over here in biotech. So I think that there's going to be some good opportunities soon, if not right now, to get some money to work. And we did see, I don't know if J&J is keeping up with its pace. It's coming back in a little bit there. But yeah, settlement there on the talc, 5.5 billion. They like that one, but it's pulling back just a bit. They've already reported. So J&J, they're breaking through 265, 270, and now trying to get just that bit higher, now up 2%. So yeah, some good talk here and some good names outside of the generic tech names that we always seem to be looking at. Definitely liking, Neil just mentioned Google. I stepped in and got some at 320. We'll see if that's a good price or not. Holding out hopes today on some positivity. So some names that are up. Meta's up, Google's up. We mentioned Microsoft earlier as well, ahead of their report tomorrow. I'm not sure if they're up today. Are they up? They're up. Yeah, 1.6%. So yeah, some nice climb here in some of these names that we maybe need to start looking back. Maybe it's time to get back into the MAGs, MAGS. Let's wait. Look, we got a report this week. There's still 3 of them to go.
That's the thing.
So you got to wait. But, another beat up. If you're going to talk about the NASDAQ being down at 10% or so, very similar here to the MAGs. As you can see, 71 high back to 63. That's 10% right there. So just following the NASDAQ, another way to play, tech names without getting caught up in huge data center plays like the Marvells and whatnot. But the MAGs just the top. But then you got to take Tesla.
As you were mentioning, just not to go back to J&J, but there's a lot of names generally in healthcare which are looking really good. I come back to whether you like J&J, whether you like, I saw AZN was on there, but whether you like an AbbVie, we always get questions about like Pfizer at the bottom, And just to reiterate, even within a sector that is doing well, you still want to be in the better names. See, look at Pfizer, and then we look at what is going on with Merck. Literally breaking out in an uptrend. Like uptrend, hold 50, higher lows, higher highs, and then a similar thing going on. Like we just talked about, you showed J&J, like you got AbbVie, which is making a fresh high in here today. Yet there's always these questions about Pfizer. And it's just, it doesn't want to go. You know, just find the ones that are better, and you can, there's always an uptrend somewhere. And yeah, well, Shreve just said bad pipeline. Remember, the other thing to keep in mind, one of the reasons why you're getting a lot more deal making this year, and it will continue, is all of these guys have big patent cliffs. But Merck has a patent cliff looming as well into next year. But they've managed to make an acquisition here, there, and they're just performing better. I will say this about Microsoft. If they weren't reporting, like if it was looking like this, like the last couple of days, catching a higher low bid with the chance to break out above the 50, but this was happening after earnings, you'd feel way better about this today, right? But with that and the Fed coming up, it's hard to be in love with this for a breakout to actually continue past where this 400 to 405 selling has been. So IGV bounce. You just got to be able to get through earnings from Microsoft, because it feels like they've already been, like they've thrown the baby out with the bathwater with this bad boy for sure. But the question becomes, as the capex keeps going up, like then the market probably doesn't like that at all. So I have a couple of minutes before we get to 9. We never put that. I didn't put up the poll on SoFi, so I just looked in the chat, and everyone was like, "Yeah, we don't like SoFi." But I think that was more related to the stock price there. So for anyone that was sort of curious, we were just sort of having fun with that. I would like to. We're not going to do something for the Fed. I think it'll be interesting. Maybe a little bit later we'll ask something about one of the earnings names tonight. The problem is, I know SK Hynix is like late overnight. We got Ford here tonight. We'll come up with something more related to today, because I think SoFi, again, they're not reporting tonight. Probably not worthy of a poll. They are down, however. And US.
You created this poll. Why don't we just do it? Do you like SoFi? Why not?
Okay, it's fine.
That's what I'm saying. I was telling you that I think 50% of the people probably don't like it, but do you like SoFi ahead of earnings? Let us know what you guys think right here, 1 or 2 in the chat, and then we can have a quick look and see what people are thinking. Yeah. And just let us know, and we'll check this back in a couple minutes, and we'll see what's going on. If you like SoFi ahead of earnings, I mean, it's pretty simple. Or it's not if you hold SoFi, this is, do you like the stock?
Exactly.12,
so right now it's 12, 4, 13, 5. So it looks like, so far, and generally these will hold. It looks like 50%, so 70% yes. And I mean, I feel like we could almost ask this for any name and it would sort of show up like this. But we'll check it back. Do you like SoFi ahead of earnings? So we'll see. I mean, there is a lot of people that don't like that stock whatsoever, but we'll keep it up and we'll have a quick look as SoFi is at a crazy spot, because like if you drop below this $15, I mean, that's going to be a huge problem, because there's really nothing to look at.
That's the wall.
10, 11 bucks. Like, it could get lower than that. So we'll have to wait to see SoFi coming tomorrow morning, right? It should be an interesting name to come up with, but there it is, man. Yeah, now it's 57%. So we're getting a lot worse here on SoFi.
It has a habit of dipping on earnings.
Yeah.
It's like even if the initial gap up, they still dip it.
It's been horrible. I mean, it's just been.
Yeah, like at 9:30 on the day.
SoFi is down 50%.
It's never really any good.
Yeah, no, we'll see. I mean, bank stocks have reported quite nicely, so I'm actually surprised, considering that bank stocks have done so well. Would have thought this would have been the other way, but yeah, 55.45 right now is SoFi taking it on the chin here. Just a little bit. So it doesn't look like people are too excited. I mean, it doesn't mean you're not excited about it, but yeah, are you liking the way the stock is looking here ahead of earnings? And it doesn't look that great to me, but we'll wait to see what winds up happening there with SoFi. A break above this $20 mark, finally. We've been touching up at $20 a couple times here. See if we can hold it. For now, SoFi underneath. And, looking for a big report there tomorrow. Should be an exciting one. All right, it's 9 o'clock. We've been doing a bunch of stuff. We have our rundown. All the watches completely free. Get that link in description. Easy to sign up for that. Street's Morning Note ready for members as well. Sticky note out. We've all got something going on, so definitely have a look at the social accounts. Robinhood, I was just looking at that. They're down pretty good today as well, down to 93 and change. Now goes Robin.
Lost that 200 period.
It's now 36-34 the votes.
It's getting close. It's going to get that 50-50.
getting spicy.
It's always a coin
And then we'll do
flip.
the same thing. We can ask later about Meta and Microsoft and all that as well. So, all right, let's go back over to the desk and get this show started.
Yeah, before we get into the rundown, which we're going to get into in just a couple of seconds, guys, I want to mention USO. We've got some comments here now. We've had some comments from Trump now coming from the spokesperson of the Iranian army saying, quote, any company or country that receives funds from Iranian assets will not allowed or to be to pass through the strait. You've also got comments again from the U.S. As well in the blockade. Nothing massive here from President Trump. He just said that only the ships we want to get through are going through. So just some quick USO updates. Let's get right in here to our rundown, starting with a look at futures with Sharif.
We closed out basically at the same price yesterday at the SPY, guys. 739, maybe 10, 739.07. We're above it right now, but not by much. We're still below that 740 area. So ironically enough, we were using 740 as support for a while. Now it seems, at least on a 2-day basis, to be acting as some resistance. We keep getting these bottoming tail candles on the 4-hour into 735. So we're going to say 735 here as support, 740 as resistance. If we catch a bid, we're slated to open up right now, both on the Qs and the SPY. We're looking at 745, Adira, as resistance level 1.
It's time for a look at our watch list. This has all of the big earnings that came out after the bell yesterday or before the bell today. Anything that's on watch that's going to be reporting tonight. Economic data in focus. Big stories, little stories, anything that's moving the market that you might want to know about. It's going to be at that link. You just saw it across your screen. It's also in the description to the video. It's going to be a very earnings-heavy rundown today. It was also a very earnings-heavy watch list today. Let's start, though, with probably the biggest earnings mover, at least of the names that we're going to be looking at it, talking about. That is GLW. Corning, despite some solid revenue growth in certain segments, not meeting the mark for investors, down at most, I think, 17%.
Yeah, the guidance here was the issue, Adira. Look, they did well on the quarter, but the guide was in line to light. And when you're trading at 47 times forward earnings, you're going to have to beat and raise for the momentum to kind of continue going on. Couple of segment notes here. Solar continues to be a drag on the operations, despite the fact that it did grow about 90% year over year in that segment. It still continues to bleed money, and this year is bleeding money faster than it did last year. $7 million net loss compared to $2 million last year. You also have an asymmetry here between enterprise and traditional telecom. So 32% growth in optical communications. That's one of their biggest segments, right? But heavily lopsided. Enterprise network surged 65% year over year. Of course, data centers, hyperscalers, we know what's going on there. But telecom, once, one of their biggest segments is now growing at single digits. What they're saying is ongoing teleco CapEx discipline. I was having a look today, a little bit of a curveball here. Guys, take a look at the chart on AMAT, American Tower, so AMT. Keep a look at that. That feels like it might be ready to go. That is, of course, a REIT, which has towers, cellular towers all over the United States. So interesting look here, Dare.
Interesting look for GLW. Also an interesting look here for Newsmax. I have a couple headlines I want to go over before we send you to Sean and Neil. NMAX popping higher on reports that Meta is going to be gaining access to Newsmax's digital news content. So good look here for NMAX. They went public, I believe, April or May of 2025. You also have some stories here for Apple. Looks like they might be wanting to compete with Amazon and Google in that home space here, specifically preparing to release a smart home device based on the Siri AI. Apparently, the Home Hub could be released in between October 2026 and, quote, early 2027. So a couple different headlines here as we send you back over to Sean and Neil. What are your thoughts here on, I guess any of the names I mentioned, but especially Corning?
Well, yeah, Newsmax, that's not a lot of volume for Newsmax, but it is moving a little bit to the upside and not pulling back. Corning, like I said earlier, it still hasn't really lost that low. It did get back, it did get under $118 multiple times, but it's above it for now. It did make a fresh bottom since we came on air and hit 116.6. There's not a heck of a lot. It wasn't like it was a terrible report, and you would have thought there could have been some bounce a little bit earlier than this, 17% down. But the guidance, it's just, it's an interesting one. Like, it feels like your margins can't decline. They need to at least be holding margins and guiding better. Seems to be the pattern that'll at least get you to hold a bid, right? So if you miss one of those two things, or God forbid you miss both of them, what would this be down if the margins didn't remain intact here? Like, that's the crazy thing. Like down 17%, I would have expected to see declining margins here with them, but that's not necessarily the case. This is the one level outside of $100 where I'd even be looking for the bounce. So you got to move the target, because I said earlier 118 would be a low, and it's a false break of the low for a bounce. It's about the only play I'd look for long, meaning bottoming tail candle, something like this at the open off the low of the day, and then try to take the break of the next one and play into the volume weighted average price. But this is just another reason to be looking fades. I guess we're going to talk about chips at the end there. I was going to then talk about some pop and fades. But yeah, Corning, surprising. It really does make you think. Like, keep a very close eye on not just guidance. You want to see anybody that's having to raise debt. That'll be an issue. But certainly with the margins intact, I'm surprised at 17% down. But here we are.
Adair mentioned Apple there. Still climbing into the pre-market here as the Nasdaq's trying to battle back. I mean, look what we have right here. It's a pretty, this is an all-time high break that's going to happen like right now. So it's 905, it's 350, 339.50. That's your new all-time high. We made it twice yesterday and then gave back about $5 out of nowhere and then rallied a little bit into the close. And now today you're gapping just a little bit higher here, right? And holding out right now at 338. So you got to think about liking Apple around this price, right? If we can come back into 338, I think that's a great little level there for Apple. And I also think this break long is something there too, right? Now the breakouts, I've traded so much better. I mean, yesterday we had this wick here at 334 when it finally came in, right? We waited, we missed the move early, then we sat at the 200 period and got it, and then you saw what happened there. And we were able to get out once it broke VWAP right into here was what was our last out. So we missed that move up, but then we don't suffer that. So the same kind of thing happens here. Like, if we do come back into 338, I think Apple, I should have actually put this on the note because I don't have it there. I have Google instead. But yeah, Apple down at 338, looking like it's good. And there it is, man. There's the take right now. So you're already right now printing air up there, man. There's been never a chance that Apple has been higher. That's a pretty hype movie.
Kevin Bacon.
There is never been a higher print on Apple than you're seeing right now. So giddy up. We love this name. Apple, now the #1 market cap name in the world. And just continues to prove out that, hey, you know what, man, you make the best products, you get the best love. And there it goes. You just have to hope that NVIDIA eventually can do that. But the consumer is so strong that Apple just continues to pump higher here. That deal with Klarna is nice, right? Providing, again, more affordability. People have no problem paying for the new iPhone. It's like they'll take the new iPhone, then like every time they just keep on throwing money at it. So yeah, Apple up 1%. Looks like it continues to go higher here. I like the name, and I think a 338 bounce would be awesome, especially if the Nasdaq gives it up a little bit at the open. But ES still up. Nasdaq trying to take out highs as well in the pre-market. So yeah, it's looking pretty good day here for Apple. Some green shoots in this market, starting with mega cap names.
I want to talk about another mega cap name here really quickly before we get into our next story on the rundown. Just be aware here, guys, the information reporting that apparently Moonshot, of course, the maker of Kimi AI, is pursuing additional NVIDIA Blackwell chips for the latest Kimi model. So keep an eye here on NVDA. Maybe keep an eye on FXI as well as we get this headline. If we get any more details, I'll let you know. But it's also worth noting, guys, like now it feels like every day around 9 a.m. we get some kind of information headline related to tech. So just be aware. Keep an eye on headlines from the information around this time, I guess. But also keep an eye on PayPal. PYPL, you've got CEO Enrique Lores. This was his first full quarter as CEO for the company. And you also have them during their earnings call saying they're not going to address any reports that they might be a takeover target. But let's get into the numbers themselves, Sharif.
Yeah, I don't blame him for that, obviously, because that's going to be interesting negotiations behind the scenes. But what we can report on is their actual earnings report, which was not bad at all. Q2 revenue beat here, $8.68 billion ahead of the $8.47. Adjusted EPS 138 instead of the 128. So a nice beat there. Despite the top line growth, though, non-GAAP operating margins contracted about 248 basis points. The company blaming that compression on what they're calling a 7 to 8% surge in non-transaction operating expenses, as well as their growth initiatives. didn't specify what those growth initiatives were. This is what caught my attention, Adair. We always value this company as having a really good moat because of their active users. They had about 439 million. That's where the value lies. Really, they haven't come up with anything new. That might be now up on the chopping blocks because they dropped, not by much, 200,000 accounts is what they lost from 439. But the point is here, they're not growing, right? So they're stagnant, if anything, and they're losing. So something to think about there. Free cash flow generation continues to be good, $1.8 billion, which was directed heavily to share buybacks. And they bought back about 33 million shares, $1.5 billion. Over the last 12 months, they bought 111 million shares back. Over the last 12 months, 111 million shares, yeah.
You guys looking to get paid on PayPal today?
Well, if it gets down to like 53 and a half, Stripe and Advent seem to like them, and that's it's been putting a floor on it. Remember the offer came out, would have been, what is that, the 15th, I guess? So $60.50. The response to that initially was, hey, they didn't accept the offer. And there was no comment from the CEO. Well, the comment was like a no comment from the CEO. So it's not like he didn't say anything about it. Would have loved to have said, hey, we think we're a better value than that. Just sort of hint that you want a higher bid, because I think that's what you're looking for. Unfortunately, like Sharif said, the guidance was a bit of a miss here. Otherwise, I think this would have been, if you hold the low, there's only sort of one place to go. It's filled in the gap on the daily. It's obviously had a very inside range. This is not trading like a normal deal that's like 60-50 confirmed in cash, but it's not incredibly dissimilar in that it is absolutely respecting the bid and also respecting the high, this $57.50 level. Whether or not we actually get a chance at 53.5, 54, that day one low, I think that's the place that you want to be buying bids on. But if this drops today, even if it doesn't get to that low, I'll be looking for longs. It's just, I don't know where it's going to be, but I will be looking to catch the bid on PayPal today. I think with that little 60-50, that puts a bit of a floor on it. People just even speculating they get a higher bid. The momentum in the stock has been to the upside. It's got a bull flag on it after filling in this gap. I think it's worthy of a dip buy. Just might have to find something before it gets down underneath 54.
Look, I'm glad that just in cruising around here, they're able to find Block. I mean, I didn't even realize how good this name actually looked, bouncing off of, and maybe we got to find out, let's see when they report. XYZ reports Wednesday, August the 5th. So in a week, we'll get Block's report. And this is actually looking pretty nice, looking to break out from last year. This is last year, August. So we've been here before. We had a huge move down, almost chopped in half from $85 down to 48. Now we've held the 200 period moving average. We held it this whole time, which was real nice, right? We were underneath it for basically 8 months. And then now the last 4, we've held. So, and now you're trying to break higher right there. So I think getting ready for earnings next week, I mean, why not have a look at Block and maybe take an option or something to see if they can continue this move higher. But yeah, Block looking like it wants to break out. So if PayPal can start to go, fintech names look like they want to work, right? Well, at least Block does anyways through this level. Up today, I like it, man. So let's see if we can get some love here for XYZ, formerly Square. And let's just wait to see if this one can take out some of the highs. Is it called XYZ now? What is yeah, it's still called Block. Okay. Yeah. So yeah, nice move higher there. I like it. Again, with crypto sort of floundering down there. It's twice I've used that now. I don't know if it's going to be a good run for them for that reason. And I got to figure out why exactly they're doing so well right now. But I like XYZ here, so ahead of August 8th earnings. So let's remember that. We'll talk about that next Wednesday. XYZ looks to be along to me.
What's wrong with
81.50.
What's wong with floundering?
Nothing. I've just used it a couple times. I used it yesterday and today. It doesn't seem like it.
But look at these charts. Like, there's only so many adjectives for failing, falling, dropping, dripping. Like, trust me, when you're in a down market, there's only so many things you can say about it. But we don't have to say anything like floundering for the next name on the list. Because Coke is popping. Coke pops.
That's a good one.
It doesn't fizzle. I don't know.
Oh, yeah, good one there, Neil. We first have to talk about a name that's not popping on earnings because we are getting some comments here from the earnings call. UPS, this is at pre-market lows, to put it very mildly. Apparently, they said during the earnings call they're, quote, not aware of any volume that's been lost to Amazon's competing enterprise shipping offering. Apparently, that directly counters concerns about customer poaching. But either way here, UPS still very much to the downside, but as we mentioned, very much not to the downside is Coca-Cola. The Coca-Cola company here with an EPS beat, a revenue beat, margin growth. There's not a lot to dislike about this report, Sharif.
No, it was a lot of good, Adara, but there were some regional issues that we have to talk about here, Asia Pacific, as well as Europe, Middle East, and Asia. I'm just trying to get my Coke. There we go. Now we're good. So let's talk about the Q2 earnings report. They beat on revenue by about $1/3 billion. A comparable EPS came in about 5 pennies higher at 97 versus 92. They also upgraded the full year EPS guidance. They're going to grow about 9 to 10%. I think that's pretty good for a company this mature. Despite the strong 8% surge in the Asia Pacific unit case volume, their price mix plummeted 9%. They're blaming it on an unfavorable product mix. They're saying we're aggressively taking on these affordability initiatives to drive down costs and compete with some of the local alternatives there. That's hurting their margins. But some good news, as Adara pointed out to at the beginning, Forex, a Forex tailwind, not a headwind this time. They made about 2 to 4 percentage points on a Forex tailwind, so good look. Latin America and North America posted double-digit currency-neutral operating income, but EMEA, Europe, the Middle East, and Africa, they saw currency-neutral operating income and it actually declined 5% in some segments. India as well, important here. It led volume expansion. However, they actually dropped in what they call NARTD, non-alcohol ready-to-drink drinks, which they lost market share in India. So great numbers, but when you look at the nitty-gritty there, especially regionally, there are some issues.
Are you guys looking at Coca-Cola as a trade today?
It's not much of a day trading stock, but I mean it ain't called rum and Pepsi, that's for sure. It's rum and Coke, or rum and Red Bull. If you've listened to Beanie Man, should come back and do a song about rum and Coke instead of rum and Red Bull, because that's more of a classic. But when you look at this stock on the monthly chart, it might be a little bit boring, but it also tells you that when you find something good, you buy the dip. It's as simple as that. Like they're the kind of name that you almost want it to dip. Like I wouldn't want it to do like what a Corning does, but yeah, you almost want it to give you those dips so that you can jump in on the trend and not have to buy the highs. It's extending. The thing that's different right now is it's extending away from the 50 period on the monthly, which is not something that it's done a heck of a lot of. Like it's done it before. Like it's able to get 20, 30% above. This doesn't look like much, but trust me, it's about the same as what it's doing now. It's just a scale. It's just scaling. And then eventually when it pulls back and regains the 50, it looks like that's a buy zone for Coke. So why not? But just today, I mean, ultimately it's volume. Again, it doesn't do a tremendous amount of volume. I can't even say I've looked at this one off of the open, but I do believe this is a good one to buy on dips. I used to own Pepsi a while back when I had a buddy that works there, but yeah, in terms of diversification, like why do I probably still have QSR in my portfolio? I can probably dump that. I like Coke. It's better than Pepsi in a lot of ways, and the chart's way better too.
Yeah, it's ripping up. I prefer Pepsi. I don't even think it's close, but we each your own. Breaking above here, 85 and 86. I guess Joe does too. That's why.
Rum and Pepsi.
No. I don't drink rum and Coke. Way too. Rum and Coke is way too sweet. But yeah, if you like alcohol, there's nothing wrong with some Coke. But if you do not have alcohol, then Pepsi, I think, is much more elite. But okay, so here we go, man. $66. You're not going to get that price anytime soon. Warren Buffett's been loving KO his whole life. And there it goes, new all-time highs for Coke today, up 4%, continues to work. Nice breakout there into $88. I'd say you just want to keep owning this name. And yeah, it's probably a little too late to buy some now, but hey, you're breaking out. It's been great. We've bounced off the 50-period moving average. That's literally why we have these things here, is to see if it's going to hold. But now that's 3 or 4 days straight upside right now for Coke. So up 4%. We'll see if it holds it. I think it will. Good report there, as Sharif had mentioned. Growing name, and yeah, Pepsi as a stock has been getting killed to the downside. So, you definitely want to be into Coke right now. That's for sure. But yeah, look at this. If you like the whole packaging and consumer product business, maybe there is something there with Pepsi. Mike DeRider keeps on saying FIRY.
Yeah, this one too. It's heard.
So this name here, 7 million shares right now, as trying to break now, just gapping over that 1250 right now. I don't know what the news is here. FIRY. The stock is Fiery Inc. So it's firing on all cylinders this morning.
Yeah, they got a U.S. District Court judgment of $719 million against Papaya Gaming. Also, there's got an award of attorney's fees and costs, so another $300 million there. What do we have for the short? So the float is 6 million shares, 20% short here. So they got a good judgment, get some cash their way, and it's a decent short float, so the shorts are probably having to cover some small cappers. I mean, this one, DFNS is moving around. Kids is doing a buyback, so they're going to be in play here again today. Ronnie Boy sending a super chat. Thank you, team, for the UPS look. Got in 106, took 2 legs out as it jumped. Still holding 50%, looking for a bit more. Thanks again. UPS on that dip. Bouncing off the lows here for UPS. Their chart's been much better than FedEx. So yeah, comes right back in. Buy dips on good stocks. Speaking of one, possibly returning to goodness, is Boeing.
Is Boeing going? Is it not? We'll find out in a second. I want to mention here, though, TSM, a little bit of an uptick here. I guess what happened was a couple hours ago, there was an evacuation at one of their fabs, specifically their fab in Kunamoto, Japan. There was an earthquake. I guess now they're saying that operations are, quote, gradually resuming after that earthquake-related evacuation a couple hours ago. So keep an eye on TSM. Not much of a move, but I think just worth mentioning in case you guys are watching it, an update on that story. Let's get into Boeing here, because BA, you had a revenue beat. You actually had a lot of strength with some of these deliveries, but losses per share are going to be an issue for BA. Not much of a move here in the stock pre-market, but there certainly was when that report first came out, Sharif.
Yeah, 76 pennies per share loss, Adara, as you mentioned, versus the 30 pennies expected. Let's talk about this, because they continue to bleed here on the new Air Force One. $280 million loss in the quarter, but when we look at it cumulatively, they've lost $1.5 billion trying to make this thing. What the hell is going on over there? It continues to really bleed. Their entire defense, space, and security contract continues to cap margin recovery. So that's a bad news. But despite the bottom line earnings miss, they did generate $631 million in positive free cash flow. That's up from negative $200 million last year. But there's a reason for that. It's because their customers are paying in advance on commercial orders before they're getting the airplane, so they're realizing this cash now before they've delivered the product, something to note there. And they face imminent operational risks, Adara, at their St. Louis plant, with 3,200 unionized workers voting down the latest contract. That threatens, of course, production of the F-15 and the FA-18. Older aircrafts, but it's not good to have defense-related delays, especially right now. I think you guys can understand why. CapEx as well increase as they allocated substantial amounts of money to their 787 Dreamliner. They're also boosting their production capacity in South Carolina and build-outs in Missouri, where they're building a lot of these airplanes, military aircraft. So, yes, some good, Adara, some bad.
Yeah, as is, I feel like, often the case here with these earnings reports, right? There is one more story I do want to mention here with Boeing. Apparently, FAA warning as of yesterday that hundreds of U.S. registered Boeing 737 MAXs could require inspections. There's some concerns here about passenger seats being improperly installed, but apparently it only takes like a couple hours of labor to fix. So hopefully that's all good. They just have to do some inspections to make sure that that's not the case. BA, are you guys trying to fly with this one today?
Like, give me GE Aerospace over Boeing right now. Like, it just seems like this one's going. It bounced off to 50, bounced off prior highs. It actually looks like one of the biofarm names in that space. But I think Boeing here, like, the good news is, despite the fact that this is pretty mixed, it has been bouncing the last few sessions. I thought a good report had the juice. This is way too mixed, obviously, here, to get you simultaneously through the 50 and the 200. The 50 period and the 200 SMA are lined up together like they're about to death cross. So this needs to take this out. Like, if you sustain this bounce, and it might actually, it'll probably still happen, but it could after a bit of a breakout. So it needs 219, 220 on a break. That doesn't seem like it's going to happen today. Give it the 3-day rule. It's trending toward that direction anyways, but this is, I'd say, disappointing here, unfortunately, for Boeing. But like I say, there's always something that's within a stone's throw that you can say, I like the space, I like the defense aspect of it, and to me, that's GE Aerospace instead, which is confirming its trend as opposed to Boeing still sitting and diddling in the middle. When I put this up on the monthly chart, it's the same range, but put some trust. Since the 2020 bottom, since the pandemic low, it is now putting in higher lows off that 140 level. So it is putting in a wedge for this breakout. But this is a monthly chart. And this higher consolidation has been the greater part of a year now. So on that time frame, there's still a ways to go for Boeing to break out, but it is putting in higher lows, meaning the dip here right now looks like closer to the 190 level if you want to support that 50 period on the monthly. So until proven otherwise, that's where you wait for.
Yeah, look, I mean, I can't believe that Boeing's market cap is 160 billion and they have 715 billion, as we wrote down here, backlog. So, like, I don't understand how they have that much backlog, and they're already producing a record number of planes this quarter, 314 so far this year, commercial planes produced by Boeing, and they still really can't, find out a way to turn this profit. I really hate the fact that, I don't hate the fact that it's all unionized or anything, but it's so expensive to fix any of the problems that they wind up having. So when they, release, a problem with the seatbelts or the problem with anything, it's costing so much to get everything fixed. I mean, people joking about, it costs $1,500 to tighten a bolt. And yeah, I think that is part of the problem. All right, I just got in a little bit there as the imbalances just dropped. So, nothing too worried here, but we did get some Apple. We said we wanted that at 338. So that just came in pretty nice, like right there. So maybe we'll get some Apple out as we are already cooking right here on this position, 338.50s. We'll see. Sorry, 338.11s. We'll see if we can get. Oh, there it is. We did get some out there on the high end. So okay, perfect. Ripped up there. So we already took right there 70. That's 70 cents on Apple. We'll see if it can get going a little bit more. But here are the imbalances. Nothing too spicy there. But you are starting to head a little lower on those imbalances. So all right, couple more minutes left. We just heard that Netflix is starting to pop up. We'll talk about semis and then we'll get ready to open this market.
We have here, as we've seen over the last couple days and weeks, this Asia sell-off really impacting what we're seeing with some of these stocks here in the U.S., specifically memory stocks. You've got Micron to the downside, SanDisk to the downside. And again, memory also in focus after the bell tonight with Seagate's report. But yeah, lots to talk about in terms of what happened last night in Asia.
Yeah, absolutely. But I'm going to cover a little bit of a different aspect here. I'm going to take ASML because this is what triggered the sell-off yesterday once we got word that the Chinese had developed their own deep ultraviolet lithography machine inside and they were going to be able to mass produce it. So let's talk a little bit about this. First and foremost, it's far less efficient than the NXT machine, which is the latest and greatest version of deep ultraviolet that ASML has. So ASML does about 6,000 wafers per day. The Chinese version is around 2,000, so less than a third. And I also want to mention that ASML's China exposure is markedly lower as a result of export controls than it had been in the past. So all this realized revenue that they've realized in previous years and quarters was not going to be realized in next quarter or the year after that or the year after that because of the export controls. Just by way of example, their Q2 2026 exposure dropped to 14%. That's down from 30% that they had last year. But they also retain a lot of maintenance, service, spare parts for the existing DUV machines there. And one final note, Adara, DUV is not EUV. Okay, it is for the less advanced chips. Extreme ultraviolet lithography is the gold standard, and ASML is already coming out with the next version. So just full disclosure, of course, I'm invested in this name, but I felt that this was an overkill because I don't think the Chinese are quite there yet. But this is something that we have been talking about. This is a monopoly, and if the Chinese are able to catch up here, like actually catch up, this stock will correct a lot more than it's corrected in the last 2 days.
We had ASML here over in Europe leading the chip sell-off yesterday. Today looks like we've got some of these Asian stocks in the overnight session leading down the market today. What's the look for semiconductors and memory for you guys here?
I mean, this is why we talk about some of these plays and, never be afraid to take a little bit here in the pre-market. This is a $2 winner already on Apple. So we're already almost at our daily goal right there. You sit down, you take a fill at a price level that you like, and there it goes, man. I mean, and again, we only had half a unit on Apple, but yeah, I don't know, boom, shakalaka, huge move higher. Like we took some out there, had VWAP when it popped early, and now it's really starting to cruise now up 1% as here goes Apple. Maybe we just hold the rest of this all day. But for semis, for me, man, I don't have anything written on here semi-related today. I do think that Intel's going to catch a bid at some point. No idea when that is, but not right now, down 5.5%, 6%. I like Intel. I want to add this to the portfolio, but it might be closer to $70. Look, I'm just over the moon here with this Apple trade. So we're already sort of doing it here. But 1 minute left before this market opens up. Should be obviously a good day here, it looks like already.
Yeah, absolutely. And remember, SK Hynix does report. They're an Asian company, so it's going to be late. It's not going to be right after the bell here, but they're another name. And keep an eye on DRAM. I think that the range was like 8% to the downside yesterday. SMCI is the one that's on my watch. It's just been multi-days downside. False break of 32. Hold 31 multi-days, closed underneath 30. Almost a double barrel close price here at the $30 level, 29.8 and 30. So I want to be pop and fade in that name. Just to give you guys an idea of where we're at with DRAM going into that report. Like the resistance that I liked where we bounced into yesterday, you're way too far away from it. The chance to see this is almost insignificant at 51.5. But we do have the opening bell brought to you by VFS. That is VinFast. Scan the QR code. Want to thank them for sponsoring the opening bell. As we get into it's Tuesday, big earnings obviously. Can Corning catch any kind of a bid? GLW getting smacked down already.
We just got 341s on Apple, and right now it's going to go 342s. So here it goes, man. $3 in the money on Apple right now, and we are really starting to be excited about this name. Needless to say, we're sitting at 342. Someone called this the God stock. You are right about that one, my friend, as it just keeps on lifting through and through and through. I was just at 342 flat. Let's see if we can get that, and there we go. We get it, and there it goes higher. We're now $4 in the money on this Apple trade, and we still have 25% left. So there it goes, Apple. Thank you so much for making the day in the pre-market. Wow. All right, SpaceX, looking for the short on this one as well. Looking for a 112 short. Hasn't come in yet. SpaceX downside still pushing some of those lows. Other than that, man, I got iBit written down. That's kind of just cruising right here. And then Google looking for a 326 bid. That's not there. We were bidding 326. I'm bidding. Oh, no, we weren't doing anything on Google. Wow, there goes Google right now. $10 in the money off our buy, but nice move higher there for Google. Maybe we'll deal with some of this Apple. It's starting to fall back just a little bit. Let's take another piece here in the 60s, and we'll just keep on running it. We have consumer confidence coming out. Wow, this is just gapping huge here. Apple, like I get one print, and then it just gaps up $1 again. So right now it's all working out. Man. We have 20% left on Apple.
Yeah, good look. And whoa, right through the bottom. There goes SMCI through the lows, and we've got Bitcoin breaking down underneath the low. SpaceX is catching a bid. I knew you said there was initial to the downside, but SpaceX is actually buying it up. They broke the low and they're going higher. Same thing with Corning. Corning is above VWAP. It never tested the low. The only play I was looking for was a test of the low for a reversal, but it's still trending higher here on Corning. So I guess the dip buyers did come into what I think is a quality stock. It's this one that we're going to have to see if we're chasing. SMCI just dumpsville. It never popped. It got barely to the pre-market highs, and now you're almost at 28, down 6%. I can't imagine what's going on with the rest of the chip names. It can't be this bad, can it? Intel's barely down.
Oh, okay. I thought Intel would have been one of the worst ones.
NVIDIA's at the low, but it's not really that bad. SMCI is just when they want to sell them, SMCI, yeah, there goes AMD down 6% as well. So yeah, some of these are looking pretty nasty. Going to try and get some kind of a pop. First available pop, I suppose, in SMCI. Play it to VWAP. And yeah, I don't want to chase it at the absolute low. I'm not taking a 28 break, but the first time it bounces, as long as it's underneath yesterday's low, I want to be short this name. Bitcoin not really moving yet. That's a big yet.
We punched out of, Apple came right back into 338, so it's a good thing, like we said, we only had a small piece left, but I'm going to take a little bit. I did take more long right here, and now we're just back into the space one more time there. I don't know why it dipped like that, but it did, so we got stopped out, and then we just put some more risk on for Apple up here or down here. We'll see if it wants to climb back upside, but we're now higher than we were initially because we do have that decent reload on, and here it goes again. So we'll just continue with some Apple love and see if that one wants to keep going. I'm interested in that SpaceX, but it's back up, back down to 109 again there. But there's another out for us on Apple as we just started to take it. My stop was 50 cents. So if we break 337.50, then we're out. Let's take another piece here on Apple at this high, if we can get that, which we just got again, 340. So a nice little move there on Google. Let's have a look at Boeing as, okay, not much going on there, so we can pass on that one. Google was 330. We sort of looked at that earlier as well. That's fading back, is down to some decent levels. Maybe we do wind up getting that 326 level there. Just getting some more out on Apple. It's really violent. Like, I don't know. I'm not really hearing anything in my ear about this market, but the market has made a move down right now. Down 1% is the NASDAQ. So, yeah, man, we're cruising with Apple right there. All right, what did you have, SMCI?
I had it short, and we keystroked out of it, reversing into a long. So keystroke error, getting out of it, accidental long, got too many shares on it, and there was a short right at the volume-weighted average price. It's at the low of the day, so there it goes. Is what it is, but they do happen. So it goes right into the volume-weighted average price. They didn't get Bitcoin up there, but we'll try to get that one as well as the fade continues to the downside. On the chip names at least, and SpaceX as well. Ooh, that's going to, yeah, we had it right at VWAP. SpaceX did not get into the volume-weighted average price. DRAM looks like DRAM just popped into VWAP, so we're into DRAM now. That's the next thing that just came in. Didn't break the low, though. The NASDAQ is holding for it, believe it or not. Like, the NASDAQ's not really... I guess there's enough happening in some other names that are not causing the NASDAQ to break down yet. But, for now, we're going to continue to look at the short side of the trade because that's where the momentum has certainly been early on. I don't know if we're going to be able to pick up that SMCI again, though. It's already, now it's like 2% down from where we had it.
Yeah, nice. Good luck on the short anyways. Yeah, we're just, so I'm getting out of more of this Apple, right? I mean, because for right now, it was a good one, and we got, there we go. If it breaks above 40, though, then we're going to get even more. So we're going to have to let it go just a little bit there on Apple and look for some other names now. PayPal came with a report yesterday as well. I'm still looking for some of these. Oh, wow, that's nice right there for PayPal. Nice move higher there, breaking out through that 58. That's that look that we're actually waiting for right there on PayPal. Finally, a break above some of those pre-discussed levels of the buyout. Not a buyout, but of an offer. They had some good interest there from Stripe and Advent there, and we'll see if they wind up going a little higher there. It makes some sense there about Apple, about Stripe and PayPal, right? Okay, well, there it goes. We did get our price now. So we took $3 or $4 first. We're back in this name, $2 now higher on Apple. Just trying to let that go. FIRY was one of the small cap names. Fiery there, not doing a whole bunch there. DFNS was another name that is just halted right there. So bang, 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 right there. DFNS halted to start the day here at 23.50. Wow.
I should mention something about that FIRY.
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah.
That FIRY stock, that judgment of 719 million, the market cap is 130 million on the stock. So the judgment is larger than their entire market cap and is 20% short for FIRY. DFNS has been the bigger one in terms of the interest here, but 56% is pretty good over there on FIYR. Just because that is true does not mean the stock has to go up. Keep that in mind, right? It's just a settlement. They still have a business. Plenty of things trade at lower than their cash value. It does happen, especially with penny stocks.
All right, here we go, man. DFNS now open, trying to hold view up at 20. We'll see if that winds up working. It does open basically right where it closed there. So it halts, reopens at 23.50. Now trying to go higher. We did tick as high as $25. DFNS T3 Defense Systems going higher right there, looking to break through. And just to give you guys a little bit of an update, and I'm trying to do it for myself too, to try to remember what exactly is going on here with DFNS. And this is another name that if we look at the short float, we will see it right there. 780,000 float because it's reverse split a bunch of times. Short float right now, this is going to be wrong, but 1,200%. So I don't, DFNS right now, just absolutely crushed the shorts, DFNS. Yeah, I mean, it's been a long time coming, I think, for people to try to trade this. A bunch, we just split back, it looks like in July, just recently, July 20th there. I can't really see, if I zoom in, I can see what that is. 1 for 125. So this stock was basically zeroed. And then we just had that huge move on our system right there from basically 0 cents up to $4, and then now it's just taken off as the float becomes a monster issue there for DFNS now, right? And so watch out. You know, we talked about this yesterday with Sharif, as there's a lot of traders that hold these things basically forever, and DFNS today, if you've been holding that one, you've definitely received dividends by that risk there. So thank you, Rob, for the coffee. And again, these little cute cups, these are nice ones here. Matches the shirt. So thank you, Rob, for that one. And
usually we get like the patterns on them at the same time, because AMD is going to get 10% down.
What? Yeah, hell yeah.
So that'll make you put the coffee down right quick. 8% right now on AMD. You're already, look, everything is flushing. The market's at the lows, obviously. Micron just broke 820. It's down 9%. SNDK is obviously bleeding. This is down to SNDK, just by the way, SNDK is 50% off of the highs and absolutely dropping, just continuing to drop. That 200 period is looking a lot more likely. For DRAM, there is a support level here at 40. It'll be about 46.5. Every single even dollar is going to be important. Watching all these names as they get into the low, you got to look under the hood if you're trading DRAM. We did not get into SpaceX. That'll be... I mean, SpaceX did exactly the same thing as yesterday. We end up in DRAM instead. And then, of course, bungling the short on SMCI, because SMCI is absolutely tank. I tried to put my offer back in there to try and get back into the short, but that's now down 7%. With this kind of a drop, you're not chasing lows.
Oh.
Yeah, you can't really be chasing lows at this particular.
Did you see the NASDAQ?
The NASDAQ now 1.4 down. Remember I said we weren't down a point? Well, we down a point now.
Guys, yesterday was just... Okay, DFNS just halted right in front of me at $27. I wasn't even paying attention because I was actually looking at this move there on the NASDAQ and was like, what in the, you know what is going on right now? We had that yesterday as a play there, short the Qs. Today, it is my number one trade idea here on the board, was short the NASDAQ. But the problem is that I didn't get it going early enough. We just sort of sat there, watched it happen, and waited to see if it was a bump. And there was no bump in the night. And for the NASDAQ, it actually started tanking overnight. And we got some bad negative stories there in the Kospi. Again, SK Hynix was down that 10+%. So for me, the TQQs, you know, I'm just thinking, like, if we're really thinking negative, then maybe we just use 200 period or VWAP or something like that right off the open. But the open's a tough one. It's always tricking me anyways, especially when you're talking about the futures in the NASDAQ. So quite a difficult trade there, I think, anyways, to start with. Congratulations, anybody that hit that short. I know Neil was talking about that with SMCI. I've only been long Apple, and I don't think I'm going to reload this. So I'm still holding. Now I'm holding that 20% again. I just want to show everybody, like, when we get that fill, we definitely, like, we talked about how lucky it was. We got the same kind of fill yesterday in Apple, and then it just ripped up. You know, when you get some of these extensions like that, you know, especially off the open when there's really no reason, you can see the NASDAQ falling. Like, these are just all getting out on the way up. And you know what? If it keeps on running there, I don't feel bad missing. You know, if this was at 345, like, getting out, I think that's always something to look at, right? And so, especially in the first 5, 10, 15 minutes, which I think is why, at least for myself, I've tried to change. Look, we have a couple chances here. We just got stopped, right? And then eventually it took off. I think the right thing to do, especially in this kind of a market, is either like a little bit lower shares right off the jump, or give it a couple minutes, give it a breath. You know, because right now Zelensky and Trump are meeting. You know, we've seen the sort of the action in USO, and we've seen the negative play there. And just like Neil said, I mean, I'm happy, but I'm not happy. Like, we got out of AMD, right? Average price of 520. And now we could buy it all back. And it doesn't really matter where you got out. It's just sitting in cash now. But this sucks, as Neil mentioned, like, almost down 10% now for AMD, really on nothing.
You just got to find better things to put it in.
Yeah, and that's why we looked at, J&J's.
Maybe Boeing can do something.
We liked Walmart. Oh, you know what we didn't even look at, which reported, was Nucor. I'm not even sure what.
It was like 1% it moved. Oh, it's up 5 now.
There we go. Okay. So this is what I mean, right? We talked about this yesterday. The largest steel maker in the United States. I mean, another spot that you could potentially diversify into. Now, is it going to be as sexy as, you know, the AMD? Like, you're not going to wake up and Nucor's going to be up or down 10%, but it does help you sleep at night and get you just a little bit diversified Yeah.
It also gives you a place to
flies
hide out.
around here.
I think that's the best way to think about it. It's a place to hide out a little bit.
Yes, hide out.
While obviously this correction happens, you're not going to get double digits all over the place like we are every single day. I'm gonna show you guys what's going on. Specifically, Micron just made a fresh low. So I'm now tracking this trend line. This Micron in particular, this one's getting real close to its support at 800. Which would be like that's the target area for DRAM once we get down into some of that support. So if you're in something to the short side, all you're really looking for is where is the next support level, maybe take a little bit off the top. But my trail is in. If it closes the next 3-minute candle on DRAM above this prior low, then I'm going to jump out. Assyrian Trader, Netflix, your thoughts? Well, it's been doing, I haven't looked at it today, but it's been doing well when the chips have been getting wrecked. So I got to imagine it's not looking too bad over there on Netflix. Yeah, and 4% up, like that'll play. The buyers are here for Netflix whenever they don't like everything else. I hate to say it, but that's just the truth.
Fair.
And when the chips are dying and dead, these guys actually catch a bid. But remember, it's been really bad for them since that top after the WB deal. Like it's been absolutely blasting. All it's doing is filling in the earnings gap right now over there on Netflix. So there's your gap fill to the lows at about 73.5. If it can get above 75, that's a really, really big test. So yeah, I like this one. I think it works, but once we get some kind of a bounce or correction back to the upside in some of the chip names, you do have to wonder if the air comes out of Netflix a little bit. So the trail just hit on DRAM in here, so I just trail back out through 47. So broke down 48, we just trail back out at 47, and that probably means it's heading lower. Yeah, Micron got into this low, but it didn't really even hit it just yet. So we're still falling down, man. Everything is looking so weak.
I was thinking about putting some money to work even in the NASDAQ. I mean, instead of buying individual names. I mean, NASDAQ is now down 10% from its highs. Down another 2% right here today. There has been, I'm looking at Klarna because we got that Apple news, but nothing going on Klarna. So I'm kind of just staring at that. And you know what? I mean, ahead of Fed tomorrow, maybe there's something about that too, right? That people are a little nervous heading into Fed tomorrow. And trying to sell some of their positions off. I went right away to the banks. But yeah, love Target, love Apple.
What's the NFL?
Oh, NFL. Oh, okay. Walks into a bar. So NFL walks into a bar. I don't know. Because Target's throwing me off. I could see the other two are streaming names, really.
I'm confused
Apple
by this
and Netflix. There's that fly.
Help me with that one.
Yeah, help us out with that one. Now you got to give another super chat, Willis, because I don't understand what that means. Okay, Verizon. I mean, is that one finally starting to bounce a little bit?
Verizon was money on Friday. Verizon continued yesterday.
Wowee.
Verizon continues again today. This is on an absolute tear the last 3 sessions, Verizon. Yeah, join that party. Again, rotation. I don't want to hit that one. We'll do this for Verizon. I don't want to hit the boring arrow up because it looks like it's at least a little bit better than that to my chagrin. I'll just keep.
You're celebrating that.
Oh, my
Verizon
goodness.
Over there.
Almost 8% down. Yeah, it just continues to die. We got NVIDIA, at least was temporarily holding the low. Now it's underneath its low of the day. I don't know if there's any continuation plays here. Intel, that's gapped. $85 on Intel. All right. I can't remember a time where we saw, this is day 3 bleeding for Intel, and you look at how crazy that move was. It's going to be hunting reversions at this point. So Intel does out a bit, but there's probably something at least a little bit better that we can find. I don't know if NVIDIA is dropping enough. I feel like I want to wait for a reversion on Intel for sure. How's Microsoft and how are the software names doing? Are they holding up?
I don't think people were saying Palantir was not.
Oh, yuck. Look at the 400 reverse on Microsoft. That is absolutely nasty. Tags $399.99 and then tanks.
This could be a really bad.
What the heck why is Palantir down 9%?
This is.
Why is Palantir? Palantir doesn't have a story today.
Neither does AMD. Remember, I mean.
But the chips are down over the whole ASML thing yesterday.
Yeah,
the cost fee was down.
Oh my
overnight.
God! What the hell is ASML?
Why the heck is Palantir down 9 points?
And ASML down another 5%.
Right,
Sort of
well,
sad you brought
now
that
I'm
up.
waiting for a Palantir reversion. I'm probably going to, yeah, I'm going to lose money on this.
PLTR.
Chain reactor, I put a buy on NVIDIA at 187, LOL, burn, baby, burn. Well,
Well, did you get filled yet? I mean, what is NVIDIA?
no,
Oh,
94.
93, okay.
93? Okay.
Not quite there.
Well, $1 higher 10 seconds ago.
Nothing wrong with trying. I don't think it's the right time to buy NVIDIA now, but I mean, up to each of their own. You are at the 200 period moving average. Definitely a good opportunity there if you are looking, technically sound. The reason why I say it, like, look, NVIDIA is one of my largest holdings, if not my largest holding. And the reason why I'm saying it's not really that interesting to me at these levels is just because I feel like, look, if you're sort of not already, if your sort of boat isn't already full with NVIDIA, now is not a horrible time to add. But I don't think this is one where you say, oh my God, I gotta back this truck up at these levels. NVIDIA is, if you look at, we looked at AMD today down, you look at Intel down. A lot of these chip names, I don't know what Broadcom's doing, but NVIDIA is actually holding out. So I get it. You might say best of breed, and I agree. I mean, NVIDIA is quite a holding. But the thing is like some of these other names, I just wonder what if we wind up losing the 200 period on a Broadcom, on an NVIDIA, then there is that signal sells and you might get caught up. So I get the burn, baby, burn. That might make some sense there. If it gets down to 187 and you want to take another 5% off of NVIDIA from here, that might be fine. But if you don't hold, then it's just like we got to start looking lower, right? We've seen great names break. And NVIDIA, just one of those great names that we're waiting to see what the sort of backlog looks like. And so I'd wait for their earnings and then play it off of that. We did do, but yeah, good look. I mean, nothing wrong with buying best of breed. I mean, I'm a disciple of Jim Cramer, unfortunately, with the way I was brought up and everything. And I think you always want to buy best of breed. And on best of breed, guess what just happened again, man? And it's funny because I've only been long. I've only been looking at Apple today. And that's another thing that's really changed in the way that I trade is focusing on, like yesterday I traded 3 names. We had a great day. Today we're trading 1 name and this has actually been turning out okay. But the one name that I wish we had looked at, Neil had a great trade there on SMCI, but was SpaceX. And I mean, Apple just passed $5 trillion in market cap, by the way. 110 here for SpaceX. Now that needs to come into play, right? I mean, we're looking to short SpaceX if we can get in and around that 110. But
it's not even going up, though.
Well, it's starting to go up right now, SpaceX. The bottom was 107. It's at 107.80. But we'll have to wait to see what's going on with SpaceX there. But I think a little bit of a pop. Like some of these plays are definitely, as Neil mentioned, overdone, I think. To the downside right now. You looked at AMD, you looked at some of these other names. SpaceX might be part of that as well.
I think SpaceX is a bit different.
Yeah, well, yeah, for sure.
Yeah,
it doesn't have the memory.
It basically came out overvalued, and at this point, it's very different from the memory names. You can't say the memory names were overvalued. It's just a matter of whether you think the margins continue and they hold on to their growth rates. That's a very different story. They have something to cling to at least quarter to quarter. SpaceX is not going to have that, especially when they have those earnings. Oh, come on, give us some kind of a... So not getting into VWAP on DRAM. SMCI, I was out in front, not at the volume weighted average price. I looked to try to grab this wick on trend, but we're still heading down. And Palantir is almost 10% down, so this is going to go SSR. There hasn't been a single green candle since the open on Palantir. It lost 120, it's lost support. So even when the market looks like it's bouncing, there's no levels out here. It might just be a case of first green candle on the 3, take a shot. But I remember, it's what's his face? The last thing I remember reading on Palantir was what's his name saying he's still short.
It's got Burry.
Yeah, that's the guy. Yeah, Michael. That's the guy. I know who he is. I just forgot the name for a split second. Shout out to you, Michael Burry. Sorry for forgetting your name, but it is what it is. So he's still short. Maybe he's going to actually cover some on this move to the downside. So here's SpaceX. I think it has a chance to get to VWAP. It's that DRAM SMCI I'm looking at. And now all of a sudden Palantir, which was not on the radar at all. The other name I was looking short, probably not, is going to be IBIT. I just felt IBIT had resistance to 64,000. That's more of a let it break out and get back up to the top. I was expecting more like yesterday on IBIT.
Just be careful. We also have a number coming out right here. So according to Adara's note that comes out, of course, every single day right here. Oh, President Trump, I think, is meeting right now with Zelensky.
He is, but it's not on camera. There will be an on-camera meeting with Netanyahu, and I don't know how they decide who is and isn't on camera, but either way, Netanyahu is going to be on camera. That's at 11. So,
all right.
But this Zelensky hearing, no, we're not going to hear anything. Oh, now we're hearing, I just actually saw, apparently Trump and Netanyahu now not meeting on camera, so who knows?
Maybe you got to get camera ready. I just want to talk about this too. Consumer confidence right here in July. So get ready for July coming at 10 o'clock. So that could help the market just a little bit there. Hearing about some sort of news about Lucid. I don't know. Just heard a little bit there. Just real quick, man. We did the exact same thing again here on Apple. So look. Out here as it popped through, like lucky enough to get 30, 40 cents, in this market that's been tanking. And then we get the 50 period and the 25 period, and then we get VWAP. So yeah, rest hopefully being history. We'll take one more fill at VWAP if we can get 339.40s like we did. But hey man, that was another $1.70 there. So it's just been sort of going back and forth here with Apple today. And despite it being a pretty negative tape naturally here, we still find some value in Apple. So yeah, not too bad as we wait around to see what happens with AAPL here early this morning.
Yeah, good.
So far.
I heard something about Lucid. I didn't catch the story.
Missed it.
It's at least it's not down, but it just spiked only a teensy little bit. It's not even that crazy to the upside. But just for the small cappers, I'm still looking my ball in that Palantir. It's just absolutely insane what is going on with Palantir. But DFNS, I know the small cappers are going to be part of it. T3 is halted again to the upside, just to cover it for you guys. 31.73 is the tap. It's halted for the third time up. It's now 135%. This one is absolutely blasting. We got Nick W. Would you mind looking at SWKS earnings? Looks like a nice bull flag breakout setup. They continue curling up on an hourly and a daily. Skyworks. Nick, a lot of the looks you give swings because they certainly don't do enough volume for day trades. So I kind of know where you're always getting at. Yeah, break of the downtrend, but you got the 200 period moving average. I know you're going to see that one right there up here. So this is more like it's not really a bull. Like on the daily chart, you do have a bit of a bear flag forming, but this breakout needs to hold 64, and it's that 200 period moving average that I think you're concerned with. But I know you know that already, Nick. As you can tell, Palantir is now officially SSR. It's down 10%. Still awaiting the first green candle. If it holds this candle, it'll be the first time it doesn't break the prior candle low, which would be an absolute miracle at this point for Palantir. SMCI is basing out that could be making a bit of a bounce. So this is what I'm watching. We haven't really got any pops to fade again in DRAM. It's still at the lows. SpaceX is still at the lows. NASDAQ's almost 2% down.
Yeah,
it is a bloodbath this morning.
It's I mean, we could, like I was saying, we did sell off AMD there at 520, and it's just like now we could maybe put some of this money to work. And I was actually just saying like maybe it's time to get into the Nasdaq here, just how badly it's been beat up, down another 1.7%. And I do like a lot of the Mag 7s there, and I don't know, I don't like Tesla, but might be a reason to get in there as well. And here's a big name as well that talking about it, not every day, but we do like some Google here as well. So something to think about with Google down at 326. It is a level that I written down, 326 for Google, but I don't know for today, man, if it's going to wind up holding. NASDAQ might be battling back. I mean, we often see that happen. So let's see if that can work out. And if the NASDAQ does battle back, and those of you that I look at the Qs, and of course, look at whatever system is more comfortable for you, whether it be the TQQs, the Qs itself, the actual futures contracts. Maybe it's SQQ that you're looking for, but I'm trying to find a break of this 25 period, so it's $60.40. So that could be a little play area for me there on the TQQs as well. $60.40 if we are looking for some kind of a bounce back here in the NASDAQ. So that's what I'm going to be looking for. And then, yeah, that Palantir is just kind of scary because, you see that there's a lot of traders invested in this name. I'm still a holder here with it. So, yeah, not good reaction.
Here comes is trying to hold that low.
To whatever it is there. Yeah, maybe it holds 118, but we don't really have a story here on Palantir, do we, Adara? But no. So yeah, strange as that gets hit. And you mentioned even
Somebody said
Microsoft.
something in the chat.
Maybe the
right?
IGV. Microsoft's still up today. IGV. Is it just like I'm? Thinking about Palantir is. Okay, the downside is like it does get looped into software. That is what they are. So you got to be careful buying, weak sectors, even if it's a strong name, can get hit pretty easily right there. All right, we are a minute away from some numbers there. Oh, just quickly, we did finally get stopped out. So we'll just go flush down on Apple. But pretty good, man. I mean, cannot complain. Apple. We've only traded that one name, and we just are at our goal today. It's nothing crazy, but we did make that trade. And considering we got stopped out twice, I think we did pretty good getting out. All right, 1 minute until consumer confidence. We'll have happening now. And we'll have that number, and then we'll get right back.
I am here early because I really quickly want to address Lucid. I looked into this and there wasn't a lot on this. Like, it took me a little while for this to even populate in social media, but I did look it up and it sounds like a prince in Saudi disclosed a 5% stake in Lucid. So that's the deal here with LCID. Noted Saudi investment company or company that benefits from Saudi investment gets a stake from a Saudi prince. That's the deal with LCID. If I see anything else, I'll let you know. Let's talk here though about consumer confidence print. This is not the University of Michigan print. That's going to be much more closely watched than the print we're getting today. But today we're getting that CB consumer confidence print. 91.2 is the prior print. Forecast here around 92.4, 92.3. So we're expecting a little bit of an uptick from the prior number. This should be out at any moment now. When I see it populate, I will keep you posted. Coming in at 90.8. So again, we were expecting a higher print than we got previously. What we actually got for CB consumer confidence was a lower print. And the market continuing to hang out here near lows. We have a lot of tech weakness. Again, lots of weakness overnight in the Asian session. We're really seeing that spill over into weakness in the session. And apparently NASDAQ has actually entered correction territory as of today. So depending on where we close, we could close in correction territory for the NASDAQ 100. Let's talk about some earnings here. We had a whole bunch. I want to start with what's looking really good here. This consumer name, Coca-Cola, KO, near highs on a pretty solid earnings report for the most part across the board. You also had PayPal reporting earnings. They're actually up right now in the day. GLW decidedly to the downside. In fact, this is actually at intraday lows. At this point, it's got to be down about 18% on the day. So lots of weakness in some of these tech earnings plays, though, again, the likes of PayPal, the likes of Coca-Cola, not doing too badly today. We have to talk about memory because memory, once again, weak. Ahead of Seagate's report after the bell today. That's STX. You've got SanDisk to the downside, Micron to the downside. And as we know, SK Hynix, its home listing in South Korea traded sharply lower yesterday. Its US listing trading sharply lower today. If you're enjoying the content, please make sure to hit the like, hit the subscribe, join us on social media, and stick with us as we send you back over to Sean and Neil.
Thank you very much, sir. There, the market is trying to battle back just a little bit. Palantir put its first green candle of the day, and then it still held the absolute low at 117.89. It's trying to bounce. This represents, it's not yesterday's low. I have a line in the chart. You're like, well, why the heck do you have a line in the chart? Because that is the local bottom going back into Thursday. So that's the next gap level. So even if it breaks 120, that's got to be the target. I'm not letting this back through this prior bar. Once it takes out a prior bar and resumes a downtrend, I don't want to mess with it whatsoever. But the market is absolutely crazy volatility. And for traders out there, there's an opportunity that your broker is probably not giving you. And with this activity, this environment is going to give you those big chances, big moves, more setups, more momentum. But if you really want to take advantage of the conditions, you need a couple of things. You need some discipline, but you also need access to capital. And that is where Trade the Pool comes in. Instead of being limited by the size of your own account, traders can access firm capital and focus on executing their strategy and managing risk. No more fear of blowing up your personal account. No more moving your stop loss too early because you're worried about your own savings. This is what we call limited risk trading. So if you want to take advantage of the volatility in today's markets without risking your own capital, visit tradethepool.com. I want to shout out to them. I know later on this week we'll have Mitch, we'll have Steve trying to come on through. As we have a super chat in here, man, they really, whenever somebody hits the bid on Palantir, they really hit the bid.
Oh, yeah.
Like, it'll just be trending higher. It's like, okay, gets in, breaks 119, goes to 119.5. Like, you just see like a single seller come in right back to 119. It is heavy here Willis Addison, SpaceX, massive hot garbage from IPO to now. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Nothing
it's down
nothing really
20
to add to that. It is hot garbage.
It's down 20% from its IPO price of 135.
And I got some hot garbage.
Yeah, I bought some at
Just wish
135 myself. So, not looking great right now is our good friend here, SpaceX. And by friend, I mean used to be friend, not so much anymore for SpaceX. But yeah, 107 and change. I think it's trying to base out. You mentioned Palantir. They're trying to find lows. Maybe this has found one at 107. I'm going to mess around with it a little later, not right now. Apple, we tried it one more time. They're at 337. It actually was fine until it wasn't. And then there's the drop down. Now you're down through 336. So, the 5 trillion market cap, we hit it for the very first time there today off the open. And then we've just been sort of selling, but finding good bases at 337. This was almost, what's up to easy peasy? This is almost a reverse short. Now, I feel like we might have missed it, but that could have been hit short. It's so much resistance and so much support of it trying to break through 337. Once it finally does, and with some kind of conviction, there it goes. So, that was our exact stop out at 330. So we took a 337.20, and then we got stopped out right there at 337. So downside now, as Apple has finally broken with floodgates now back in. So not looking great here for Apple. It's only 10:04 right now, by the way, and the market still feels a little heavy. Would like to see a return to prominence by some of these names. And if Apple's not going to do it, then maybe it's going to be Google. Good report from Google, not traded well off of that report, down to 326 right now. But here we go, 326 and change for Google. Like this 325 if we get another opportunity down there. We saw some strength in Netflix, right? We got that super chat for Netflix. And
that might go the other way if the market bounces.
Yeah, still $74. Still holding out okay for now. And it's actually, Neil, and to my surprise as well, it is only ticked higher. It is now 5 straight up candles there for Netflix. I apologize, Darryl.
PayPal looks great too.
Did we get a story from Netflix today? I know we had that super chat there. Not really sure. Apple has fallen now through 336, as we said, easy peasy. That one could have been a reverse short there. I'm trying to do better at that, thinking about those plays. Yep.
I'm not seeing a story for Netflix. I'm looking, and there's a couple little headlines, but nothing that would explain any kind of move in the stock. So.
All right.
I think it just comes down to rotation for sure. We have a poll. Is that poll up in? Oh, that's a regular poll. Okay, we'll do it this way. It's not one of those fancy polls where you give you the options. The trail's in on Palantir. If we lose the 120 out, remember it was about 120.70. I forgot to save that line in the chart, but it was at $120.70, which was the low from a couple of sessions ago. If we had a subreddit, would you use it? Everyone should just answer, I don't know, answer what you feel. So that's in the chat right now. But remember, if you want to answer polls in the chat, or you want to be like Lindenmeyer saying Microsoft could still be a short, or you want to say first green pop on Palantir, or whatever you want. It's like, who's got egg?
Sharif's got egg.
Are we joking about Sharif? That's an actual mover today. If you want to do any of those things, make sure you jump in the chat. Now my curiosity is piqued. What the heck is egg actually?
Something about egg?
It was $.
Oh, that's probably Sharif. Yeah, dog.
It's egg. I don't even know. What is this? Egg is enigmatic. Enigmatic limited on the Amex. It's halted up 160%. This is a real thing, and it's actually moving today. Yeah, who knew? Yeah, congratulations or whatever. We'll hit that for it. I just thought you guys were making some kind of a Sharif egg joke.
Same.
I didn't actually think it was. Now it's up 216%. I just opened it up and it's halting to the upside again. Not a lot of volume. Again, I personally would stay pretty far away from this. Halted 4 times with 640,000 shares of volume, so very, very low liquidity. Managing risk on those things is nearly impossible because you can't calculate slippage. I don't care who you are, you're not calculating slippage as a day trader, and therefore you could get caught through a halt. So as I was saying before, again, Palantir was looking to put the trail on before it got to this 120.70. I did. It just tagged underneath 120, so jumped out of it. Palantir down double digits, turning into an SSR play without a story today. All right, so keep in mind, this was supposed to be a bleed that was about the chips. The IGV is flat. This is what makes the Palantir move so crazy, in my opinion. like the days where, I mean, it's not flat, but it's only down 1%. The days where Palantir is getting bled recently has been when software is getting bled. This isn't that bad overall. So it seems like it's a little bit on its own here. I'm sure we'll find some kind of a bigger story that's going to come out later on Palantir, is my guess. Like there's going to be something. It doesn't drop 10% for no reason.
You would think there may be. We have a new position right here, 1 unit. Let's see if it can go a little bit. We've got Google. It just started to break higher. So I thought, my first take there was a break of VWAP. Then it just came right back into the 50-period moving average. So we're going to start taking a little bit out here as it tries to go back up to the upside. And there it goes right now, starting to go. So good good take so far anyways on Apple. And we'll do some 50 cent on this one as well, as it's starting to go now, breaking a little higher. We like the stock. We've only made 2 trades today, Apple and now Google, and just letting it go. I mean, there's these highs, 327.75. So if we can get something at 50, we'll take it. We're there right now. Then we'll put an offer at 75. We're there right now. And we'll see if this one wants to climb just a wee bit higher than where we are right now for Google. So, good. And we'll see if it wants to work itself out here. Again, a positive name. We saw a good retracement yesterday from those lows of 320 actually never even got to 320 yesterday. This 324 area. Good move. We'll just wait now to see where it goes. But taking a shot here with Google. So upside, here we go. Oh, actually, did we get that 75, Phil? No, but we're almost there. So we'll see if we can get that, and we'll just watch it go. I don't want to talk about Apple again, it's the same price. Oh, SpaceX starting to make a move now. So SpaceX upside here. So we'll see where exactly this name wants to go from here, but it's SpaceX 108.50. Nice bounce back. I mean, Lindenmeyer, you called some of these bottoms. It looks like, the 111 that we looked at didn't hold, but here goes SpaceX right now up 4.5% and trying to get back to some of the, winning ways of SpaceX. And of course, there hasn't been too much winning in SPCX here, as well as, another name that, we haven't really looked at NVIDIA today either, but I'm trying to type in Tesla. Oh, bad. Yeah, well, we looked at it earlier. Remember, it was only down 1%, and then we were kind of saying how much, what's his name was down there, AMD.
Yeah, it's not so bad.
Tesla's only down 2%, so it's trying to hold out. Wow, 300 again. Clean bounce there, it looks like, off of 301. We get as low as 301 there for Tesla, so maybe a look over there. 50 cents in, we did get our 75 fill there, so that was a good one right at that top. Now you're pulling back on Google. Maybe this winds up losing the bid at some point here. GOOGL now on day 4 or 5 of their earnings report. Market down, Google trying to stay positive, so we're trying to roll with that positivity now in Google, but moments to come here. We'll have to give it a couple breaths. I was actually going to, now that I have less of this, was going to give this down here to like 325. If we break 325, I think we should be able to get out of Google. Okay, so we won't average it back yet. We'll wait for 326, but good take there on the upside of Google, but now it's falling back in. So yeah, protect your neck on the longs, that's for sure. Make sure you take some profit where profit lies, because right now it doesn't seem to be plentiful on the long side anyways. What do you got? Silver? Silver might be good.
I mean, the only thing, there's not a lot that was setting up after getting out of PLTR. This kind of a reversal, it's not obvious to take shorts into VWAP because of how far you've fallen if you get a V shape. But SLV, that's relative strength if I've ever seen it. And it doesn't really matter why, but it gets into the volume weighted average price. Okay, we'll hit enter twice on it. Oh, you get some orders out. If we get to the pre-market high, that's at 51.95. So if you're above VWAP right now, and it's not dipping into the volume weighted average price, you're breaking out and trending up and holding the volume weighted average price while the market is doing what it's doing, which again, I'm going to show you the SPY here. This is under VWAP and lower. You got the Qs doing the same thing. So just looking for some relative strength, because it can't be the bottom, that bottom play, trying to bottom pick something seems like it's already happened. It's happened in Palantir. The chance to have done that in Intel has come and gone. That's now $84.50 on Intel.
84.5?
7.5% down on Intel. I want to thank Howard. So Howard was mentioning, I had you up there. Howard the Usher, and you've now put it up there again. But I'm on the wrong page, so I'm just going to do it this way. I didn't see any confirmation from Adair on this. That's why we try to be pretty careful about like what we say is the news. But if you're saying the story on Palantir, they are liars and their software doesn't do what they say it does, according to National Health Service. So I see you. Just keep in mind, like, we appreciate the messages, the super chats, all that stuff. But when it comes to a news story, we're going to always make sure that we get the goods, make sure we can see it reported in multiple places. So when Adair feels comfortable reporting something as an official story, you just got to be really careful with.
I'm not comfortable reporting it yet. I will.
Exactly.
I just want to let you guys know I'm looking into it. And I mean, the National Health Services have actually, they've been using Palantir. That's been a thing. There's an article going back from, I guess this would be a month old now, literally almost exactly a month old, June 29th, saying that on Palantir, apparently NHS England, quote, admits data don't prove, grammar I guess is different for data, plural, contentious software benefits health service. So again, this is I think part of a larger push though, that I guess certain members of parliament want the Labour Party to ditch Palantir software contract with the NHS. So I think keep in mind the political elements here. I think there's a lot of that more than actual evidence. And if that is the story, which sounds more or less like what was said there, that is a month old. If I get anything new, I'll keep you posted, but I haven't seen anything on it. And when I look it up again, I don't see anything other than the stuff that's like a month old.
And there you go. And like that's sort of the idea. The important thing is like Palantir's down 9 points. It was down over 10%. So when you see that fall, we're all going to want to search for an answer for it. But if we're not seeing something which is firm, if it's rumors, we'll say specifically that it might be a rumor. Like we're already heading right back into the downside. Like it's just as quick as we were seeing bounces. Like I just showed you. Oh, let's get on the offer and take a fill halfway to the top. Look at all of the effort it is to bounce off VWAP right back on a single candle. Yeah, we're not going to fight this. If this loses, it's a pre-market low at about 51, 52, which is just under VWAP. We lose that, and I'm jumping out of that sucker for sure. And then I look over and said, it's not an automatic to just short at the volume-weighted average price on some of these hefty bounces. I'm not even sure, unless you sat there in front of it, whether you were getting SPCE. It just dropped 2% in a single candle off of the volume-weighted average price. So, so far it has been, well, oddly enough, it's been a short and a long for me that's worked. I want to say it's only been shorts. And remember, I did keystroke out and reverse long at SMCI. So that's like that'll be the bane of the existence because that was the short right there. And it does look like it's headed lower for sure. So the market looking so weak. Palantir, I am definitely not taking a reload. I think the shot off the long worked. If it gets to the same price, I wouldn't look there. Any reload has to be something holding an upward trend before it gets to VWAP. So we're in silver now. Definitely want to still look at that Intel if it can maybe. Nope, not double bottoming at all. Intel another fresh low. The bottom's not in yet on Intel, that's for sure.
No, I was looking at 70s there
70s.
as a possible bid.
80 even maybe.
That's why you got to get out when these moves happen and not hold the bag, but it's tough because I don't think anybody saw Intel down 50%. All right, so Google we've only made 2 trades today. Apple long, Google long, both have done quite well here. But again, we're waiting. I'm still waiting. Like we keep on getting out at VWAP here, which is rate. I'm going to get another piece here at 08 if we can. There. Oh, did we get it? No, we didn't. I don't think. There it is. Now we get 08s. And now we'll just try to let this thing go. I'm waiting in the 50s here. Actually, I'm waiting at 60, 327.60, just to sort of where we've gotten out before. And then if we can, that's sort of this top. Remember, we were lucky enough to sort of get that the first time. And now we even have a better price. I don't know, man. It's not that violent here, Google, so I'm not super worried about it. But I am looking at this NASDAQ and its continuous move lower right there right now and wondering, how low do we actually want to hold this name against us? Or is it, worthy of a reload at some kind of level? So maybe 326.50, a break there. I was going to wait lower on Google, but I think right now we'll just go 326.39s. All right, it's been working. I'm happy with it, but at the same time, I'm going to offer some 94s. We just got it there. I'm not convinced that the market doesn't even want to go lower now. And so let's just, hold out. We'll stop out for this one. We're in the money now, 40 cents. We just took it, and our stop is 25 cents. So hopefully the math will math on this one and it will work out. I'm just trying to come through like some of the names there. We will have the market overview, but I'm going to look real quick just so we're not all in crazy panic mode. The ES is down 0.3 right now, so it's not that bad. All of the problem is here in the NASDAQ. So if we have a quick little look right now, you're going to look at E-Technology over here. I mean, it's Micron down 12%. Wow. Intel down 9%. Look at Neil loves Dell. Not loves it as compared to SMCI because you had the good short in SMCI.
It's always compared to SMCI.
Yeah, but look.
I don't actually even own Dell.
But Dell is much worse than SMCI today, I think. 15%? Right there for Dell. I mean, when's the last time we saw something like, what's up, Adara?
I was going to make a joke about President Trump and
what
say,
is Dell
in the great words of, Donald Trump, go and buy a Dell.
Yeah, I was going to say, go out and buy a Dell maybe today. Yeah, that's just broken below a key level on Dell. We'll have a look on that one.
Emotional damage.
Yeah, man. Go Google, by the way. Yeah, big time emotional damage today. Seagate down. WDC, all the memory names. Oh, yeah, part of the problem. Corning getting cornholed right now. That is down 115, down 20% right now. Good game, cornhole. Boeing up 4%. That's so, again, like if you don't look right, look left today, I think is the right kind of a play there. Apple, what are you saying, my guy? Right there, dollar clubbing on Google right now, long. But yeah, look over here. This is what I mean. Don't look left, look right. Big time profits on this side, right? These are the three names that I own over here. I don't own anything else. So J&J, Eli Lilly, and AbbVie, and then of course the XPI, which is a little different than this category. But yeah, Merck was a good one, 3%. There's J&J off a settlement we like a lot.
Hey, even Pfizer's up.
Yeah,
I was only dogging Pfizer because all of the other names are better. Mm-hmm. All of them are better. Well.
Yeah, I mean, here's, we can go back. I mean, here's Pfizer right here. Where is Pfizer? Oh, there it is, 4% up. Yeah, Intuitive Surgical. I like Intuitive Surgical. Oh, I actually do own some Pfizer, so I shouldn't say I don't own anything. And then the other, what I was looking at was here, weakness in producer manufacturing again. Caterpillar getting crushed, down 5%. I actually got to buy that in my own account. I don't own that one yet. We did buy some Johnson & Johnson, but we did make this one of our picks, Caterpillar. Yeah, Lamb down 12, AMAT down 11, Lamb down 11, AMAT down 9, continue to go. We don't have ASML in here, but that one was bleeding as well to the downside. Tesla, the Mag 7 we don't like. And Coke and Warren Buffett and everybody is like, man, we sitting on cash and we sitting on some Coke because right now that's up 7% right there. Shout out to Monster. I would shout out to Dara, but then she's going to tell me she doesn't drink Monster anymore. So I know. That's why I already know this. I know the story. There goes Monster right there. So that's up 4% as well. But yeah, the stock heat map looking real bad left and real good right. That's for sure. So there's that fill that we just got. That's why we were celebrating a little bit there on Google. Good, great day today. 2 longs. Like I'm up. We've hit some levels there, and it's just on the longs. And it's just amazing sometimes what you can find.
Go figure, because this is the weirdest day. The market is down 2%. I came in with every single idea was a short. Sean's 2 best trades are long. My best trade was a long. It's complete happenstance. Yeah, it is kind of.
Well, I did have Google. I mean, I had Google
for myself.
Long. Yeah. No,
for myself, it came down to. I thought I was going to take Corning on a reversion because it was down 10%. It ended up being Palantir down 10%, which, by the way, it's about to be down 10% again because why not? That's the way it looks like. By the way, SLV. The second we get underneath VWAP. Yeah, those that don't trade with stops, yeah, how about that? Look at the reversal. The second this loses VWAP, the way things are falling when they lose the bid, it's just a matter of finding what is going to be next to even try to short some pops in. We're going to go back up to Adara, find some lower highs in here for the next setups, and maybe look at some of the small cappers because it's time for the small cap recap.
I don't know about energy drinks, but let's talk about some monstrous small caps here, starting with ONFO on Folio Holdings. Apparently, as of this morning, they're exploring acquisitions and asset sales strategy. That's what's happening here for ONFO. OnFolio here does have a $1.12 million market cap and a float of 4.65 million shares. DFNS defends, or T3 Defense, sorry, as you guys can tell, this name halted at least once or twice this morning. DFNS, as far as I can tell, no news on this, was on watch yesterday as well. They did execute a 1 for 125 reverse split as of last week. So pretty notable reverse split for DFNS. As far as the float goes, $28.6 million market cap, 700,000 share float. So sub-million share float and a 15% short float. Last but not least, EGG Enigmatic. This name focused this morning with a $181 million market cap, 8.2 million share float. Back to you.
100 here or there.
I can't
Thank
remember.
you very much there, Adara. Egg is open.
Okay. Oh yeah.
Never mind.
It's closed.
Never mind.
It halted and
It halted, reopened, halted down 560 with a 560. By the way, the tap on any .am name, we actually will not get a proper theoretical auction price. It'll always just say the close price. So this one, to said downside, unfortunately, for everybody. I hate to say this, but SpaceX, actually I don't hate to say this. SpaceX is now strong.
Oh shoot! It's at 110.
It's at 110, but this is distinctly different. Something happened here. Like, obviously, nothing really happened in the market on this 3-minute candle, but look at this pullback candle. That is a monster reversal candle. If you're on the stock, I know what I can already hear Adam Looms saying to me, this is an obvious long, because you get this reversal candle and then it completely engulfs. You're now long after that, but I wasn't really looking at SpaceX in that particular moment. We were looking again at Palantir, SLV, IBIT, and SMCI. Even IBIT's putting in higher lows. So it feels like we've made a little bit of a turn here. If you start holding these higher lows, the other thing I like about IBIT, I was bearish on it before, I'm going to be looking at another long. When the market put in lows, it was putting in a higher low. That's the kind of relative strength I'd like to see. That way you're looking for a long breakout here, or just a hold of, if it establishes a trend line, one or the other, and then go into this one to the long side. Yeah, let us know what else you guys are watching. I'm going to get rid of that poll at some point, but I wanted to make sure we got up the visualizer for you guys. I have it somewhere in here. It's still DFNS, which is leading the way, which is wild to me. Palantir, the 10% down, that makes a ton of sense. It's catching up. SpaceX every single day. NVIDIA, Tesla, Micron, Robinhood. Why is Robinhood number 6 and 6% down? I know there was an outage with Robinhood. Oh, that's why, because they had an outage this morning, so people couldn't use the platform. It's not really much of a story. Salesforce up 4.5%.
No, because I thought it was only down for like 5 minutes. The guys in our chat were complaining about it.
But I think that's the only reason why it made
Bitcoin's
the
down
visualizer.
63. Oh yeah.
Yeah. I think that's the reason.
Well, plus, I mean, Robinhood, they're not reporting for a while, right? I mean,
No, they're not reporting for a while.
They're tomorrow after
They're reporting
the bell.
tomorrow after the bell. Wednesday, July the 29th, tomorrow. Conference call scheduled at 5, so wrong about that one.
SK Hynix is...
Yeah, that they were getting smoked earlier for sure. But yeah, Robinhood tomorrow. So there we go. A little surprise there. And SoFi tomorrow. I assume that they're going to get hit downside as well, down 3%.
So bad it's good.
So yeah, maybe tomorrow will be okay for everybody. We hope so, that's for sure. But yeah, we just rang a couple more Reggies up here at 328 on Google. Like we talked about trying to trade our plan, and it's been good so far. All right, what's LITC? That's halting as well. That's nothing. Okay, the other one that we looked at today was DFNS. So that's now $29. Wow, that one gets as high as, and again, whoever's trading that one got definitely some money there as we go bang, 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 because DFNS right now just ripped up to $36 and now it's starting to pull back in, but basing out quite nice here. Watch out for maybe 28 or so on this name, not sure, but yeah, not great so far for DFS if you're caught up here, but yeah, great day for them, up 117%. FIRY, shout out to Mike P. DeRider was looking at this one earlier, and a nice bounce off of your 200 period moving average there as well for FIRY, so not a bad look on that. Oh, what I wanted to do before was just take a look. I mean, Neil just ran through some names, and so did I in the past as well, but if we look over here, these are all the names that I look at, and it's pretty nasty, right? If you just sort it from here, there's Boeing, Netflix still catching a bid, up 4% right now. Still, you know, holding one. That's nice so far there. Here's our watch list again. Let's have a quick look. That's Netflix, Shopify. There's Walmart. Walmart, great bottom pick there at 108 again. Man, so that's a big one there. 108 for Walmart, now 116. J&J, just Shopify. Interesting to see Shopify there, I guess on PayPal maybe. DraftKings. And as we look down, the only two mega names, Google and Apple, positive. That's it, right? Meta's there too. JP Morgan, $1 trillion name, it's chilling out there as well. But if you go down to the downside of the list there, Micron, 10%, Marvell, 10%, DRAM, 10%, AMD, 10%. What's up, iRen? I running to the bathroom to get rid of this one. I ran downside there as well, flush that, down 10%. That name can't get out of its own way. Palantir, you mentioned already, that's down 10%. SK Hynix, ARM down 8%. Intel down 8%. SMC, like, blah. It's just going, man. I'm tired of all talking like this. Cerebras down 7%. SMR down 8%. Oh boy, man. I mean, I get why today is probably one of the worst days we've seen in a hell of a long time. It's not good, man. That's
You know
why
what, though?
got to stay specific to the names.
Remember, you had yesterday
Nasty.
couple of people, not a couple, we had a lot of people talking about how Figma was making a nice bounce. There's a green stock for you.
Okay.
You know, like sometimes it's about like where is some relative strength. Like we're just looking for Bitcoin can't even hold VWAP right now. I don't know. Looking at this, I said I was looking for some things that were not making fresh lows when the market was making fresh lows, that put in higher lows that are above VWAP. Well, all of a sudden Figma fits that bill. And like this is the kind of thing where when they start taking out the names that have been trending higher, or some of the names that have been a little bit better, you look at these bottom feeders that are catching off the bids. A lot of these software companies are looking relatively strong. So VWAP on Figma looks pretty good. I was really hoping that IBIT would hold on to VWAP here. It's not. Look, it's got the nice higher low, but we didn't break out that 35.8. About 63.25 over there on Bitcoin. Would need to go maybe a little bit higher than that. So still waiting for this breakout here on IBIT. I feel like that's going to be the next play. Intel, let's double check, probably still 9%, 8.5% down. Like it's got a pretty good trend all morning long, trend forming. Yikes, that daily chart. No green candles on the 15-minute. So probably want to see some kind of a bottom tail maybe on the 15. On the 15, it gave you nothing for that low. Like yeah, the only way you're buying this would be buying that pullback in here yesterday, because chasing that 15-minute candle is impossible. Looking for something a little tighter, like that bottoming tail, and then if it can hold on here, close above 84 in the next 15 minutes, maybe if you can grab something underneath 85, there's plenty of room to run. So just pulling up the higher time frame to be sure on Intel the way that's going. So IBIT, 35.80 break, Figma, VWAP, those are the two I have on watch for myself. And by the way, DFNS.
Yeah.
Yeah, you gonna?
No, we talked about it already. Is that $28 or whatever?
No, back under 30.
Back, yeah, 28. Yeah, back to 30. Just quickly, man, we are $1.20 right now in the money. So we'll do this on Google. We took some out there at 328. Next spot 328.50. But this means new position. We're in SpaceX now, 110.50. Let's see what winds up happening here on SpaceX. Just trying to play off that high, man. I mean, if we break, we initially wrote down 112 was an area to look at. So, you know, we'll stop out 111.50. We'll see about this 111 high right there if it does come in. But right now, very, very small position, man. A fifth of a unit. So I don't even want to mess around with SpaceX. If we're going to be wrong on it, we'll be wrong, but we will get a little bit more. We'll see if we can get up to half a unit if it does get to 111. But we're still here trying, so we'll see what happens here with SpaceX. It looks like it's got some juice underneath it right now. All right, there, it's 10:30. We'll throw it back over there.
Keep an eye on PayPal. PYPL, as we know, they reported earnings this morning. You actually had some comments here from CEO Enrique Lores on reports of an acquisition potentially by Stripe and Advent. He said at that point that they weren't going to comment. Now CNBC reporting that, quote, no M&A appears imminent for PayPal. So we already heard from PayPal CEO they weren't going to comment on any potential M&A. CNBC saying that they don't think any M&A is going to be happening for PayPal. So if you were looking for that PayPal acquisition from Stripe and Advent that was reported recently, sounds like, according to CNBC, not likely happening right away. Back to you.
Not likely happening right away.
Not like...
So, like Jim Carrey said, so you're saying there's a chance.
Yeah, I guess that's right. There's a chance that we get stopped out of SpaceX right here, by the way. It just kept on going through 111, 111.50 is going to be the stop zone, and it almost stopped us out right there. We're short at 110.80. So it's not that big of a deal, but still will be our first L of the day on a stop out there of SpaceX as it's getting real excited. Back to the upside there, SPCX. You know, could have found a bottom. Not going to say it didn't, but every day we always think that maybe there's a bottom forming for SpaceX, and the very next day it seems to violate that. But we're going to be patient with it to the point of 20 more cents only. So if this breaks now above 111.50, we'll get out. We'll slap the fail on it. And yeah, we'll just wash our hands clean. Again, it's not really at any key levels here for me. So this was just more of a play against momentum, and it looks like the momentum continues here on SpaceX. Like there it goes, 107 bottom up to 115, you know, so that's big, and it's almost in a straight line there. So yeah, maybe we just got stopped out near the top, but we initially wrote down 112. So let's let this thing settle just a bit here. SpaceX up to 111.50, surprisingly for sure. All right, that's a loss, by the way. Rocket Labs.
Chain Reactor, Rocket Valley. Well, if we play this game, Chain Reactor, we'd be here all day just talking about everything that is down over 50%. Like Rocket Labs, ASTS. We could talk about quantum names if you really wanted to. We can go every single chip name just about out there. SanDisk, 60%, I believe, off of the highs, something like that. You know what? And now that I'd probably pull it up, and SanDisk is more than 60% because I looked at it this morning. But on that PayPal note,
Why did I get short?
nothing to do with what Adara just reported or the whole like Jim Carrey joke from Dumb and Dumber, but you are holding on to, why did that trend line move?
Apple.
There we go. So go from about 8.18. That's a dark pool dump, right? But like forget about that. I'm really looking at the open here. So from the open and then hold on to this at VWAP. I'm going to take the bounce play. This has been trending up. I know this morning what I said with regards to PayPal was I really preferred the day one off that 60.5 offer, like to buy dips in front of that low. Obviously, if it gets back down, there's something distinct has changed, and this trend is broken. But I'll play it in front of VWAP and take our chances there. IBIT doesn't seem to want to go at all. So stop is underneath the prior bar. We'll see if it's got a little bit more juice into it. I am having a secondary look at some of the short opportunities, but if we don't get to VWAP on SMCI or Intel, I'm not really seeing any of those as potential reloads. Medical Meatball says Michael Burry holds PayPal. I didn't know that.
Okay. Medical. Oh, he does? Okay.
And we know we've been talking about he likes the betting names. So he's been big on Flutter
and all that stuff.
And DraftKings.
DraftKings, yeah. Yeah, good look there. I mean, I definitely think that those markets are ones to be looked out for. So I just punched more short at 111 there, but we did get a good. So my average price right now is going to be 20. It's not good. It's because we cleared some out on that bid at 111 there. So we actually, I don't know.
Don't hide the book.
111.66 is where we initially went short, covered there at 111, but then punched more short. So right now the average price is not great on SpaceX, 111.20. Definitely need that a little bit higher. We got to let it settle. I had written down initially 112 short there for SpaceX. Today, Randy, everything is just bleeding to the downside. Our Tesla, you know what? We haven't looked at Rivian yet, so we can do that with Randy here. But there's Tesla on the daily chart, Randy. I don't know if you've seen this.
Not much to see.
Whoa! It is just, they did not like the earnings. They came out last week, Wednesday. And right back in here, we're right back to where we were. Look, if you just went to sleep for a year, you're fine because it's still in that spot. But yeah, not a great look there for Tesla, all the way back to where we were last August there, Randy. So that's downside. And
if you go to sleep for a year, you got other issues.
Yeah, just to have a look here. Rivian also $16, and that's, getting hit a little bit recently, but not. Yeah, not like it's. No, I think it's still above. I don't have view up on the daily chart, but you're right at the 200 period moving average, which is a little bit better for that. So yeah, maybe something into here, 14 or $15. Yeah, Randy's saying he likes this dip zone around $14 there. So we'll have a look at Rivian if and when that comes through. Still riding Google, man. Good dip buys there. And then we recently just got a little more SpaceX. I'm surprised. I'm sitting at 112. Okay, well, we didn't get it, but we are sitting there. So if it does come back up to 112, we'll get a little bit more shares on SpaceX as that name's trying to fly upside. Randy, you like SpaceX or not really? No.
Okay,
so
that's a no.
No for Randy on SPCX, but it's a no for me as well at these levels, but I am in it, so what are we supposed to do about it? Too bad we didn't get that 112, but we'll wait to see what one.
80s, baby.
Yeah, $80 might be the call. It's August 4th, right? So August 4th to be exact is next Tuesday. Yeah. So a week today.
And then the lockup.
We'll find out. Yeah, and then August 6th, everything gets unlocked. 7% or so of the float gets another unlocking there on August the 6th. So.
I don't think I think a lot of people are waiting for that lockup. And then if it doesn't dump on the lockup day, like that could be, if it doesn't dump at the open on lockup day
Yeah.
for SpaceX, you really got to feel that'll be an interesting. Like, I'm not going to come into that day thinking short. Like, I'll be thinking if the first thing it does is, if it traps shorts in the morning and trends down and the first thing it does is break resistance, maybe just like a quick punch long. But we did get, IBIT finally broke 35.8. So this is it breaking through. It didn't really do much with it, but above the volume weighted average price now. So there's the prior bar, there's the stop underneath. That's a relatively tight stop, but we've been trending now most of the day. So I want to make sure, whoops. And of course I just keystroked and punched out flat. Why did that trigger there?
Stupid IBIT.
Yeah, okay, let's put that better. All right, so back in, now we just paid some fees. PayPal did just tag a little bit higher. I'm gonna keep reloading this in front of the volume weighted average price. Scalp to the high, reloads as long as it holds on to VWAP. And then for the shorts, like Intel's getting close. It's about $1-ish away from the volume weighted average price, so that could be something if it does get there. And then the other one is SMCI. It is at VWAP, C27.8, so that just tagged the volume weighted average price. Well, this time we'll get into it and try to make the attempt not to accidentally reverse long when bidding out of the first tranche of the stock. So look how quickly these drop.
Oh, no.
It gets crazy. It's how fast this thing, we just hit VWAP. We're like, okay, well, now we'll try to sit here and get some shares short, and then we're immediately dropping through and falling down. So I'm just going to chase a little bit here. We have some super chats to get to as well. So I want to throw those up if we can. Andre, if you can throw up I thought 2, but we'll double check. It was Film World. Hey, what movies have you watched recently?
What's a Film World? What's a Film World?
Disclosure Day is the last thing I saw. It sucked. What do you think of Apple short swing till 290? Like shorts on Apple. Well, I guess the whole story is every time we get to like a trillion mark, 1, 2, 3, 4, in this case 5, temporary top, I suppose. But I'm not Michael Noss. Like I haven't researched like what happens outside of like the day that it gets there and probably makes a temporary top that day. Whether or not it really ends up with a pullback, I think when you're shorting things because they're strong and have hit an all-time high, historically I can't imagine that's the best notion. Usually you want to be buying strength. For myself, and again, remember you got earnings as well. So to do before earnings, I don't like anything for like a swing going into earnings. So I feel like you're gambling on the earnings play. So you better just structure something in that regard. Yeah, and that's easy peasy. I guess we had 3 super chats then. Thankful, TTVL Discipline, all cash, 4 p.m. Apple Rev
Reverse,
as well.
Maybe?
Apple Reverse?
Maybe.
Not sure.
I mean, Apple's battling back a little.
Yeah, maybe you mean reverse by that. They're easy peasy. We're going to go up to Adara. Did get it, just left the order in and got picked up on SMCI. Probably the most obvious stop. It's showing you where the top is every single time, just above the 80s. Let's go to Adara. It's already 10:40. Money talks time already.
Wow.
So you wouldn't necessarily know it if you just looked at the future, specifically the NASDAQ, but you do have a lot of strength in a lot of areas of this market. Health tech, green across the board here with Eli Lilly and J&J, the two largest names in the sector, both up 2.5%. Consumer services strong. Utilities generally pretty strong here. You do have some pullback in the likes of CEG and Vistra. So some of those energy data center related plays are trading a little bit lower here. Process industry strong, energy minerals strong, consumer non-durables very strong here. You've got Coca-Cola up 7% on earnings day one, Philip Morris up 6%. Transportation, some strength with the exception of UPS down on earnings day one. Distribution strong, and retail trade with the exception of Amazon, the Mag 7 in the sector. They're generally doing pretty well. Another name that's red in retail trade though is Carvana. They're reporting after the bell tomorrow. Let's talk about what's weak. Electronic tech, once again here, the pullback in these semiconductor names continues. You've got Intel down 7%, Micron down 10% almost here at this point. KLAC down 7%, SanDisk 14%, Seagate 12% to the downside ahead of their earnings tonight after the bell. So not a great look here. Tech services is pretty interesting because you do have some strength in some of these names that got beaten up during SaaSmageddon earlier this year. ServiceNow, Adobe, Accenture, CRM, Microsoft, Netflix. But then you've got weakness in Palantir down nearly 10% in the day. Oracle down about 3% and change. Datadog down about 3.5%. So still some software weakness, though. A lot of the names that got hit really hard earlier this year trying to rebound right now. Back to you.
$84 there on Intel.
Murderer's row
Range.
of capitulation today.
I think that's a good one there. And I mean, it's tough to buy the bottom, so I don't know if anybody is sitting in there, and just try to find names that you like.
Yeah.
You know, we mentioned that NVIDIA down there at 194 might have been a good one. Now it's at 196.
It feels
so that's
different.
You know,
most times the market's doing this, I'm usually like, oh, there's something to dip by. But if I'm being real, like I haven't bought any. Like it hasn't been tech lately. Like, the last 2 buys have been AbbVie and General Electric. Sorry, not well, GE Aerospace. You're not supposed to call it General Electric anymore. I still call it General Electric because I'm old. But when we're down this much, it's like I gotta find. It has to be a tech. I had to buy some tech name at lunchtime today. It's too much. It's been an absolute watershed to the downside. But you are getting bounces. So the Nasdaq's at VWAP. Nvidia's about to go green. So look, do a job, Nvidia. Like this is what you do. I say this to someone makes a mistake on the diamond. Like yesterday, we had like, one of our players, usually pretty reliable, kind of lets one through the legs at third base, and our left fielder was sprinting to the ball, makes a great play to pick it up and hold the runner from scoring. And I'm like, that's how you pick it up. Market's dying, someone's got to pick up the slack and someone's got to catch that bid. So hopefully NVIDIA is going to do it and close green. Apologies in advance for the fact that I probably have now jinxed the move, and this will be the high on NVIDIA at 196. But NVIDIA is doing a great job here. This is what you want to see. You want to see at least a couple of the biggest names show a little bit of strength. We'll probably stop at SMCI if that happens, but iBit's holding VWAP, PayPal's bouncing as well. We had a couple more super chats to get to. I know we missed at least 2. There's no name on that super chat. Thank you to. Oh, it's too long is the name.
Okay, we got.
Okay, we're gonna shout them out, so I'm gonna find it if I can. It is. Oh wow.
Applied.
Anil. It's Anil. That's right. That is about 20 something characters at least. So thank you for the super chat, Anil. Thank you. Why have the name so long, man? You know we can't. Applied Digital, thoughts on that one after the earnings yesterday. Anybody that, if you were not bleeding and making fresh lows in this route today, that's a fantastic sign. Because as everything is bleeding, you're holding the low, just showing you buy support. Now the buy support is barely holding on and still making lower highs, so it's still a little bit of a flat bottom breakish going on. And then again, the chart doesn't look fantastic, but it does say something that this 26, which was the bottoming tail before, is holding. So you get the old 3-day rule, you hold this level, then it maintains the trend break. Just watch out. Downward sloping 200 period moving average. We're going to have Brian Shannon on this afternoon, and he's awakened me to the notion of when you get things bouncing that have downward or flat sloping 200 period moving averages, how far you expect it to go. The ones of the uptrend, give them more room to go. The ones in a downtrend, have an idea where you want to take profit. Because in a downtrend, downtrends reach the lows again. And this is still in a downward trend. But I like that bid that it's finding right now on APLD.
So we'll be in the money here on Google about $1.80 right now as it's near the highs, and then we're looking. Unfortunately, it looks like we're going to get stopped out here. I mean, we liked 112 on SpaceX. That's basically where I'm at. We've gotten some out here, but it looks like it's going to overtake 113 now. It's funny. I was just bidding 112.15. It went as low as 18s, and we're trying to get out of some of this, but looks like here it goes, going to run 113 right now, and we'll stop out. We'll have a couple negative trades. There it goes on the short side for SpaceX today. Yeah, I mean, we talked about Dell earlier, and I mean, Dell was just like really surprising there. I don't know if there was a story here or this is just like a name just getting hit. Again, good. We like Dell, but why is it all the way back down to where we were back in May? I think that if you're going to, trade a name, I know President Trump's been talking about Dell for a while and should be probably bought up down 15%, like as if this was an earnings call or something here today for Dell. I'm not even yesterday.
Nothing on Dell, actually positive analyst notes, so that's weird.
Yeah, so I think that this is a good look there on Dell, and I think it probably needs to be bought up. I mean, looking to pick up some sort of tech name if you are. Neil mentioned that. Dell down here at 370, you could probably find worse names for Dell. So my opinion is I think it's a buy. We can look over here at Dell. Their numbers are definitely inflated a little bit. PE of 23, that's forward, current PE of 34. And if we go over here and we try to find out when their next earnings call is, we'll see right into there the 27th of August. So we're a little late on that. You got some work to do before we come back through. But look at their revenue growth, right? 87% last quarter. So yeah, it definitely seems to be working, Dell. But yeah, working which way? Today, downside. I like the stock. You asked about it, and I want to thank you for that. Looks like it's a good one. But right now, man, it is $2 now in the money. Let's take another piece out here on Google. You can always find winners if you look hard enough. Google today, Apple today, two good ones. SpaceX, negatory on a good short today. SpaceX really, look at this last half hour, or last hour almost for SpaceX. 107 up to 114, giving it all back and going green right now. SpaceX right back into yesterday's levels of 114 again. Wow. What got underneath SPCX? I mean, that was
the market too.
Quite the bid. Yeah, but I mean, this is a 5-minute chart on SpaceX. It's
never mind. I didn't
straight like that. So there's a lot of fire underneath this one. So congrats there. KVAC, a recent halter. Just a quick look. There might be something here. DFNS, we were saying it was holding 28 pretty good. Looks like it did that. Now we're hovering around 30. Just reopened not too long ago. DFNS at 1043. That one's trying to go. And wow, man, I really... Look, I'm happy as with Google. Google almost now up as much as Apple, but SpaceX, we've given that back. Like, that's short. Good thing we just kept on getting out of it. We just stopped out at 113 2 seconds ago. Now you're at 114.50. SpaceX going hard right now to the upside, guys. So yeah, congrats on SpaceX trading there for anybody that's in that one. All right, we'll see if it settles down when we get back from Madeira and Money Talks at 10:50.
Here is the US dollar. It's actually pulling back here. So it's interesting, as we mentioned, we had 3 straight green days consecutively in a row here for the US dollar, but we had lower highs in each of those days. Now we get our first red day after that 3-day green streak, and we actually make a higher high. So kind of a weird look here for the US dollar. Still looks like it's curling, though, to test that high that we made back on Wednesday, June 24th, around 101.75. Let's talk about the rates, because that's really what we want to talk about here, what's going to happen tomorrow. As we've mentioned, economic data this week, pretty lackluster, up and until this FOMC decision, which comes tomorrow at 2 p.m. After that, of course, on Thursday morning, you get PCE and GDP, and then Friday morning, University of Michigan consumer sentiment. So all the economic data is really backloaded here into the second half of the week. That being said, right now, 70% of participants expecting rates will be held at tomorrow's meeting. 30% expecting a hike. Now, if you look forward to probabilities, we're still seeing what we've been seeing for the last couple of days, which is after this hold in July, we're likely going to get a hike in September, followed by another hike in December. So 2 hikes for the rest of the year, and the year at that 400 to 425 place. Now, what's interesting too is we're seeing a lot of analysts now weigh in on the chances of a hike. Starting, I believe, yesterday, I saw some analysts saying they think we're going to get a surprise hike potentially, though again, that's certainly not being priced in right now. You have other analysts like those from B of A saying no hike, they're going to hold. Some people saying it'll be a hawkish hold, so you hold rates, but you get more hawkish guidance. It'll also be interesting too to see if we get a return of any dissent in the Fed. Now, we know after that 8-4 dissenting vote in April, you actually got a 12-0 vote. So that's our first dissent, or first vote without dissents in almost a year. That's what we got at the last meeting. Given all these tensions, we'll have to see if dissent returns or if the Fed continues to vote in unison as they did at the first meeting under Warsh back in June. Back to you.
Thank you very much there,
yeah,
Dara. All right, yeah, position more, we just went a little bit off for a second. We just pulled, okay, we're pulling back into VWAP on PayPal, so that's the first one. If we get a dip, you know what? Let's wait a little bit closer to the volume weighted average price if we can, and try to grab that one on a dip. Bitcoin, like the market's actually blasting. Bitcoin off of VWAP as well as it continuing to go. But look at this, like the SPY is green. The NASDAQ, whether or not the NASDAQ gets green, I'm a little bit skeptical of that, but look at the nice V-shaped recovery that you're finding. Remember Palantir, how bad that was over in Palantir? That's back at 121. It's putting some higher lows. It's still underneath VWAP, by the way, on Palantir. And then Intel, that's the one, as we get to 11 o'clock, Intel is busting through VWAP on trend. So there was just never any reason to have Like, it didn't really hold, no topping tail, no reversal on this sucker. But yesterday's low on Intel, $87. So it can get to this 87. That can be a potential reversion play if it doesn't break the high. The market seems like it's on one here. Yeah, I just saw volatility dropping there from S.A. Walker. I mean, obviously with these V-shapes, complete insanity for these bounces. But you got to put things into perspective. A lot of these names are still down very heavily. You're down 6% on Intel, despite the fact we just went $3 in the last 40 minutes.
Yeah, I mean, like you mentioned, some capitulated bottoms potentially. Look, man, we're huge in the money on Google, but it's SpaceX that we're struggling with. Google's 250 in the money. Apple's been a good trade today. Google trying to take out 330 again as that goes. Look, I just remember that day where SpaceX went real hard and then stopped and completely reversed. Here's a 15-minute chart. It was right here when we went to 120. It was right into there, 130, and then ended the day back down $8, basically where we started. So I don't know if that's happening now or not, but like that's reminiscent of what we had seen. And I'm short right now at 115, trying to get this to come back. I mean, I'm not trying anything. I'm just holding out hope that this does come back in. We're slightly in the money. You know, we need this to come back into like 113 if we're going to make anything back here. So I'm not that matters, but this is the area where I thought we would have stopped in the first place, and we didn't. So maybe a retracement back in gets us where we need to go for SpaceX now. So I feel like the machines were turned on. I just showed you guys a 5-minute chart and how much it was just ripping uncontrollably there. So we do get a nice little fill up there at 115.75 or so, giving us our position. I was waiting at 115.90 to get a little bit more just ahead of 116, but here it comes pushing back in. Let's take advantage of this little move now, get out just a bit, might as well, as we're now 70 cents in the money on this trade. So, you know, making it back piece by piece here on SpaceX. We knew eventually there could be a comeback story here to the downside, and that's what it's doing. So our latest short there, and I don't think we got carried away. I wrote down on the note, and again, we're green on the day. Everything is great. And it's been a good one for sure. But we had written down there SpaceX 112. So when it comes back up wow, now we're really starting to get green on this trade. So let's get a little bit more out here in the 70s. And there it goes, man. We've made back more than half of what we lost already on SpaceX. And we're a little hesitant on the amount of shares there, but we did take a little harder trade in and around that 112, got stopped out there at 113, gave it $1. So we should take about $1 when we're in the money now. So good out there on SpaceX, but still holding a decent amount of it. We still got about 75% of this trade on board. So yeah, it's working out this way, but it wasn't working out on the way back up. That's SPCX. And then 250 now and getting higher. Wow, Google, what a turnaround story that was, man. If I don't have Google today, then we got a little bit of problem. But hey, we do have it, so no problem, and that's good. So yeah, let's just chill out now. We'll wait to see if we do get some love back in on SpaceX to the downside. Stopping around that 116 high, that would be a good area for me to think about stopping out. So we'll see how long we can hold this for.
Yeah, that's crazy. I didn't even notice that second leg or that third leg up.
Why is it going up, right? I don't know.
Well, I get relief rally of all the shorts that are in it, maybe. So just maybe squeezing back up. But I went over and immediately said, okay, well, Rocket Lab, is it going with it? And it's not. So I saw that move, and if it's going to revert, like pick on the weaker name. 62.8 was the initial bounce here off of the open, was back into 62.8. It's about to break trend here at the $0.50. So I want to take a shot at this one. I had to pay for locates, but they are like fraction of a cent here. Shout out to Real Trading. Not free to short Rocket Lab, but I promise you, we're probably cheaper shorts for us than it is for almost anybody out there. So once you confirm this red candle, it's short. I want to give it to the 80 high. So that's the way I'll look at it instead of this high. So there we go. We just kind of confirmed there. So we'll jump in. Stop's already in because I placed my stop before we got in hand. That way we don't have to worry about it. I don't want to chase too far. Give me 30s. I'm sitting here at 31, not 30. All right. I'll step down a little bit into the 20s. But just want to get filled. I actually think this is better than VWAP if it continues to pull back in. By taking the prior, now you're going to make me take the prior bar break.
Always talking ourselves into stuff.
Well, I just put in for a half. This is the problem with Rocket Lab.
Get down.
Like, I'm not chasing it any further than this. Like, once it broke the prior bar, I'm not going to chase it any further than that. And I do have to watch out for PayPal, because PayPal is right at VWAP here. So I'm just quickly going to show you. PayPal into the dip. It dipped off VWAP and got up to 58.3, but it's about to break this consolidation low. I'm going to look for every single dip buy, I think, on PayPal. So 56.5 if it drops even further, and then even like the 54.50 if it were to get that far. Again, not going to chase it just yet, but this market does want to come back in. IBIT's the other one we got, only 2 minutes to go, so I'm just going to go through all of them. IBIT pulled into the pre-market high. It's now back into VWAP. This one still sets up as a reload off of the volume-weighted average price. Still very much in an upward trend here on PayPal for sure. So yeah, let us know what you guys watch. I know we've missed out on a lot of small cappers. So shout out to you guys. You're about to get the treat because Sharif will be over all of those. And he just yelled at me, LGHL.
It just
Lion Group halted to the upside. Dollar break. 160 tap. Habitual line stepper. Very easy to tell you. Like you pull up the daily chart and there's absolutely zero surprise. Look at how bad this is on the daily chart. This is brutal. Reverse splits to the left of them, to the right of them, pump and dumps all over the place. So make sure you get your profit and hold on to it when you can in something like an LGHL. These tend to burn you if you hold on too long, but hey, they're great for momentum day of.
Yeah, no, 1,000% on all of that. DFNS, another runner that we'll look at very soon. And then Sharif's favorite ticker they doesn't know about yet, EGG, is also moving around.
It's very low volume
on Amex. Sharif can just create the volume, on that stock there. Get your protein in a matter of 30 seconds. Okay, so we're ringing registers now, man. We're $2 in the money on Google. We're $2 in the money on SpaceX, and that means that we get, so far, anyways. We'll see if it gets a little lower at that 113 and change to the downside now. We'll see if it can ring some kind of register. I'm bidding 113.05s. Hopefully that can come in, and then we'll wrap it. I want to be out of here. We'll come back and we'll see what SpaceX is trading at. Machines turned on. You know what happens when they turn off, right? We'll see if it comes back into 111 would be pretty sweet. VWAP also a strong possibility. Without anybody in there buying it, we'll see. But I'm going to take out one more piece right now at 40 because it looks like we didn't get our 113. And that's going to go so far so good. But yeah, thanks for watching. It was obviously a fantastic market move today, whether or not you were short or long. I only lost money on the short. So I've only down on SpaceX there today, of course, position pending as we talk about it. Google and Apple, good longs. Neil just reviewed some of his trades as well. Bitcoin, 63.4. I think that might be something to look at there. Rocket Labs is a curse. I can't wait to break even. You may have to, I have no idea what your price is.
It depends on what break even is.
A little longer if you're trying to break even on Rocket Labs. Oh, by the way, Google just, I don't know if there's news on Google, but we are now $3 right now in the money on this one. And no idea, but there goes Google just shooting to the upside, man. We shoot the moon on this one. And by the way, this was 326 that we had written down today on the note. But there goes Google. We're almost at the high spot we've been at all day, but we got to hold out on SpaceX still a bit here. So, all right, thanks to everybody today. Andre, good job there. Fabian as well. We didn't hear from the one and only, but he's coming up very, very soon. Yes. Joe, Sharif, Adara, everybody. All right, Neil, good job today. We'll see everybody. Neil and I will back. Yeah, Sia's back in here right now. We want to say she'll be here on the midday show right there. I never forget Sia. I didn't see her, obviously. So, hi, Sia. It's nice to see you. There, she doesn't start till 11. We got to save some money. So, she's starting at 11. And we will see her very, very soon. We'll see her on the afternoon show as well. Neil and I will be back around that time, 2 p.m. Until then, ciao.
Something smells really good.
No, that doesn't work. Yeah. All right. Boom. Greetings, salutations, beautiful people. Welcome to the midday show. This guy, this dude, right there is your boy Joey Options. I'm Sharif. And we've got a bunch of small cap gappers, a lot of halters this morning, Joey. So I think you're still muted, brother. So Assassino's very upset. Well, I don't know, brother. You're going to have to take it up with him, man.
All right.
Shout out to Bovin. Bovin right from the get-go. Your owner is here. Okay. Yeah, well, that's what it is. See, I don't know.
Who said that?
His name is your owner. He owns us, man. Jay Boogie, El Jefe. Shout out to Hangry. Shout out to Andrew Chow. Fluffy. Get it. Fluffy's back. Slow motion. Angry Rob. Mr. Ian. Who else? We got the 420 Bud Monster KC 520 frickin' 6.
Oh.
Where have you been, woman? Get it, Robe Girl. And Orange Blues as well as in the house. Dave 9567 Showtime. Edward George and Stephanie Seitz. Love to see it. We got Kirk D. We got Urso. Syed Rizvi. Some dude 4383. OG Darth Trader. Shout out to Money Clip Yeah. And Motive 8U Forever. Motive 8U Forever. Sorry, I suck at these ones, man. I can't read the license plates, those coded ones. Sam E777, Durant Gordon, Miami Dragon, HF Lauren, Pug Life, Double 7, DJ Rules, and Medical Meatballs.
Yes. Wow.
Not medical marijuana or marinara or whatever we were reading before.
But you know what we have to do before I get into what we were trading here today?
Are you going to shout out one of the best electric vehicles in the business?
No, actually, I'm actually going to shout out the best niece in the business on my side of things. Today is her 6th birthday. So happy birthday, Tia.
Your niece?
Yeah, my niece. Happy,
bro.
So happy 6th birthday to my wonderful, beautiful niece. So everyone in the chat, tell them, happy birthday. All right, guys, let's see what we got going on here. It's not Tia, it's Tia. It's relatively close. So just remove the S, put the T, and happy birthday, Tia. But anyway,
can you do VinFast?
Yeah. Am I not logged in here?
Remember?
Oh,
you
my.
were,
We,
yeah, right?
Wow, Sharif, now I see what you had going on there the other day, Sharif.
Yeah, you see that, Joey?
Hey, man, it is what it is. Let's see what we got going on. We'll pull it up here. You have to give me a minute. I think Sharif's a little bit more prepared than I am, but that's all right. We'll figure it out.
It's not like I came in much later or anything like that.
Well, hey, man, sometimes you got to trade Tesla when it's not doing anything. All right, guys, VinFast continues to expand beyond vehicle sales. This week, VinFast India partnered with Shriram Finance to support EV financing access. I think you call it Shriram. How do you pronounce it? Shriram? That's where we're going. Well, Green SM launched all-electric ride-hailing in Kazakhstan with VinFast VF6 vehicles. Together, these moves highlight VinFast's broader mobility ecosystem. You can find them under ticker VFS. All right, guys, enough of that. Let's get into what we are trading here today. 5 days in a row to the downside, I thought we would be able to find some form of bounce here in Tesla. So we add into the position with the break of the volume weighted average price. And I told you guys, like, man, there is something not good going on within this company, $300. But anyways, we take the initial stop out, totally fine. Comes back, I'm like, not today. So we just go, boom, we're full size right out of the gate with this position. Have to sit in it for a little bit. Pops up to 715, but at this point I'm like, okay, let's wait for the pre-market high, which would put us around $7.20. But no, flushes right down, and I still had the majority of my size here because I'm like, I want to hold this. But then eventually I was like, you know what, I can't anymore. Try it one more time, and then boom, that was it. And we were just risking the majority of our day here on this, on these little bundle of trades. But other than that, I'm going to be sitting on my hands. There's going to probably be a couple more opportunities in case the NASDAQ does want to recover. But this one worked out really well. But Tesla just can't find its footing here. And I talked about blacklisting it. It definitely has to wait until we can really start to trade this to the long side once again. And as Sean was mentioning not too long ago, 2025, I was dumping this stock around the lows. Well, guess what? Congratulations, Sharif. It's right back at those levels in which I sold it at. Will I be buying it? Probably not. I actually sold some other things.
Buy something else.
Yeah, I actually sold a couple other positions in my long-term account that worked out really well for me. Robinhood, it was time to let that one go. I know earnings after the bell tomorrow. And then also TKO Holdings. So really condensing the portfolio and sitting on a bunch of cash to see if we can find some way or some things that we really like, do some due diligence, and then hold them for the long term. So other than that, guys, let's be patient and wait for some high-quality opportunities.
All right, well, we'll summarize. Joey, LGHL, long at near the high, into 75. We scalped up to 85. It dropped, so I took everything out before my entry because I could see that it was losing trend on the 5-second. Tried to get back in at the volume-weighted average price at around 155. It failed the $0.50. It's zigging, it's zagging. It's at 149 on the bid, 150 on the ask. This one is not setting up, at least for me at the moment, okay? So let's see, does it end up defending generally? I mean, like on a strict penny basis, does it end up defending that $0.50 and by extension of that, the volume weighted average price, or does it fail? Because it could end up, and it looks more and more likely as the price action develops that this will be a Christmas tree retracement. It is green on one side, it is red on the other. Shout out to my man Randy, who coined that term. He is not here at the moment, so we can't give him his credit. But Katina Man was astute enough to point out DFNS. And there goes DFNS through 33.5. Here comes 34. This one found a great base right at that $27 area. That was the halt level up right at 935. It has a good area of support there. This one was a little undecided though, so I can see why people were a little trigger shy. Look at all the topping tail candles through 30. It wasn't readily apparent whether this was going to be a clean break or not. But there it goes into 33.30. It's on its horse, carriage, whatever it's got there. eVTOL into 34.40. Here comes 35. The breakout's on now on DFNS. It's up 162%. It's a multi-day runner, and it probably behooves you, if you're small cap, gapper inclined, to keep your eye out on this one. Is this going to halt? I don't even have it up on a trading screen. Let's find out. I think I might have it from yesterday. There it is. No, it's not halted yet. So it was just pausing there. It was taking its breath. 34.75, current bar high on the 5, on the 1 actually. Losing trend though into about 33, but it's a great look. 35.23 limit up right now. A 28.82 limit down. So we've got some halt bands here obviously, but they're still a little bit away. So that's what I'm looking at. Let's bring in the side chart, talk a little more. I'm looking at egg as well, EGG. This one, compression pattern though, Assassino. I mean, look at this. It's got higher lows, but it's got lower highs. So I don't know how this cookie crumbles, man. And there's like, look at the upper and lower wicks. There's like basically no body on the last 3 candles, 15 minutes of an equilibrium between buyers and sellers right in that mid to low 5s area. So I don't know about this one. At least not yet, of course, right? CORD, that's a second day, maybe third day play. Guys, look at cord. CORD, 1, 2, 3, 4 higher days, higher lows, higher highs. So, again, I talked to you guys about this yesterday. I was readily surprised at the Blossom conference how many of you guys are swing trading these small cap gappers overnight. And to me, this one looks like could be a good one here because it's a multi-day runner holding previous day's highs as current day lows and continuing to make new area highs. So CORD should be in focus here as LGHL loses VWAP and probably is going to lose its spot on the side chart momentarily. OPK as well. This looks like either a news headline at 4:05 or an earnings report. Either way, I don't care. Okay, 4:05 breakout yesterday. We break out into about $1.50. All sorts of resistance at the $0.50. That was until today, of course, at 9:30 when we went through that into 168 OPK. Trade it carefully, but it's holding trend. KIDZ has been a multi-day runner as well. We've been talking about this one. It's all sorts of zig and zag though. So if I can help it, I'm gonna try to stay away from kids. And the funny thing is, Neil pointed this out to me in the morning. I don't understand how or why this happened, but they're buying back shares rather than issuing new shares. When have we ever seen that? A small cap gapper adding value back in the shareholders' pockets rather than diluting.
Bang.
That's a new one for me, Joey. But KIDZ in focus as well. POLA, this was not even really a small cap gapper. I used to have POLA on my watch list, my proprietary watch list on the side. We ended up taking it out when we did some housekeeping post-COVID. In any event, breakout really late in the day yesterday, 6:45 in the aftermarket, but it did rip up unobstructed. And it did make higher highs today. But I got to tell you, it's below VWAP. It's putting in lower highs currently. It's below this area supported at 195. So I don't like the look of Paola's jib, okay? And then ASAN, another multi-day runner. Broke out yesterday quite beautifully, 9:30, another second day play today. Not as, aggressive of a move to the high side, but we are knocking on the door of that $10 area with a high today of 8 1/3. So ASAN in focus. But I got to tell you, the best of the bunch right now looks to be OPK and DFNS. And I got to tell you, Joey, DFNS scares me a little bit here. It's gotten a little bit more expensive than when we started trading it yesterday. Okay. The spread is quite wide. Look at it. It's like 50 pennies right now, tightening up to 30. So this one can catch you up all sorts of ways, man. You got a cleaver, a machete. You take your pick. You're going to get cut up any way you like here on DFNS. So trade this one carefully.
Yeah, all right, man. Keep your eyes out on that one there, guys. Juan, I don't know if there was any news stepping in. I believe volume would be following it. I heard Sia talking in the background, so maybe we'll get something here momentarily. But anyways, aside from that, I think there'd be a little bit more volume following this if there was some more momentum or price action involved within this to the top side or a specific direction. Yeah, Trader Forever. We were talking about this yesterday, and I'm in the camp of single stock futures. I think that's just a way for these guys to just maximize and capitalize essentially on what we got going on. More participants stepping into the market. It's just another leverage product, and we're seeing a flood of them coming into obviously the NASDAQ, NYSE, the leverage. Whether it be TSLA, METU, the triple Qs, I know that's been here for a while, but in regards to some of these memory names, I'm not the biggest fan of it. And don't forget, with futures, I'm pretty sure there's more risk than there is with options. Correct me if I'm wrong, but yeah, I'm not the biggest fan of it, as I mentioned before. But yeah, what a beautiful VWAP bounce here, Juan. This was a nice indecision print right off the volume weighted average price. Let's see if I can get my flow rocking and rolling here. Now AMD. Now listen, Shreet's like an AMD. I'm like an AMD as well too, down 23%. And Juan's like, hey man, there might be some low key more downside in the NASDAQ. I'm like, I think that might be high key, to be honest with you. I wouldn't be surprised if at some point we're down about 12.5 is what we pulled back last time. So we're about 10, 11% there, another percent and a half, then I do believe we can bounce maybe off of 656 and continue, but this downtrend is still fully intact. What we would want to see is these indecision prints are very attractive, but I want to see them with more volume backing them like we've seen in this instance right here. A beautiful isolated pivot, you're not wrong, but AMD, we were talking about this yesterday. The breakdown might have just started, to be honest with you. This is an insane run that it's been on, down 23% off the highs. Let's see what we got going on there. I mean, SanDisk, Western Digital, SanDisk down 55%. That's crazy, man. And I mean, same thing with the Kospi. The Kospi is now down around 40% off the highs. So shout out to all, even though I don't think I have any friends from South Korea, all the individuals who have been trading these leverage products. I was saying this about 10% ago. It's just unfortunate the fact that if you leverage yourself too aggressively and you're not using the right vehicle, you can be in a world of trouble. And I'll pull up the Kospi right now because I think it's really important to note is that we talked about it from a percentage standpoint, Sharif. The amount of people that are involved with the retail space is like 30% of the population almost are involved within the market. But when it only consists of two names and you're down 36% using leverage products, it's absolutely disastrous, and that's why the South Korean regulator said, hey, we're not issuing any more of these leverage systems anymore because it's too dangerous. And on the way down, even though it's fantastic on the way up, if you don't sell on the way down, then you're in a world of trouble, and it's not good, all right?
So your friend Kramer yesterday?
36% to the downside. No, what did Jimmy Chill say?
Jimmy Chill's, is he?
But that's what he calls himself, Jimmy Chill.
I know, but like he's not chill.
He's a
pretty hyper guy. Right?
No, yeah. I haven't watched Lightning.
He's warning everybody, I guess, bless you, Sia. He in current market conditions to watch out trading or investing, trading, whatever, with leverage. He feels like this might be one of those where we get that bigger correction, the margin calls start coming in, the forced liquidations, Joey.
Big time,
right?
man.
I'm not saying Jimmy Chill is right, but I'm saying that's
no, but you have to be aware. But in all seriousness, you have to be aware of that because if you're leveraged, if you're using anything like, hey, I do believe that this shelf that's been established here, even though there's a key support system at 190, I think there's going to be some form of liquidity grab, and we fill this void right here in between 190 and 165 here on NVDA. By that time, hopefully enough people will be rinsed, and Michael Burry, that guy is going to be out of his short. But no, in all seriousness, but look at SanDisk, like SNDK. If you're buying leverage products on this, you're liquidated. It's 55%. So if you're using a leverage product at 50%, it's impossible because you now need 100% return in order to just get back to where you were where you pretty much ended off at. All right, so $2,300, you're down 50%. I don't know. It's just really, it's a really tough look. And I was saying this from day one. I don't love these moves in the stock market. I understand if you're participating on the way up, but it's just the painful and the grueling mental exhaustion that you can go through on the way down. And it's just not a pretty sight, man. It really sucks to see that stuff.
Yeah, it is what it is. I get it. I'm going to take advantage of this latest downturn here.
Absolutely.
I'm going to be buying, guys. I just don't know when or what I'm going to be buying, but I'm not buying LGHL as it just lost trend again. So, guys, we're going to start 0 for 2 to start the day here so far. I got stopped out of DFNS. Well, it was a great stop out, by the way, because take a look at this. Entered at 34, out at 34.5, but look what happened. It dropped into 30.67. So a lot of protection there. So this one failed. And then I got back in to, wrong side, sorry, LGHL, because it reclaimed VWAP, broke the hammer candle high, got into 165, it failed again. So they ain't biting today, baby. You got to be careful with these ones. I'm going to basically just get to it right from the beginning. It doesn't look like we have a lot of continuation today. I like ASAN. I like OPK. They're slower movers, and I'm okay with that because the big movers don't look like they're biting. We'll see if DFNS can kind of work its way back into my good books here with a move above 35, a decided move above 35, but not at the moment. So we're going to have to show some patience, Robin Johnson. Well put there. We're going to send it to C in a second. Sharif, what do you think about SWKS going into earnings right at trend line, extending back to late May? Shout out to my man, Nick Dubb. I'm going to have a good TA for you when we get back from CIA.
Keep an eye out. Oil continuing to slide a bit to the downside as USO currently dropping right now. Oil prices are dropping. Brent as well. I just want to check levels. I'm not seeing any breaking news on this at the moment. Brent at 87 at the moment. We're going to go back to USO, but Iran's IRGC is currently urging Saudi Arabia to lift blockade on Yemen. This is as per certain Iranian news agency sources. Keep an eye out. USO continuing to drop. If, of course, there is any headlines, breaking news. We also have U.S. President Donald Trump as well as Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu speaking in shortly. So any headline, any news out of that, I will make sure to keep you updated according as well.
Yeah, bro.
Yeah.
So like when
You'll learn a fantastic lesson from that. A lesson that nobody would be able to teach. It
was the guy who got me involved with this, invited me into that initial vesting group from day one, and he was banging the table on this for over half a decade. And all of us were like, yo, I told him to keep riding it like a D head, but a lot of our friends were like, man, you have to take some off. And then they dropped a short report later.
Sounds like my Bloom Energy, bro.
Yeah, man, it was later.
Let me just TA this for Nick Dubb because he's super. Thank you again, Nick, for that. Appreciate you, Nick. So, Assassino, let's go to the chart if we can. This is SWKS, Skyworks Solutions, $9 2/3 billion market cap, wireless networking service. They have analog, mixed signal, semiconductors. They do a number of different things: aerospace, automotive, broadband, cellular, connected home, defense, gaming, industrial, medical, smartphone, tablet. What the hell? Take it easy over there, Mr. Skyworks. But look, Nick, you're absolutely right. This is the daily, but if you don't mind, Nick, I'm just going to flip to the weekly here super quick. Just to show, what look, Joey, I mean, a lot of these names, they had their best time during the COVID times or early 20s, and they may never see these prices again. Nick, right away, you're seeing here rejection of that blue line. That's a 200 moving average, exponential on the weekly. So it looks as if this one is respecting the downtrend using the 200 EMA as resistance. So to me, Nick, I'd love a move above that 85 and a closing print. I don't want to see this nonsense over here, Nick. See that? Look at the week of July 15th, 2024, July 22nd, 2024, and again July 29th. That's what we call the three-period rule. It didn't actually close 3 weeks above that 200 EMA. And that's why we talk about the 3-period or the 3% rule. Take your pick which one you want to use. The 3-period rule, I specifically use the word period because it depends on what you're charting. If you're charting on the 5, it's 3 5-minute candles. If you're charting on the weekly, it's 3 weekly candles. So that's not what I want to see right there. It's got a propensity or a history of breaking through the 200 moving average on the weekly and failing. And you saw over here, it moseyed on up right into that 200 and failed. So I'd like a move and a closing print for 3 different periods above 85. That's what I'd be looking for there. I hope you print on this, Nick, but there clearly is support right around $50. The problem is, though, Nick, you're putting in lower highs into that $50 support. That's not what I want to see, right? But I don't know what you've got on this, what the plan is, but in any event, I hope you do well into earnings today, says Nick. So shout out to my man. All right, Asan, ASAN is Rip City. Rip City, ASAN. Let's get to this one. It's not. Is it on the New York? Oh, I got it right, Joey. I actually fumbled the keys there. There goes ASAN. It's only up 9.16%, but it's on the way to the $0.50 here. Here comes 49. 50s just showed up. So we're going to keep a close eye here on ASAN. And for everybody else who's been trading KIDZ, I want to let you know that this one is trying to mosey on back into the volume weighted average price. Bovin, what do you think about this, brother? Because you're usually picking these bad boys up off area lows for a retracement into VWAP, Bovin. I see VWAP here at around 69 pennies, 70 pennies. So it's showing 67 now. It looks like it's going to make its way there pretty soon. So let me know what you guys think about KIDZ, but I got to tell you, Joey, I'm not liking anything at the moment. Well, we got to go.
Yeah, we got to go
we
over
gotta
to
back.
the desk.
Yeah.
Keep an eye out on SpaceX, SPCX closing, inching up 2.5% on the day. A little bit of an uptick here. Elon Musk has announced via X, a post on X saying that Grok 4.6 will be releasing around August 7th. Grok 4.6 releasing around August 7th. A little bit of an uptick on SpaceX, currently trading around the $116 region.
Thank you. KC 526 from the very clean city of New York.
Yeah.
Shout out to Case. Come on, Case. She said last week that sometime her and I are going to fight.
Oh.
So, you know.
Is that what she said?
Yeah.
Why?
No rush, Uncle Sharif. Would you look at ACU swinging since last week? Find out what's going on with ACU, Joey.
Uncle is crazy.
I know, it's because I call it Uncle Sheriff Shitlist. That's why.
Oh.
Right, so let's get to ACU. Let's go to the 4-hour here. Casey's ripping into this. Oh, my days. This is a beautiful chart, Case. Already up 3 and change on the day, $59 high. If you don't mind, Case, I'm just going to flip to the weekly, get a better. What the hell is this beauty? This is a beautiful looking chart, man. Beautiful. The higher lows are what is operative here. Sometimes you get these peaks and troughs. That's normal chart action. But the most important thing is that we continue to put in those higher lows because I want to see the buyers getting more and more exuberant, picking this up at higher and higher levels. And that's exactly what you're seeing here, Case. $59. If this drops down to 50, I'd be buying more simply because you got 50 resistance back in mid-2021. You got 50 resistance in early 2024. You got it again in mid-24. And now you're getting the decided flat top break through 50 for the first time last week. You're getting a beautiful looking hammer candle this week, even though we're only 2 days deep into the week. I like this look, Case. I would say, if it drops down to 50 for whatever reason, you should be refilling there. But that's, of course, up to you. I like this. This looks really good, Casey. Really the best thing that I take from this is the higher lows and the 50 initial resistance, which I look to flip to support. I hope you print.
What do you got there, Randy? What? Oh, Chi.
We covered that one, Assassino, because he actually put it before he super chatted. Then I answered it. Then I saw the super chat come in. So thanks to Nick Dub again, always.
All right, guys, there we go. You can see that we're in some AMDL, some leverage plays right here, 48.10, now climbing up to 48.61. We want to try to hold this to 49, in which we'll piece off approximately half of our position right now. So we'll just type in, we'll have our order posted up there just in case it does come and run into that. But again, we have to be cautious on what we got going on. Go AMD, go TQQs, says use Matt. Yeah, I mean, let's see, man. We have a new high of the day, I believe it is, in NVDA, which is good. We'll take that. I bought some more at 193 this morning, approximately 193, 194. So I told Sharif, man, everything is calculated in NVDA shares. It doesn't matter what it is. I go, it's just calculated and just see how much NVDA shares is going to cost me. But no, in all seriousness, guys, let's see if we can get a nice hold of the volume weighted average price. I understand that we are holding up on this trend. You get this slight break, but there is a clear resistance zone. Depends how deep this pullback is. There it is. So we're starting to come back in already. Didn't quite run into that marker, but we won't hit panic mode at all. AMD short on Joe Mother. Do you wanna? What the hell? All right. Sometimes you gotta not read Tony. Tony, he's up and down and around sometimes with that guy, but still love you, brother. Now, the market is around the highs. Very dangerous. Do you even understand what he wrote on there? I don't know if you tried to read it or not. Very dangerous to go against what we have right now. There is a slight gap down. Now, would I be surprised if we end up filling this and heading towards the top end of this support system or resistance system? No, not at all, right? Especially with this name finding its footing and Apple doing Apple things, even though right out of the gate there was some strength and then decided to sell off a little bit, now moving sideways. But nonetheless, I do believe at some point, just what we've seen so far in the data that's displayed, is the ebb and flow is most definitely in place. So I have no issues with flipping and going short or going with the flow and continuing to move long. So that's what we have right now. Tesla was our primary suspect here today. Now we are on some AMDL looking for that 49 fill to take off half of our position there, my friend.
Yeah. I'm sorry.
Yeah, you want me? I can keep going, man.
I was just going to respond to options and deep. Sharif, thoughts on BIYA, brother? I'm not a fan simply because it fails one of my rules. It's trading below the volume weighted average price, but I get BIYA was a looker yesterday. We had it, of course, on the side chart, but doesn't mean it has to be a looker today, right? What the hell is this thing doing? There we go. Look, if it gets above 550, despite this awful, awful sell-off at 935, a spike up at 930, then a drop to Hades. Who knows what Hades means? Down into 4.
That's crazy.
Into 403. Now we're somewhere in between. Yeah. Look, it's not bad. It's not bad. A move above 550 gets me interested again, just simply because, you know, that topping tail candle shows you've got resistance there. So let me know how that works out, options and deep. Mike P. D. Rider. Bro, so slow. I'm about over this no volume having ass market. I can't find, Neil likes that guy. I can't find much right now. POLA, my only trade. Yeah, man, I get it. I completely get it, Mike. You know, the pickings are slim. That's just the way it is, right? I'm in OPK at the moment because it looks like, you know, it's just at the 10 EMA, and I'm going to try to ride the 10. If it loses area low, which is the 1050 candle at 162, I'm out, right? But don't forget, ASAN just cleared the $0.50 here. Now, this isn't, you know, your typical small cap gapper, but, you know, I'm hesitant to say, oh, we're on our way to 9 now that we've cleared 8.5, because I'd reserve that kind of, you know, price action for a small cap gapper. This doesn't really fit that criteria, but it's about $0.50, so whatever resistance was sitting there could be gone now. You could give this one the old community college try, or as Joey calls it, the JUCO try. I'd give it to the mid-30s here. That risks 20 pennies for a possible move in to 9, but I don't even think we've decidedly cleared that $0.50 yet to start thinking like that. So, Adam, James, Abroad, Joe, Sharif, Bovin, special in at 480 INLF, trying for VWAP. I saw you call it out, Adam, in the chat. You're like, INLF, boom. So I looked it up, and I didn't like what I saw, brother. But you know, it doesn't matter what I like. It matters what you guys like. I like this support area here, Adam. The fact that it was able to generally hold this 5 to 4 3/4, because look at all these topping tail candles at 4 a.m. So you could just tell right away it was a seller at 5. But this is the chart pattern that I don't like, right? This is coming from a lot higher, 918. Now we're trading at 5. I'm going to have to see a lot more than this, right? 625, maybe 650. Sure, that puts me, you know, out of the, it removes a possible profit here of $1.50 should it make its way up there, but I'd rather I'd rather choose that than guessing. So I hope you print Adam, obviously, on INLF. A move into VWAP, which is what Adam was calling out, would take you all the way up into about 5 2/3. You're showing 5 right now. That's a good amount of profit there, 63 pennies on a $5 name. Should it do that? So keep your eye out on that. But for me, I'm going to steer clear. We're going to pause for a second. We're going to send it up to the big desk with Adara and Juan for the Euro close.
As we know, yesterday, Euro was certainly in focus with that ASML move to the downside. Lots to talk about, though, overnight in the Asian markets and in the U.S. markets today. So with that in mind, how are the European markets looking in this very, very intense and volatile international context, One?
Well, European shares rising for the 3rd straight day, apparently, led by strong consumer as well as automotive earnings. That's pretty much offsetting the losses in banking as well as tech sector, all right? If we take a look at the indexes, stocks Euro 600 up marginally, and that's massive value rotations coming in from consumer goods, offsetting that of the hardware tech space that I mentioned earlier. Now we go, sorry about that. If we take a look at the German front, the DAX, they were marginally higher. We saw that Mercedes-Benz, they rose over 5% to lead the index after hitting their targets in the passenger car segment after their Q2 results. And apart from that, AI-related stocks such as Infineon and Siemens Energy, they both dropped by around 1%. That's, of course, concerns from those Chinese competition as well as rising funding needs. We heard that news yesterday on ASML getting heavily affected. But apart from that, if we head over to France, the CAC 40 also rising by about 0.4%. That's based off consumer goods such as Louis Vuitton. They rose by about 0.5%. Accelerated the Q2 sales as well as strong first half results. You know, that boosted also sector peers such as Hermes. They were up by nearly 2%, as well as Kering. They were up by more than 2%. And apart from the consumer goods sector, we also see the aerospace sector, Safran. They jumped by about 3.6%, raising their full year guidance on a strong first half of the year, driven by mainly their civil aircraft engine parts demand, and also driving that demand, driving operating margin to a record 18.4%. So good earnings outlook for that of Safran and also Louis Vuitton. Moving over to the United Kingdom, we saw consumer stocks offsetting that of the weaker bank as well as energy sectors. Unilever, they jumped over 6% on strong US demand as well as emerging market results, a higher 2026 outlook as well. The banking sector, Barclays, they fell by about 5% despite a 16% rise in their Q2 group income. And energy stocks, of course, with the ceasefire from Trump and Iran against Iran, remaining a bit pressured, falling oil prices as well. You know, Shell down by 0.8%, BP also down by 0.4%. But the main story here, of course, is semiconductor names. You know, they remain weighed down. ASML, they fell by about 0.5% today. That's off the news of those Chinese mass production of local DUV chip making equipment. It's creating a huge headwind in all of Europe for the chip sector. But we should watch out for, of course, AMD's results later, because that will definitely determine the direction in terms of European semiconductor at the open. We'll see ASML, BE Semiconductor, and Infineon, whether they face further structural liquidations or whether or not, you know, there's a sharp technical bounce at the open on Wednesday.
Yeah, memory certainly in focus here, and of course tech also in focus. It'll also be in focus even more when we talk about the Asian markets with Juan over here at 3:30 p.m. So stick with us as we send you back over to the guys.
Juan, hang out for a second because I want to go back and forth with you here on a very, very important issue. Juan, you know that now Arsenal are said to be in the race to sign Vinny Jr., Vinicius Jr., for everybody who's out there. Did you hear what he said yesterday, though, Juan? That he doesn't want to leave Madrid transferless, so he'd rather get transferred on a new contract so Madrid can get paid. So, you know, the Madridista don't turn on him. I want to know, what do you think about, number one, the transfer, and what do you think about our likelihood of landing somebody like Vinny, brother?
I mean, I've got mixed feelings with signing for Vinny Jr. I mean, I've seen the discipline coming from the training ground at Real Madrid, the Mbappe factor. I don't think we should be we should be looking out for someone that I could say
Come out with it, Juan.
not disciplined. But he's a good striker. I'm not gonna lie.
He is.
He didn't perform that well during the World Cup, but in my honest opinion, I'd rather use the money to find more suitable backup options for all the other positions that we really need.
Do you think he's a little bit of a too much drama?
Yes.
Yes,
Definitely.
that's my concern as well. I don't want him screwing up the locker room, Juan. You know
it.
what I mean? I don't want that attitude coming in and ruining things at the Emirates.
If he had the personality of Declan Rice, go over it. Let's go. But I don't think so, no.
I love that. Neil loved it. I love it. Thank you, Juan, for coming on and chiming in. In case you guys don't know, Juan is a very, very, I guess, ardent Arsenal supporter like myself. So I like Juan just by virtue of that. Roland Espinoza.
Put on a yeah.
That's your world right here.
Yeah, we'll pull it up. I just actually, I just offloaded it in my whole account. So I'm sitting on half the amount of cash. First things first. Someone's been asking, keep that up here because we're going to get to it momentarily, but someone was asking us about UiPath. Yeah, I just want to touch on it briefly. So what we have going on here is around $13. This is going to be a key inflection point, right? So we want to wait until we can break through this level, but back 3 sessions in a row with some strong price action and a clear buy program going on right now, all right? Ooh. So yeah, things are looking really good for UiPath. Now, as for Robinhood, let's pull it up. Now, I mean, there was plenty of opportunities. Recovery, this is a recovery from the lows, but is it up substantially here today? No. Could this be a turnaround moment for this stock? Absolutely, okay? Now, I think it's really important to note that what is happening a day before, a week before, leading into the session, there we go, we take a little bit off there on AMDL. We're fortunate enough to catch that fill. Half the position, we'll leave the other half for $50. Now, what I was getting at, I think it's really important to see what's going on with the underlying asset leading into the earnings report. Like we've seen Tesla on countless occasions, just sell, and then sure enough, sell even more after the report. So if you have individuals buying up the stock, maybe somebody knows something, and I think that's really important to know leading into the quarterly release. All right. Now, what we'll do is we're going to post up here at $50. If we're fortunate enough to catch this, then it's like, okay, let's rock and roll a little bit here. I was thinking about going short on the NASDAQ, but then I gathered my thoughts and I'm like, I'm a madman, but I'm not that mad. So I don't want to stand in front of the market right now, considering, especially if this name right here, the second largest company now on the planet, is finding some form of a recovery. I'm not going to call this a base whatsoever. Shout out Ace a base. But what we have here, $192 is important. We talked about this level around 195 during our options segment, and the options activity finding us a base. We're going to head over to that right now, but I think at some point, I'm not saying it's going to be today or by the end of the week, relatively soon, I do believe we get that dip below 190. Who's happy about that? I am. Why? Because I get to buy more at a cheaper price, okay? And I like that Shreve brought up the point. The fact that he's like, hey, I'm a buyer here. Yes. We want to be buyers here, but you also have to be fair enough. You have to be sitting on cash. So hopefully you do offload a little bit, or if you're putting a little extra cash aside here and there, you want to offload a little bit and get some of these good names at high quality prices. Why? Because I truly believe that a lot of this is noise right now, okay? It's a lot of noise, right? It may sound like massive bangs going on over here in SanDisk and some of these memory storage, but the bottleneck is going to be through to late 2027, even to through 2028. So a good opportunity could be arising here in a lot of these plays. And you have AMD that's been on a massive run since April of 2026, goes up 200%. That's amazing. Now down 20% and holding up at some key levels. I just don't want us to get too ahead of ourselves because once again, I used this example before, and we'll go over back to the NASDAQ. And I mean, I'm kind of comparing apples to oranges at this point, but when you are selling off, we were fortunate enough that during the tariff tantrum, it was pretty quick, like a month and a half, bang, sold off, and then a massive rebound. That wasn't necessarily the case with some other pullbacks. And I'm not saying we're going into bear market territory. I'm not getting at that. But just be cautious of the bear traps that are bull traps that we've been going over lately, right? Like you're in a perpetual downtrend here. You rebound to the tune of like, oh, hey, I think we're going to make that push for all-time highs, but then you flush lower. So just be cautious of these moves. And I use the example of iBid, NVDA, and within SpaceX before you made new lows. That could be a scenario that happens in the NASDAQ. You get those relief rallies, and I know Neil's mentioned this before. Those relief rallies can seem relatively strong, but then sure enough, boom, it just tanks a little bit lower, right? So when you're moving down fast and furious, those bounces are nice and where you can take advantage of them, but you just have to be cautious of lower lows at that point as well, too.
Joey,
Yeah.
you brought up Ace of Base, so you got me in a singing mood now.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, Fabian, it's like in our eye, brother. What?
Yeah, bro.
This guy, you're killing me, man. What's your favorite Ace of Base song?
I don't know any.
Oh, man.
What?
No, I can't sing anything. Neil's looking at it.
I know.
Well, come in, Sia. You got the button.
Bro, if you guys haven't noticed.
Ace of Base, like the band?
Yeah.
All That She Wants.
Yeah,
I
Sia.
love that
Yeah.
song.
Yeah, she wants.
Come on, you don't have one? I thought you didn't know it.
But I like, see, the thing is though,
All that she wants.
is that one of the songs?
Yes,
Yeah, all right.
Someone was actually just singing it in the chat. I think that's what jogged my memory, man. Who we gotta shout him out? Neil, hold on a second. Overthinking Bear. You never liked Ace of Base, Neil?
Oh.
That's crazy. That's all right. You know, not everybody has to like the same type of music. Neil's like, why am I on camera? Get me off. I'm trying to eat, man. All right, man. We're having a good time. Yes, sir.
What year did this band originated?
You were like 2 years old.
94?
So I give you credit.
94?
Well, that's that's the banger album.
Okay.
I saw the sign. Don't turn around.
I thought it was I Saw the Sun.
Sign.
Oh,
yeah.
Sign. All right.
All right, yeah. Well, I can see why you think that. Wrong? What do you mean, Neil? Neil's coming hard, bro.
What are you saying,
And then
man?
he pretends like he doesn't hear. You know? Okay.
Yeah, he's locked in, that's why.
Yeah, sign, bro. All right, man.
Yeah, sign, bro. Like, my bad, bro. If you guys didn't notice, I pretty much live under a rock.
There you go. Well, I don't know about that, Joey, but you were kind of young. Like, I can't blame you, right?
Well, think about it. Somebody asked how old I was.
I was in grade 6 when that song came out. You were still probably doing some stuff there in baby world.
It says someone's saying sun, bro.
Sun, bro. It's not. It's side, man. All right, we're having a good time. Ram.
I don't have Apple.
What's your favorite Ace of Base song? Come on, Ram, man. Someone's putting a pooper on everybody's party, man. All right, guys, DFNS. It's zagging. A little above 30, a little bit below 30. What are we going to do here, DFNS? It does look like it wants to take out 30. Prior bar high. Oh, God, this thing again. DFNS. Prior bar high on the 5, pardon me, is 30.36. Prior to that, it's 30.80. So we just definitely have a lot of resistance in the 30s. So I don't want to be jumping in just because we're above 30 again. It is putting in higher lows, though. Okay, up 130%. I'm assuming this is going to be a lot of people's radars. That includes the shorts as well. So I don't have anything at the moment, and I really don't have anything that I like here. DFNS might be the only one, and it's already breaking down. Now, you guys see I'm in OPK. I'm break even at the moment on that because it's doing nothing. It's straddling the 10 EMA, and honestly, if I had to tell, I got to get out of this because it's starting to do the rounded top, right? Where got into 168, it's dropping below. I've already put my stop at a local area low, so if it breaks through that, we'll let this one go. But INLF trying to go. I put it on my side chart, despite the fact that I had not put it Bovin earlier, because you and Adam keep talking about it. But I'm not liking the look of its jib, man. INLF. Here it is, Joey. Right into 5.25. We're still substantially below the volume weighted average price. Let me throw in the ticker. Yeah, this is just, it's not for me, guys. It's just not. I get you guys could probably make money on this. You guys are great picking these up off the lows, riding them into VWAP. That's not my style. It's not my strategy, right? I'm going to steer clear of this one for now. Man.
Absolutely. We caught a fill there, but yeah, See, Terrible Trade says, yeah, man, this guy's really gutsy for taking this TQ short. Yeah, absolutely. It's I might be Terrible Trades 2.0. That was a horrible. So whatever we made on that one, we had significantly more size here on the NASDAQ looking for that short. Just not going to go with NVDA continuing to rip. And I was saying that. I'm like, man, it's just not logical to do that. And then sure enough, I decided to get a little bit of a move here, but that wasn't the case as it puts in new highs. So we're fortunate enough to get this AMDL trade, but it was just offset by that loss there pretty much. I mean, it's like crazy. 30 cents one way, and then you get your dollar, almost $2 to the top side here on at 50 on AMDL. So yeah, it's just unfortunate of what it is. I'm not going to try it again there. But yeah, nice recovery here in NVDA. This is what we want to see now. Positive, almost a percentage point, guys, with a low of around 192.69 here on the day. But the names that are still down double digits, it's just, man, day after day, it's just selling. But I mean, that's what happens. It's the inverse, right? Like you have sessions where you wake up and you're up 10, 15%. Now, unfortunately, you are to the downside. Someone was mentioning BMNR. Yeah, nice recovery, but still negative on the day, Sharif. 0.4%.
What a shock.
Yeah.
It's negative, Joey? It doesn't do that often.
But listen, Sharif, at least it's 40% off of the lows, right? Or no? All right.
No, Joey. No.
All right. Ethereum 24% off the lows.
I can't wait till it breaks all-time lows. I'll feel a lot better then.
Yeah. For sure, man. All-time lows, you'll feel a little bit better. But no, in all seriousness, here it is. MSTR up 20% off of the lows. What are we on? Bitcoin.
What are we on,
the
Joey?
local lows. We'll figure that out here momentarily, Sharif. We'll pull up IBIT to see any form of recovery.
Yeah, thanks for that.
No, I just believe that at some point it. Yeah, 10%, right? So you want to look at the leverage plays, and I know, I believe Sean and I are in the same camp of just if you're going to be looking at anything cryptocurrency related, you may as well go leveraged at this point, right? Like, what more can you lose, in my opinion, other than obviously the rest? But not to make light of it or laugh at it, but it's in all seriousness. It's like, what are we doing?
I'm excited to lose it all, bro. I'll learn a really good lesson.
No,
it will teach me the lesson that no words could teach me. Straight up.
But okay, so what's the lesson?
The lesson is when you have technical levels.
Yeah. Oh, follow them.
If you get into a trade for a technical trade, you get out for a technical trade. You don't be like, oh, Ethereum will come back at some point. I'll just, I'll wait it out. No, I can wait it out, later. I can wait out in cash, and then when the trend turns, I can get back in.
Yeah,
that's a lesson. That's a mistake I won't make.
I really like that you made that point. If you're making a technical trade, get out on the technicals, and I'm assuming you also are going to refer to if you're making a fundamental trade, make sure you get out on the fundamentals.
100%.
I really like that mentality. So yeah, I can most definitely get behind that. Yeah. Get out of the technicals. So if we were going to get out on the technicals on this POS, unfortunately. That would be IBIT. I mean, it was all fun and games, right, for a little bit here in regards to climbing higher, but now we're down 50%. So we need 100% return here in IBIT just to get back to that previous all-time high. But if you make that move, I'm going to suspect that you're going to surpass that. I just don't know if and when it is going to be. Oh, there it goes. We have to take this now, Sharif. This is it. This is going to be the game changer.
Get it, Joey.
Let's see if we can get another move just a little bit lower. But see, as soon as you need a little bit,
lower?
As soon as you need a little bit, it's game over pretty much at that point. So let's see if the NASDAQ is going to come in. I mean, I'm not expecting us to completely break down here at this point, but any form of a pullback back into 62, we like it and we like our chances. So let's see what we got going on.
Joey, I have to call this out now because this is the second halt up in a row. It's on very little volume. TT Mass, as well as others, calling out SFTS. So let's find out what this one is doing. It's up 20%, 20.75%. But I want to tell you guys the volume on this, okay? 72,100 shares, okay? It's halted up twice now. First halt level, 329. Second halt level looks like 367. We're going to put it on a trading screen here momentarily. This one was doing nothing. It closed out yesterday at $3.04. So it's up, decent amount here. We're closing in on the dollar. Now, look, I don't have a headline on this. So it's breaking out here for no reason. Not like I care too much about the headline, but something with this low volume is going to get me a little bit more curious. So SFTS here halted up yet again, up 20.75%. But guys, Randy, it's a 4.75 million, not billion, but million market cap. So to say, exactly, Randy's going like this. To say minuscule, Randy's got a ticker here for me, and it looks fantastic on the chart. It's a Toronto stock, guys. MG. Okay, what's the name? Magna. Oh, we know Magna, man. Fantastic. Yeah. Is it actually a small cap? Magna? Mid cap, right? Magna
Is it Magna? Oh, the Stronix?
Yeah.
Shout out to Stronix. I know, well, I don't know him anymore, but Frank, you know,
Did he win the trial? He got a couple.
Oh no, not senior, junior.
Oh, you're
junior. Yeah.
The senior one. He got clipped there, Joey.
Dude, I told everyone this story. I was at the compound. I went and partied on their compound.
In Aurora?
Yeah. Oh man,
That's
it was definitely
eh?
It was like a Jake Paul party before Jake Paul was even doing all that stuff.
I like that.
Yeah.
I like that description. Yeah, well, that's the way it is, man.
That's the way it goes, man.
There. But yeah, so this Stronach guy, in case you guys don't know, he had a couple of trials.
Yeah.
He did win some of them. He actually has a really good lawyer. If anybody's in the Toronto area and you guys are looking for a really good criminal lawyer, her name is Leora Shemesh. Go ahead.
I wanted to ask you this here.
Yeah.
Continue on. I'm going to show you. I'm going to ask you if you're familiar with the name, actually.
Max, should I say the name or no?
No, I'm not. Probably not. But
yes, I do know that name.
Yeah? You know him?
Yes. Why?
I was with him on the weekend.
Yeah?
Yeah, on Saturday. And it turns out that we also have a mutual friend as well, too.
You and him?
Yeah.
Very
Yeah, I'll tell you. I forgot to tell you about it. Yeah,
Okay,
I'll tell you
I'd
more
like to
about
know
it.
more
Yeah,
about that.
I'll tell you more about it for sure.
Very cool. Tame Panda. I love your guys' long lens angle from behind where you're sitting. It's like I'm in the studio. Yeah, man. I mean, that's the production team doing production team things, man. There we are right there. So we got the 4-monitor setup. Tiff, go back to that. There we go. So this one, that's where I put all my side charts. When I'm looking at the 5-second chart, it's that. And then you guys can see my scanner right there. There's Ram. There she is going through the night. Right there. Get it, Ram. And we're having a good time, Joey. But we're in a couple of positions here, and neither of them is treating me well. But this was the plan here on ASAN that I want to add into that third of $1. So we add here. We're going to keep a close eye on it. SFTS, let's put this up on a trading screen so we can get a gander of what to expect. SFTS on the new NASDAQ? No, not New York. NASDAQ. There we go. STFS, pardon me, guys. STFS on the New York. There we go. So halt time, 11:40:40. Current time, 11:54. So this will be at minimum a 15-minute halt with the opening coming 11:55:40. Current time. Current time is 11:54. Okay, 53. So we have another minute at the earliest. This will open in another minute. So. Eduardo,
bro, what is that? What is this guy even talking about?
Yeah, he's cool. He's cool.
Yeah, I know it's Mr. Gray, but what does he mean? What is he? Why is that? Why are we
Good,
like? Why did we bring in that? Why is that brought up?
I don't know.
Oh, okay.
You can't ask me to speculate in the mind of another, Joey.
Speculate.
Ozan. As Salah did not sign for Besiktas, I don't love Sharif anymore. Look, brother, he was probably asking for a lot of money, right? I didn't mind him going to Besiktas because I wanted him to stay in the Champions League, right? That was what I was thinking he was trying to do here. But I also wouldn't mind seeing him, and don't attack me for this, Ozan. I wouldn't mind seeing Salah still play in a higher level league. I'm not crapping on the Turkish Super League. I think they're pretty good, but they're not top 4. Right, I want to see him in La Liga. I want to see him either in Serie A, maybe the Bundesliga. I don't want to see him in the French league, right? We call that lovingly the Farmers League, if you know.
Oh,
right?
What does that mean?
So yeah, well, that's what it is, man. I want Salah at LAFC. I did debate that with my old man, that Salah may make a move to North America, probably for money. Neil, did you hear that the MLS is switching their season style? They're going to have a shortened season, and then they're going to go on the European season. So I love that, so that we can actually kind of coincide with the European season for footy. So, guys, INLF is making a move here into the volume-weighted average price. So shout out to Bovin, shout out to Adam. They're both yelling boom right as I say it. Good job, boys. Good job. Proud of you guys, man. Way to stick to your guns. Way to stick to your convictions. I'll join you guys on INLF. Should it make its move above 6.25, we'll decide at the time. But that's what I'm watching right now. Joey, what do you got?
Good stuff, man. I got to get out of this trade here momentarily, especially what we do have. Once this trend, like this micro trend is broken, then we have to get out, right? Like 62.20 obviously acting as some form of a brick wall on us here within the NASDAQ. So if we can't break through this level, then with a couple of the names just continuously grinding, then you have to be prepared that we're too early, and we'll probably have to wait, if we are fortunate enough to get any form of a pullback, to that 2:30, 3 o'clock hour to see if we can get anything. We're still live by that time, and I'm trading, obviously, by that means, God willing, that is. But
Get
yeah,
it, Joey.
you know, I mean, I hope by that time I'm still alive. But anyways, yeah, we'll see what we got going on, man. It was just putting all the risk, and I said, you know what? Let's see, man. I thought at some point we were going to get a bounce. Yeah, sure enough, now it's gone. And this would have been an absolute month maker with this bad boy, as Tesla's continuing to grind $7.22. Just about to turn on to positivity. So, I mean, yeah, not a horrible look whatsoever, especially off these lows. Just a little bit too early, too premature on this one. So, yeah, it's unfortunate we didn't get to participate in this beautiful rally break through the volume-weighted average price on Tesla. But, yeah, upticks there, upticks in the NAS. Yeah, I don't think it's going to happen until later, Juan. We're going to have this gap fill, right? So the NASDAQ is probably going to go up to 680. And then who knows what happens from that point. Maybe you have some sellers
Limit
step
down
back in.
TFNS.
But it's still complete buy program on this bad boy right now. I was hoping that from a collective unit, like as a group, that we would have the memory names drag us south. But that's not the case either. As you can see, we're still down 13% in SanDisk. Right, like, okay, reject VWAP, I can get behind that one there. Applied Materials down 7%. Man, Burry's cooking up a storm over here right now, Sharif, 34%. I wonder if he plans on offloading. Like, what's his objective? Where is he going to get? Yeah, the Burman. I don't even know what this guy, to be honest with you, looks like.
You don't know what he looks like?
No, but Sharif, you have to understand. I'll listen, but again, it's a part of what we do, but half of these individuals,
how do you not
I could not care about whatsoever. Like, all I know is that this guy's frustrating me. Yeah, now that I know his face, even more frustrating.
Bro, hey, what do you want from him, man?
He's a handsome dude. He's doing his thing. Yeah, exactly.
He's doing his thing,
man.
The Burman.
Yeah, the Burman.
He doesn't get it all right. He was completely wrong about the longevity of these chips, right? But he was right about some other stuff.
Are you talking about him putting along in Microsoft right now?
Is he long Microsoft?
Too, yeah.
Yeah, well, so is Ackman, so that'll make a couple of them there. Yeah, shut up.
That are long
Microsoft.
Microsoft.
I have no beef with Birdman.
Yeah.
Tweet.
I mean, again, this isn't a horrible place to go long, in my opinion, with Microsoft. I mean, the stock.
He's long Microsoft from 350 apparently, so he's like $47 in the money.
So I want to figure out his entry. What is apparently? Where do you find the apparently?
No, somebody said it in the chat.
But where do they find that he's long?
I don't know, brother. Dillian, 47.47. Said it.
All right. How does he like? Let me know where you found that out.
Want me to find out, Joe, exactly what he's long, where he's long. Where is Michael? We'll have to fact check this. Burry. Long MSFT from. We'll have to run this through a couple of different
So he's short NVDA at 210.
Okay. He disclosed his long position, though his post. Okay. What price is he long from? Come on, bro. Let's find out, Joey. Searching the web. He did not disclose. Yeah, Burry stated that he viewed 350 as an excellent buying opportunity and a great level to buy Microsoft directly. He didn't disclose that he's long there, though. Rather than buying common stock, he purchased long-dated call options. He has the December 15th, 2028 leaps. What does that mean? With a strike price of the low 700s. He noted that he chose leap options because he considered them relatively inexpensive compared to his multi-year upside outlook for the stock. I hope he prints. I know he's not the only one that's interested in the name, and that makes sense to me. Anyway.
So before we send it over to the desk, I know it's so NVDA 210 Micron. He's short from 933. Okay, iShares SOX X. He is a large short stock option. Okay, stock options Caterpillar. He's short from 893 apparently. and Applied Materials originally initiated in late June, so I don't have any position on that. So yeah, all right, man, it is what it is.
It is what it is.
Don't short the Nasdaq right now. It's not. I'm not going to tell you what to do. Not financial advice. Just don't. Brunfield. What do you want me to do about Tesla? I've tried it so many times. I told you I'm not trading the thing from intraday perspective.
Tell him, shall we?
All right, send it over to the desk.
Boom.
Let's take a look at how the market is doing at the moment before diving into what is happening now. You have the SPY currently up very close to 0.5% on the day. You have the triple Qs that are down 0.5%. The Dow at the moment inching closer to being up 1.5% on the day, whereas the IWM is up 0.20%. Let's take a look at this ticker here. So you have eBay. I had a little bit of a story here. eBay and several former executives have agreed to pay nearly a $56 million in a settlement with a Massachusetts couple, that is Ina and David Stainer, who had been the target of a bizarre harassment and stalking scheme. So attorneys, they had been subjected to a quote-unquote terror campaign in 2019 that was quote-unquote designed to stop their reporting. Attorneys for the Stainers had said in a release. So the Stainers had run e-commerce bites, which is a website closely followed by online sellers, which had angered eBay executives who didn't like its tone and content. So communications had also revealed in a 2014 complaint that had been brought on by federal prosecutors as well, that had showed senior eBay executives exchanging messages about Ina Stainer, including one where former CEO of the company, Devin Wenig, had said, quote unquote, take her down. We're also going to take a look at USO and oil levels right now. You have USO trading around 119. It's down close to 4.5% on the day. You have Brent trading around $86 per barrel, down over 4.5% on the day. So according to Israel's Channel 12 News just a couple minutes ago, during the meeting with Benjamin Netanyahu, that is Prime Minister of Israel, and U.S. President Donald Trump, a large team of presidential staff members were present. Vice President J.D. Vance, U.S. Secretary of State Marco Rubio, U.S. Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth, CIA Director Ratcliffe, and United States Special Envoy to the Middle East, Steve Witkoff. So you have Brent at the moment that is, like I said, down, sliding over 4.5% today. Before we send it back to the guys for the show, let's also send it to Neil for his lesson of the day.
Thank you, Sia. And, this one, it'll be double barrel because I have to, because anytime this happens particularly, I have to make it the focus of the lesson. But there is a second part to this. And the first part is simply, when you're trading, remember that while you are engaging with the market you're putting your bids, your offers, you're getting in and out, you're taking positions. So you are engaging with the market, but the market isn't really engaging back with you. Like, I don't care what kind of a trader you are infinitesimal, unimportant aspect of whatever the volume is on most stocks that you are going to be trading. Almost certainly that is going to be true. So it doesn't care what has just happened. You just have to be able to make one trade, make the next trade. I say this for a reason because, I had a few short ideas this morning, and one of them was SMCI. Obviously, it did the good fortune of breaking the low, did topping tail wick, breaking the low, coming right into what was VWAP at the time for a short. I got short, I should get on the bid and take some out, and proceeded to first trade of the day, keystroke reverse long. And obviously, just as it's falling apart. Now, all I could do in that moment was, hey, just get out of it right away. There's nothing you can do. You kind of bungled it. What I don't usually do here is I don't FOMO back into the short at a much worse price because I feel like doing FOMO is not the way to go. You get out, have a short memory, it's done. Like, I missed my entry, which was the risk reward I liked. I bungled it, obviously, and all you can do is move on to the next. Obviously, if I chase, it's going to work out. But I know that for me is not the way to go. The way to go is just to resume plan of action, go down the list, find literally the same setup in DRAM, drop, pop into VWAP almost instantly, find that exact same setup on another stock that I'm watching, play that one to the low, get it back, and move on to the next. Don't compound the mistake. Now, the important thing to remember about this is if I FOMO into that short, just say, oh my goodness, what the heck am I doing? And then just chase that move down. Does it work? It absolutely would work. But that's not the point. That's not the point at all. That's not the setup I was looking for. It was the false break of the high, taking out, making lower highs, short the volume weighted average price after that false break of the high. And that setup was there on DRAM. So I go over to DRAM and I've got to leave SMCI alone. Possibly could have had it here. That was reasonable. So took a shot in there, but probably should have had it at the swap trade because that's part of the playbook. You've just got to then move back into your plan. Like, don't freak out, don't overreact. You can't do anything about the past. Market doesn't care what you just did. You can only make the next available trade. And sometimes the next available trade is looking at market conditions and understanding that if you like, I like mean reversion trades, maybe not as much as Obi, but as much as the next person. And if you were watching Palantir this morning, wasn't on my list, but if you, whoops, I just put PayPal in there. Ooh, PayPal's back in VWAP. I might like this one off VWAP again. Palantir, to say that it was dropping a little bit more than normal when it got 10% down, it turned itself into, if a big cap tech company goes that 10% mark and shows any kind of a bottoming tail, that's SSR play. And I said very clearly, as it was dropping down, you know my role. I'm either looking VWAP or I'm looking to prior lows. I pulled back the chart and said, hey, once it holds a bid and goes first green holding the bid, the play is to this gap. So that's what we do. We grab it, holds the low, grab the first buck, actually got both fills in here. Average price about 118 change. So when it gets you that 119 and then when it gets that 120 wick, that's the scalp trade. It's just a matter of waiting for the next. And it was right about here at 121 that we're waiting for this trade. It's not about just jumping into it into the long. There's other ways you could play this too. Like, don't get me wrong. There's some traders that'll be like, okay, I like it in and around 120. And they'll buy all of this on the way down, looking for it to hold a level, and then they'll hold it all the way up. Right? To each your own. Like if you get yourself an average price in at 19 and maybe you're giving it $2.50 and then you just hold it for a bigger win. Like that's to each, like as I said, to each their own. It's one of the biggest movers down if you like reversion. It suddenly moves into your radar. For me, I know the trade I like. I want any bottoming tail candle, little wick hold to the bottom, hold that low, jump in on the first green when it changes behavior, and then take my scalp trade very defined because keep the risk tight, only risking about, I was able to actually risk less than 50 pennies on Palantir, which is fantastic on Palantir if you're able to. So that's the trade I'm looking for. But it's just about moving on to the next. Started the day with a keystroke error in what was supposed to be my best short. But you've got to be able to move on. Find the next trade. Find the trade after that. That's one of the things that, for those that have read One Good Trade, if you have read it, I think it is a good read. And the point of it isn't to trade one stock. The point of it isn't to make one trade a day. It's literally the opposite, to be perfectly honest with you. If you read that, it's about any trader is just looking for that one opportunity that looks the best in the moment. When that is done or that is concluded, you are looking for the next good opportunity. And as a trader, it doesn't mean you're always in something, but you're always looking for the next one once you've completed the trade. Like, I don't mind you trade multiple symbols, but it's like, what's the next one? What's the next trade? What's the next opportunity? And if something bad happens, like you take a trade that makes sense, it doesn't work out, maybe you make a keystroke error, maybe you make a FOMO, whatever it might be, remember the market doesn't care about that. So when the next good trade comes along, you've got to be able to treat it with an open mind. You've got to be able to treat it with a short memory. That's why one of my favorite ball players of all time is going to be Mariano Rivera. Like, dude didn't blow many saves, but it never shook him. Never got shook. Demeanor was the same. Didn't matter if he was having a good day or a bad day. You couldn't tell. He was just the Iceman on the mound. And that's what you have to be as a trader. It's not an easy thing to get to, but you want to be, that's not to say you're emotionalist, but you want to be that person that just, hey, you're just executing and you move from one execution to the next execution and then be able to have that robotic action if you can. So there's your lesson of the day. We got plain old chicken and potatoes, but it is barbecue chicken. So I'll give it that with some vegetables. It's about as average as you're going to get for lunch, but it's tasty. Whatever barbecue sauce I have on here tastes pretty good. So I'm pretty happy with the lunch. We'll send you guys back to the midday. Good luck. This market is hunting for green. From capitulation day to the NASDAQ possibly going green when the ES is already there, Volatility is fun.
Alrighty, fantastic stuff as always. Yeah, Sharif, I want to get into a couple of things. We're having a good conversation in the chat. Ann and I were looking at this, and she's like, hey, some strong sell volume. I'm like, you know what? I'm not seeing it just yet. That doesn't mean things won't change. But I want us to keep our eyes on the tape, and when we run into key support levels, it's really important. So when you run into a support level, you'll see on the tape that we hit the ask and above the ask immediately. But what's really important here is look at the volume, okay? When we are selling, look at the selling pressure compared to what we're seeing in the buying pressure. Now, just by eyeing this out, it looks like there's a little bit more buying pressure than there is selling pressure. Can things change? Absolutely. There's no question about it. But we want to focus when we run into key inflection points is like, hey, what is the tape telling us and what is the volume profile telling us? Can we break this $62 marker? I hope so. I truly do. But right now, the market does seem relatively strong. And with Apple and Google, NVIDIA, AMD finding its recovery, it might be a little bit tougher of a short. And as I was mentioning before, we want to wait until that 2:30, maybe 3 o'clock hour if this doesn't work out. Okay, so you can see with each individual candle, even when we're looking at this from a micro perspective, is that they're higher lows, right? And we're not breaking down with the force that we should be. So that just tells me that there's buyers engaged. Can the narratives change? Like that right there, that's what we want to see is some clean flushes on the tape. And you see that displayed through the size here, right? So we scroll back in time, and then if we can push through and break this, we want to see the momentum and the volume pick up. Because right now we're moving lower and the volume is decreasing. We can classify that as diverging. We want to see them converge, and what we want is the size to step in, and there it goes. Nice call out there, Anna. We like this so far. Just saw that bang. Nice look, but we want to see this volume pick up, and then we can definitely be off to the races for some form of a pullback here in the NASDAQ.
Joey, what would you say I eat most often?
Eggs.
Excellent. Excellent, Joseph. Excellent.
Eggs.
Not even a heartbeat. You answered immediately. Guys, egg is making a move here, okay? Into the volume weighted average price. You got 4 green candles in a row. It's up 150%. It's got all sorts of resistance at a 550.
Bro.
Stop. I'm trying to TA here, my boy. No. 550 resistance, but I have to bring your attention to the halt level at 560, 558. So it's a general area when I say 550 resistance. I base that upon the topping tail candles that manifested from 10:50 a.m. till 11:15, all of which rejected essentially 550. So while I'm pleased that this one is above 5 momentarily and got a nice little green candle pattern going on and above VWAP, or it's below VWAP right now, but it's trying. As much as I do see the other side of this, which is that 550 level is going to be a hard row to hoe. So careful with this one, okay? What is going on?
Do you see what Juan said to you?
Yeah.
No, because he called. Yeah, well, he called you. Well, I'm not gonna rat him out. I'll let you read it. He's nice.
What did he say? I just
It's
thought
not
he said
bad. It's not bad.
Little egg boy.
Yeah.
Bro.
He's always talking sexy. But that's what he's like your one boy. He just does it.
It's cute.
But he's, yeah, exactly.
All right, let's continue on egg here, guys. So continuing to watch this one, I want to see if we can get above prior bar high. We had this pattern going into the 11:55 candle. Then at 12 o'clock, we breached high. Then 12:05, we breached high. It's the 12:10 candle that's causing me some concern here because number one, ended up being a doji candle with a body below VWAP. Number two, it's at a lower high. So if we're going to start doing that lower high trend, then, I'm just going to steer clear of this one. So my 2 trades here are okay. They're not great. We're looking for a hold up here of OPK and a move into 3/4. We've been holding 2/3. There's a good buyer here in the low 60s. So that's number one. ASAN, I did pick up some off the 20. It does have support at the 20 EMA on the 5-minute chart. Problem is, it's also got about an 840 seller here that we really can't shake. So I don't know how this cookie crumbles. So continuing to watch, we'll see what we get on these ones. And then last but not least, I wanted to point out WLDS. And the only reason I point out WLDS is because it does have these higher lows and finally making its way back above the volume weighted average price. But I'm going to need to see a lot more. I'm thinking I'm going to need to close above 450. Whoa, what a rocket ship there from 4 to 4 1/4. Let's load up WLDS. Something tells me that this is probably awfully spready just based upon how it's moving. SFTS is still halted. Let's look at WLDS on the NQ. So here we go. So the spread is a little bit wide, 9 pennies right now, but it did pop up of a VWAP. I want to move above 450. That may come sooner rather than later because look how tight the spread is now. Now it's 1 penny, 25, and then 26. So here we go again. So this one could be a breakout now, possibly above 450. Just give me a sec. So continuing to watch here, the candle high at 1130. That's a 466 high. So that's where I'm looking there for a breach. But I want to also tell you, current bar low is at 405. Prior bar low is also at 405. So now we know that there's a general $4 buyer, right? Does that backstop us into an oblivion? Probably not. But it's something that we can kind of rest a little bit easier knowing, there's probably somebody at around 404 to backstop if this one is to, the spreads to open up quite aggressively and tanks below 4. So that's kind of what I'm thinking here. So if it does come a little bit closer to 4, I might try this. Or if it takes out 4.5, I might try that. So WLDS up 32%. We're going to keep this on watch. Let's pause. Let's go to Sia for the small cap recap.
The IWM is currently down 27,000 of a percent. Let's take a look at a couple tickers over here. LVWR. I didn't mention this yesterday. This ticker is up 16% on the day, holding on to the rally from its second quarter revenue a couple of days ago. You have HTZ, that is Hertz Global Holdings, is down over 6.5%, maintained at underweight by Barclays. You have GENI, that is Genius Sports, will be announcing second quarter 2026 results on 6th of August. It's up almost 3% on the day. And finally, you have GOSS, that is Gossamer Bio, that's up 6% on the day. It has been raised to outperform from market perform by Leerink Partners.
Nice, good stuff,
All right, brother.
Yeah, so I mean, here it is, right? We're waiting for the $62 break. Let's see if we're fortunate enough to get that. We obviously want to keep our eyes on the larger participants to see what they're up to. If they get an aggressive pullback, then by all means, I think we'll be okay when there's a green light. But I don't think they're going to make it easy on us here today.
Red light.
We're still negative. The SPY is positive, so the financial is relatively strong here. Now, as for NVDA, right, we're just pumping right back up. It's just tough, man. We're going to have to wait. Like, I want to wait until 61.75 to just take the whole position off. It's not even worth it for me to at 61.80. If the market's going to be strong, then we just get out when we plan to get out at the break of the high of the day. So that's the nature of this NASDAQ beast. The volume is diverging, and that's not what we want to see. Look how little this selling volume is compared to strong the engulfing prints that we're seeing to the top side. So you can see the past 5 minutes just engulfed in the span of 30 seconds right here, right? Like there's still a couple of seconds left on this chart. It makes it so much more difficult for the breakdown when you're going against the grain. And yeah, I understand that it's, oh, that's why. Yeah, it's over. There's no short right now. Why? High of the day with Google. So it just blew through. You have a bull flag starting to be formed right there. No, but it's true, man.
No, I wasn't laughing at you, bro. That JP Morgan guy refiled the lawsuit.
Did you see that?
And now he's trying to add new stuff.
Did you see the new stuff that he added in there? Which is crazy. But yeah, no, it's you're not going to get it here. You have to wait until later in the day. Once it puts in a new HOD right here, then you may as well just sit on your hands for a little bit. And if you have enough risk on the session, then by all means, just wait for that 2 o'clock, or sorry, that 3 o'clock hour where you can really rock and roll. And that's where you get the deeper pullbacks and you have the buyers taking their foot off the gas. In my opinion, anyways, that's where I tend to shine. But yeah, let's be patient and wait and see what else we got. We're still down double digits, and man, I gotta stop talking about SanDisk because it's disastrous, man. It's not a good look, but anyways, it is what it is. Nor does the market really care because it is just, right, Sharif? The market is just. Jersey Mike's coming to market on Thursday, I believe it is, Sharif. So
are they
IPO,
good? I've never had them.
Never had them either. Never had
seeing
them
them
either.
in the States everywhere where I went, but
never had them.
No.
Listen,
I'm not a sub place, right?
Exactly. But that's my issue, right? It's like it's just the sub place. I mean, let's see if anybody around here's had. I know there's one in Union Station, but
is there actually?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure there is.
There's one even closer to us as well.
Is there?
University, yes.
Oh, on the university? Okay.
Is it good or is it not good?
I've never been. I'm just pointing out.
So my issue being is there's a Firehouse Subs, which I believe is Canadian. And then
Sia says it's so good.
Firehouse?
That's what she just said.
Yeah. I've had Firehouse, right?
Okay.
And then there's Jersey Mike's, which is American. I don't know, man. I again, if good food is good food,
Bro,
but I'm gonna
I'll
have
support Canadian all day.
Of course.
All day.
Of course.
I have no problem.
But I'll
with that.
also go
Are you
to the
kidding?
American
Yeah.
places like Chipotle Mexican
Absolutely.
Grill.
Absolutely. But like if there is like an equally good Canadian alternative, I'll
you go
gladly
there,
go
right? And respectfully, in America, same
not?
thing, right?
Yeah.
So, at the end of the day, I don't know how well this is going to do. We've seen how some of these other food companies have been performing. Yum Brands is, I believe, is.
What are they up to, Joey?
Let's see what Yum Brand. I don't think the performance is horrible, Sharif.
Okay.
But it's not great. But Chipotle CMG isn't great either. I'm pretty sure it did a split not too long ago as well. I mean, a year or so. But yeah, that hasn't been performing well. So if you ask me, and Adara was telling us that I believe Jersey Mike's is 10 times oversubscribed, which is
Correct, as of yesterday.
as of yesterday.
Both
we
of
got
them hit the
the double ding in there. So yeah, I mean
That's a new one.
Yeah, that
right
is
there,
a new
bro.
one. Hey man, no, that's good stuff. So I mean, at the end of the day, it's just something that I personally. It's not like SpaceX where I'm going to be looking to. Oh, I need to buy this Jersey Mike's.
You also have California sandwiches. It's a Toronto-based, like it started in Little Italy, and it is.
Yeah,
they have
of
like
course.
massive sandwiches.
Massive.
It's insane. I said
What are they?
See.
Is like just regular subs here, or like they have a theme?
No, it's like
they
chicken
have a
parm.
variation of a lot of things, but they
Yeah.
have a variety of meat as well. So.
Ooh.
It's not. I wouldn't put California
Meat.
sandwiches in the category of. It is sandwiches. I wouldn't put it in the subcategory.
Come on, money,
though, I think
man.
it's fair to say. Yeah, it's Toronto-based. Yeah, exactly. It started with a Nona, I should say, in the
Nona.
basement, and you could get some
like a
veal
grandmother,
parm. Yeah,
Nona.
exactly.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
you get some veal parm, some chicken parm over there, and there's one also on the Queensway, which I used to attend quite frequently.
Oh, is that right?
Yes.
All right, Joey. Finally, give me something. WLD rap. Into 4 1/3, looking for 4.5. Shout out to Willis Addison. Thank you very much, brother, for the 2 bangers there. Military go-to sub sandwich spot. Jersey Mike.
All right.
Salute. Shout out to Willis Addison, always coming in with great suggestions. There goes WLDS. We got 411s, and now it's showing me mid-40s here, but we're going unprinted in the high 40s as this candle is topping tail. So, yeah, we took out some beak wetters here, but we're by no means out of the water. And the reason I say that is because look at that 4.5 resist. 4.5 to 4 2/3. This is going to be a tough one here to get through these levels. WLDS back in focus. Let's see if we can do it, right? I mean, the pickings are as slim as they get today. So, hey, we'll give this one the old community college try. OPK, I've done nothing on this. Let's take a 2-penny winner here. And then ASAN, I've done nothing on this as well. I'm 1 penny out of the money here as this one I'm running out of patience with. But INLF, Bovin was yelling about INLF as well as he should be. I don't even have it on a trading screen, but I really should. So I'm going to take off something here so that I'm ready for INLF. Egg, you're out, bro. INLF, right? LF on the NASDAQ. Yes, get it, Bovin. INF, let's break that 70s Bovin talking about. So look, I want you guys to focus on the candle, the 1155 candle on the 5, right? That has a high of 567. So we need to get through that 5 3/4, but I'm telling you, I'm really looking at that 6-ish level because that's the halt, right? That was the up halt, 608, something like that. So be on the lookout here. INLF could be doing it live. Sorry, it shows egg on there, even though it's INLF chart or time and sales. So that's the situation. WLDS still zigging and zagging here at 4 1/3. So we're looking for a move there above the $0.50. If INLF can get going and take out 3/4, this could be Rip City. Rip City. Shout out to Fabian. Rip City. King and University, he says. I don't know. I guess that was funny.
What about King and University? There's always something going on University, man.
Adara knows. I have no idea.
I've had it just up to here with University.
With University?
The street? Yeah, because there's
You
always
don't
something
like it,
going
Joe?
on, man. Did you see what was going on at the American consulate?
Yeah.
There's always something going on.
Okay, guys, yesterday there was yet another shooting
Was
in
there?
Toronto at the American consulate. It is bulletproof, right? so nothing happens. And there was a police, there were police officers stationed at the American consulate, and they chased down the perpetrators, but they have rules in Toronto about high-speed chases. If it exceeds a certain speed for a certain time, they call it off. So that's what ended up happening. They chased him on the highway north, and then he got away. They know the car. They're likely probably going to find this guy. They found him last time. So it was not the first time the U.S. consulate was shot at. They were shot at before, and then they ended up catching him. So we're going to be obviously championing for that dude.
Bro,
to
these
get
questions
caught.
There
goes WLDS options, man. Go ahead.
No, I was gonna say, like, do cops even have guns in Canada? Like, don't be ignorant.
Come on,
yeah,
man. They got a lot of weapons
Yeah,
here,
exactly.
bro. Are you
But the
kidding me?
thing that frustrates me is that it's like these guys are sending like 9mm shots at the American consulate. Like that's nothing, man. Those are
It's been
plankers.
bulletproof. It's been that
No,
way
but if
for
you're gonna-
years and years. You know, like, educate
What I'm
yourself
getting, yeah, I know,
about
man.
the building you're targeting.
Like, yeah, exactly. And dude, I pass the cop every day on my way home, so it's like
stationed outside?
yeah, every.
Say that again, Assassino? No.
whoa.
But I'm saying if you're going to commit to something, Assassino,
At least do a little homework and like drive by that
okay.
you understand that there's going to be cops there, or at least bring a little heavier. Or don't
Canadian
listen to what I
police
say.
cars are
yeah.
slow. I love these comments.
Yeah,
in the
man, these
chat.
guys are crazy.
And
Anyways,
they're getting a rile.
yeah,
out
they
of
are
this.
getting
I
a
think
lot
that's
of
what it is.
61.95 here on the TQQQ. Still can't break down here, man. Every time we do head south of a little support system, just gets bought right back up.
DK.
Apple still grinding, but a nice channel to the north side so far. If this breaks down, then I think we'll be okay and get a little bit more PA to the direction that I'm looking for. Now, anything here, like if we get to this level, then we're absolutely rocking and rolling on today's session. But again, first things first, you got to walk before you can run, Sharif.
Whoa.
And right now, we're just crawling, waiting for the breakdown of the 62 marker on the NASDAQ. So
On the crack, huh? All right, good.
yeah, let's see if we can get
Vinicius will be staying at Real Madrid beyond the summer, as the club have no intention of selling him and are confident he will agree to a new contract. I gotta tell you, Juan, I don't mind this too much, brother. You know, after thinking about it, if he screws up our dressing room, I mean, it's just not exactly. Juan's going like this. We just don't need that. Stay over there, Vinny. But, you know, it was nice while it lasted, but we're going to look elsewhere. Let's send it up to Adair.
Not too much of a move on oil here, but just be aware we're seeing some comments from Garibati of Iran saying, quote, any European ship that wants to come close to the Strait of Hormuz is a legitimate target for us. We also heard comments here from the White House just over the last couple of minutes. Apparently the meetings with both Volodymyr Zelensky of Ukraine and Benjamin Netanyahu of Israel were, quote, positive and productive with President Trump. So it sounds like those meetings are over. Again, President Trump will be on camera again for the funeral of Senator Lindsey Graham, though very unlikely, of course, that we'll have any market movement commentary, but he will be on camera. Anything can be said. I will keep you guys posted. Furthermore, CNN just reporting that Netanyahu has departed the West Wing. So if there are any comments on Canada or on camera made by him, I'll keep you guys posted. Back to you.
Truer words were never spoken, Adair. Anything can be said. Yes, that is absolutely accurate. President Trump, man. Whew. President Trump. All right, WLDS right back above 455, showing 454 now. Look, we're long here at Levins. Bovin, I'm liking this one, but Bovin astutely, as well as others, pointing out STKH. Look, it's an ugly topping tail candle into 192. It's dropping back down now into 167 or 171. Can't quite tell because it's not updating. So we put STKH on the side chart. It updates into 167. So look, we're going to keep an eye out on this one because the pickings are certainly slim. But, you know, I'm not going to be 6-7. I'm not going to be jumping into this one, you know, willy-nilly. We're going to need to see a little bit more here, Joey, on STKH. But I wanted to bring your attention to it. Lest it break. Go ahead, Joey.
Oh, no. I thought you said you wanted to bring my attention to it. There we go.
The chat is what I'm
perfect.
saying.
Okay, so there we go, man. Let's see if we can get a little bit more. I was talking about taking it all off at 75s. We're almost there now, but if the momentum and the volume, and this is what we're talking about, right? This is what we want to see. Is you can see the increase. You see how low we're paying attention to our volume profile down here. Boom is right, my girl. Let's go. And you can see the volume start to increase as we break through some of the support levels. So it's really important to keep an eye on that. And every time we bounce, you can see the strength within the volume. Okay, so it's really important to pay attention to volume by time. I think a lot of people can agree to the fact that, hey, if you're going to focus on price action, it's that and volume are some of the most important indicators on your chart. Now, how deep this pullback is going to be is a completely different question. I would like to get some more, but any form of indecision, I have to be prepared to take some out and lock in some of these gains here. So, yeah, I mean, it is what it is. We initially took a loss, right? We took a loss right here to start things off. Then I'm like, you know what? Oh no, this is the worst. Joe? This is the worst case in Ontario. I'm sorry. Right here is that print right around the lows as he punched in.
I love how he geographically restricted it.
Yeah. That's a Rickyism if you didn't know, Sharif.
I didn't.
That's all right, man. A Rickyism there. Worst
Ricky
case
Bobby?
scenario. No. I don't know his last name. Trailer Park Boys.
Oh.
Ricky. Yeah. So yeah, you would say like where because they're from Nova Scotia. And they'd be like, worst case in Ontario. But there it is, $61 still holding up right now. Let's see if we can head into 61.70 and see, and we'll take a little bit off there.
I'm with you, Bovin, but you obviously have a better price than me. I have 73s. Bovin, I've wet the beak all the way up into 83. So now we're waiting for 88s, and then we're going to see what this one has. Bovin, I stop out below 55s, though. So that's a local area low. 3 candles, all defended $1.55. If it loses it, I'm out. It's that simple. So STKH, zagging. Does it want 2 or does it want 150 first? For my sake, I hope it wants 2. We're in 4 trades right now, guys. A little atypical for me to be in so many small cap gappers, but 2 of them are pretty slow. I'm talking about OPK and ASAN, so we're going to keep a close eye on those ones. Oh no, STKH coming down. WLDS has treated me well. Does it continue to treat me well? We don't have too many outs left, so we're going to pack the patience here. Anything below 4 ends the trade. So let's focus on the Zagger, STKH coming back down into 170, holding for now. This one's not up big, by the way, guys, but it does have a good-looking chart, right? Well, I got to take that back. The chart is, yeah, too many topping tail candles for my like. That means the shorts are, well, they're strong. Their feet are strong. Who knows? Like Tyrone Biggums. Who knows that reference in the chat? Come on. You know that one, Joey?
Yeah, I know Tyrone.
Oh, Joe Rogan, you crazy. My feet are strong.
Smoke rocks. That's crazy.
You went there, bro.
That's what he
I
said.
did leave. I left that one out.
Man.
I left that one out, Joey.
No, the greatest, I don't care what anybody says, the greatest Dave Chappelle character of all times is
Clayton Bigsby?
Yeah, Clayton Bigsby. It's
the black white supremacist.
Yeah, he's blind. Yeah, it's great.
He doesn't know. He doesn't know. Right? Nobody's told him.
Divorces his wife.
Yeah. And why? We can't say. We can't say why, but it's
crazy. Yeah,
right?
man.
So, yes, Chappelle, some dude, 4383. We are talking about Chappelle show. Do. That's the introduction there in the Chappelle show. My very bad. Okay, SFTS open and halted up at 681. SFTS. Oh, what are you talking about, Bovin? We're SFTS. Oh, sorry, I was misreading that. Yeah, I had to take that off because I ran out of spots, Bovin. And that's really what it came down to there. So we'll try to add it. SFTS. It halted down, says Bovin. Yes, I see that. Oh no, it's bleeding its own blood. So that is a bit of a trouble there. Shout out to my man Eduardo. Love this. Hey, Jacques in the house. Chappelle and Bill Maher, man. Yeah, I do. I do like both. Do you eat balut? No, I don't know what that is. Should I know what balut is?
Maybe. I don't know. It sounds like you should.
Joey.
It sounds like you should.
I don't know, bro. You know, I only eat eggs. I'm just joking.
Oh.
We eat a lot of
protein. Do you like halloumi?
Huh?
That's halloumi.
Halloumi.
Yeah.
Is that Arabic food?
No, it's like Lebanese.
Yeah, see,
yeah.
We don't say it that way. I don't even know what it is, Joe, to be honest with you, so I'm going to have to say no to that. But I have heard it before.
Okay.
It said that the culinary dishes in the Middle East really, they vary. They vary quite substantially. So, guys, I'm continuing to watch here. WLDS, it's coming back down. I'm going to get out if it loses the 10 EMA, okay? We got 411s. It's showing me the $0.25 now, but if this trend does not hold, your boy's gone Zeno on this one. So we'll see how this cookie crumbles. I might move up my stop to break even. I think that that's the right thing to do. I'm just going to give it to right below that level. So that's what we got there. How we doing here on STKH? Guys, prior bar high takes us into 83, where I got the fill. Current bar high is 180. We're going to need to breach this kind of 185 area for trend to resume, but there is a short seller here. So I'm trying to get some out while we're still in the money. And then continuing on here to ASAN, finally above 40. Because this level, there's been a seller here at 140 for a long time on ASAN, so I haven't been able to do anything on this one. So we'll just wet the beak there super quick, Joe. So that's what I'm looking at right now. Oh, here comes WLDS. Yeah, this one feels like it's coming back down here. And there I am. I stop out. All right, so we broke even on the last remaining amount. That will end up being profitable, but it's bleeding its own blood back into 4. If this gets above 450, 460, we'll get back involved with that. But for now, I'm going to steer clear.
All right, man, good stuff. Let's see if we can get this breakdown. You can see that we have this trend line established now, somewhat forming a shelf, and I want to see us headed a little bit south of this, but if it rebounds, then I don't want to pull the trigger too fast on getting out, but it's really dangerous holding too long against this market. So south of 75 is absolutely prime time. The price action to the north does look a little weak, but we're going to send things off to Sharif right now, and then we'll hop right back into what we got going.
VinFast continues to expand beyond just selling vehicles. This week, in fact, VinFast in India, they partnered with Shriram Finance to support EV financing access, and then Green SM, well, for their part, they launched an all-electric ride-hailing service in Kazakhstan, and they're using the VinFast VF6 vehicles. Together, these moves, they highlight VinFast's broader mobility ecosystem strategy, and if you're interested, you can certainly find them trading on the NASDAQ. Not the Amex or the New York, but the NASDAQ, Joseph, under ticker VFS. There goes. Give me my dang money. Into 88 goes STKH. Bovin, are we going to get 90s on this one? Because I'm going to set up at 94. And then, you know what we do with the liquidity testers? We're going to go north of 2 to see if we can get that. But there's a lot of selling here at 90, Sia. So maybe when we get back, we'll be above.
Yeah.
Let's take a look at what the market is doing right now. You have the SPY up 0.28% at the moment. Apple, like Sharif said, currently hit its all-time highs at 342.89 per share. Apple is up very close to 1% on the day in electric tech. You have NVIDIA flat, AVGO flat, but tilting a bit towards the red. AMD, MU. I'm going to pause for a bit and go to Adara, and we're going to send it right back to me after.
Okay, yeah, I just wanted to mention here, keep an eye on USO. Deputy Foreign Minister of Iran, Garibaldi, still saying, he's saying that Iran has actually not received any requests for negotiations from the U.S. in the last 15 days. Apparently, the U.S. actually sent messages through Oman saying they will not take any military action against them. So apparently the U.S. not sending any negotiation requests, but they've also said they won't take actions against Iran. Again, take this how you will and expect probably pretty promptly some kind of response from the U.S. on these comments.
Thank you so much for that, Adara. Let's keep going on the sector watch. So you have AVGO that is, like I said, sliding a bit further into red. AMD, MU, all these chip names are having a bit of a bad day today, semiconductor stocks. You have MU, INTC, AMD. You have SNDK, WDC, all of the names down, sliding further. Dell also down close to 10%. We even had it in even South Korea. We had SK Hynix that had closed down over 14%. TSMC also closed 3% lower. So there's a lot of that going on in that sector. Tech services, you have Google and Microsoft that's up over 2% on the day. Meta is flat. Oracle is up on the day, almost 2%. Netflix up 4%. Palantir is down over 5.5%. PANW up close to 1%. IBM over 4.5%. You have CRM also up 5.5% on the day. Also want to take a look at this one ticker that's screaming out to me. ACN Center up over close to 7.5%, with Adobe also up 6.5%. Producer manufacturing lagging a bit here, just like yesterday. You have AMAT, LRCX down over and close to 8%. CAT is down 4%. GEV down 5%. Finance, you have BRKB, Visa, and MasterCard in the green over here right now. So Visa, we had a news story that it's eliminating about 2,600 jobs as the CEO of the company, Ryan McInerney, is seeking to make the firm a bit more efficient as it is competing in an increasingly tough payments history is coming from them. So it'll cut amount to roughly 7% of the workforce and would also primarily affect the technology and product teams. They're also set to report post-market today, so keep an eye out for that as well. Analysts are forecasting $3.23 as EPS and $11.4 billion in revenue. So JPM, BAC, American Express flat. You have WFC, GSMS tilting a bit towards the red. Citi also down 0.67% at the moment. Retail trade, Amazon is flat. Walmart, Costco, Home Depot. Walmart inching close to being up 2% on the day. Costco and Home Depot are up over 2% on the day, followed by TJX as well, minutely, but for sure. You have Health Tech, Lilly up 1.6%. You have J&J, that's up 1%. So as of late yesterday, it has said that it would pay an estimated $5.5 billion to resolve tens of thousands of lawsuits alleging its baby powder and other talcum products that caused ovarian cancer. You have Energy Minerals lagging a bit here today. Oil is falling, as we do know it. XOM, CVX down by over 1%, XOM over 1.5%. You have consumer non-durables started with KO that reported earnings per share of 97 cents, expected 93 cents, revenue of $13.38 billion versus $13.16 billion. Not a bad look over here. KO is up 5%. We'll discuss this even further in the news segment. You have PM up close to 3.5%, PEP up 1.5%, PG up over 1.5%. This sector looking pretty good on the day with one name, HRL, was sliding a bit further to being down 1% on the day. Utilities, transportation, as well as distribution, bit of a mixed bag over here. We usually see a mixed bag in these sectors, followed by industrial services as well, where PWR continues to slide over and close to 5.5%. Transportation, you have Uber up almost 2%, Dash up almost 5%. UPS is one name that I did want to mention, and I will be also in the news segment. That's down 6%, 6.2% on the day. UAL up to almost 3%, and Delta, TAL, up close to 3% as well. So you have all these sectors that are doing not the worst. Health services as well. UNH is up 2.5% on the day, and SOLV up 7%. I'm just going to end it with consumer durables. Tesla sliding a bit towards the downside, 0.5%, but GM is up 4%, with Ford up closing 1.5% as well here, and HAS, that's 1% on the day.
Boom, Bovin. We're doing it again here on STHK. It could fail. 33 seller. They killed him. They absolutely decimated him. He is no longer with us. Okay, there it goes again. And we were in at 170. Bovin convinced me to get back in. I liked his levels flattening out here. I don't like what I'm seeing. 22 buyer. Watch out. 22 buyer. All right, continuing to watch here. Let's see if we can get back into this one. This is really picking up now, guys. So this has been my best trade of the day. It was pretty.
Oh. Oh.
Wow, man. Always goosebumps when
That's crazy.
when I play that, man. Shout out to Fabian for putting that bad boy together, man. What a beauty. All right, so STKH, it is him right now. There's a 33 seller, recall, but we're looking now at a 34 seller. We just popped up. It was 34 on the ask. Watch out here. Bovin's thinking 250, and I happen to like that thinking a lot. Okay, we're going to try to bottom pick, see where we can pick this up off, and we'll report back to you guys, but we got to go back up to Adara.
Keep an eye on NVIDIA, NVDA in focus. Axios reporting that CEO Jensen Huang did end up meeting with Howard Lutnick, that is going to be the Commerce Secretary of the U.S. today, amidst scrutiny over NVIDIA and China. Now, what's interesting here as well is we already had reports that both Jensen Huang and OpenAI CEO Sam Altman were going to be headed over to Washington to have some discussions here about AI with different individuals from the White House and within the Capitol specifically. I heard they were going to be meeting with Senator Mark Warner. Not sure if that still happened or if it's already happened or is happening, but either way, NVIDIA CEO Jensen Huang apparently also met with Howard Lutnick. If I get any more details on that meeting, I'll keep you posted. Back to you.
Yeah, apparently he's going to talk about his little rogue LLM there that I highly suspect.
Yeah, we seen that yesterday.
Well, the whole thing probably happened. I just think he orchestrated it, right? Like, there's going to have to be an entire trail of this thing.
Of course, he orchestrated. Well, I didn't say of course, but it's more likely than not.
Yeah, it's just I highly suspect anything he does, just as a general rule.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Now play some Stone Cold theme. Yeah, anytime. You ask once, we can play that any given music, any given moment. All right, guys. So, and this is what I'm talking about, right? So we had this breakdown. It would have been nice to get out at 79s or so, but once it broke that trend, I'm like, hey, we have to be realistic with ourselves and just take the small win that it is, because you can see now that we climbed right back towards the high. What we can do is potentially re-engage in this situation. There it is, some aggressive selling starting to step back in. So what we can do is we can post up at 62.31, and then maybe we can get an additional move lower. 5 million call spike on the Qs. All right, yeah, let's take a look. Let's pull up our options chain and see what we got going on. Yeah, wow, what a tank city on that now. So just a liquidity grab here spooks your boy out. Weak hands, man. Devin Haney hands over here, and then sure enough, we continue to move a little bit lower.
Such a delusional guy, that guy.
Devin Haney?
Yeah.
Someone said that that they believe Haney beats Tank.
Okay, first of all, is Tank
maybe
Ryan
Ryan said that
at the moment or not?
Yeah, I think he's free.
Are you sure?
Didn't
he get clipped last time?
Yeah, that's a great question.
Yeah, I thought he went down for battery again.
Yeah. Well, I'm pretty sure he did, but I mean,
first, and I disagree entirely with that statement. If
free or not.
If he can't handle Ryan's punches, he can't handle Tank's punches.
No, there's no
Tank
way.
Will drop him. Gervonta, are you kidding me?
Yeah.
Gervonta's got cannons in those hands.
Yeah, free or not, I don't think.
I don't think so.
I don't think he stands a chance against
it.
Devin Haney picks and chooses fight. But shout out to Connor Ben, man. I really hope.
That's the one Benton. Okay.
What was I gonna do? We were gonna look at our options chain here. What strike price did that step in? That'd be really interesting, and I'm curious to know. But one thing that I want to note is just the levels that we were talking about on this name did happen to come into play. Now, 195, those are actually a lot smaller than what we were looking at this morning. So a lot of this position being closed, okay? So 25,000 contracts at this specific zone, the 195 marker, and that was roughly around our low of the day, a little bit south of that. 192.72 we broke down to, or it was 190. One of those two strikes, which held up, and that's what we were looking for, the bounce, and we are fortunate enough to get that in the name. But again, just be cautious in case it is a bull trap. I do believe there's going to be some more downside on this.
All right, STHK has a huge seller at 48, 49, 50. Looking for more, Joey. Big seller at 50 as well. 54. Get it, Bovin. Where are we going with this, Bovin? Watch out now. Big 54 seller. Can we continue into the 60s? I got 41s. You better believe anything below my entry. We're Gonzino. Big 55 seller. He's gone. 57 now. Looking for a little bit more in the 60s. There it goes again. Through the high. 61 now, seller. Where are we going to post? We're going to post at 16. Where's Ozan, man? We're posting at 69 over here. Let's see if we can get through that 61 seller. The breakout is on, and now we're knocking on the door of 100%, up 90 some odd percent. Back into the 50s we go. 40s. Looking for continuation here. The spread is opening up. A little unusual with this one. Continuing to watch 58, 59, 60. Can we get a big price spike up? 62, 63, above and 67. Oh, nice. All right. We'll look for more here at 3/4. Let's see. So STAK, there it goes into 3/4. Whoever. 284 limit up. Oh, I should have held through that one. 284 limit up. Showing 73s now. 82, 83. Oh, limit up's coming. Shout out to whoever held, man. You guys are the real MVPs. 293 now limit up. What a beautiful look here for STK. And what a beautiful look for WLDS. It just rocketed up again into 37s. We get the print now showing 30s. So, it'll zig and zag as it typically does. Put something here a little bit higher up. So lots to talk about. 293 coming limit up again on STKH. Almost 7 million shares traded so far. Here's the limit up parameter. So here's the whole parameter. 293 is what we would halt at. 293 on STKH. Keep your eye out on this one. 3 incoming. Bovin. He's yelling boom. Oh, yeah, there's Ozan. Get it, Ozan.
What's Ozan?
He's like, did you say 69? I get it, my man. But I want to answer here while we have the opportunity. Oh, my days.
Oh.
what's it called? Just dropped bigly here. WLDS, break even on that. Okay, as it just stopped me out at 411 again. That's okay. But I want to shout out Nakul92. Let me just go back here and listen to read what he says. Joey, I want to throw this your way as well. Okay?
Yeah.
Random question. How do you guys deal with a bad losing day, but you still have to do the show and to entertain?
Yeah.
Yeah. And that is part and parcel of doing this job.
Yeah.
It wasn't easy on day one. Sometimes we'll take walks. I'll throw it to Joey for a little bit so I can concentrate. Joey will throw it to me. Sometimes we shut ourselves down, right? If we have bad trading days, we'll switch to the sim sometimes. I'm just speaking for myself here. But yeah, it is part and parcel of trading, number one. And then, being a host, a show host at the same time and having to keep that, upbeat disposition.
It's not easy.
It's not easy.
It's not easy whatsoever. You guys seen on Friday, I was really frustrated, right? Like I was extremely frustrated. Listen, some days more frustrating than others, and I completely understand that. But it's definitely not easy, and I'm not going to pretend like it is. Some days it's just like, man, if I was home alone, I was just home trading or trading on the floor here, I would just get up and walk away. Unfortunately, we don't have that privilege to do so. And with that being said, you got to stomach it. Sometimes we do express it. We kind of vent through you guys as well, to talk with you in the chat and say this ticker's garbage and all that. That's pretty much my primary coping mechanism, is just hop in the chat, talk with you guys, and just say this thing's trash, like Tesla here today. That's how we deal with it, to be honest with you. Yeah, it's not easy. Without any question.
All right, so there's some stuff coming out of the Middle East. It's like about, senior Israeli officials saying the meeting was good and positive, because you guys are talking about oil. Two discussed all areas of concern, with Iran being the primary focus, and they reaffirmed their shared commitment to prevent them from acquiring nuclear weapons. That's being reported by Israel's Channel 12 News. What else do you have here? Senior Israeli officials Netanyahu and Trump discussed all areas of concern, with Iran being the primary focus, and reaffirmed their shared commitment. Again, it's just being the same thing. It's being read out here. So there it is. I want to bring a new one to your attention, though, guys. LBGJ. Shout out to Drew Farrell for calling this one out. What a rip. Drew, this is very cheap. It's a 3-penny name, so we got to mention that. But it did come out right into yesterday's aftermarket high. I want to say around 307. I'm talking pennies, not dollars. So be on the lookout here. It's making a move, but this is really, really cheap name. So keeping an eye out on that one. By the way, DFNS just got back to VWAP here. So, not like I'm going to trade it there, but keep an eye out on that. And STKH, we're still halted on that bad boy. So let's talk a little bit about that. The tap, Bovin, is showing $3.08. We are halted at 294 with the halt time being 12:50:37. The current time is 12:54:20. So we have another minute and 10 seconds before resumption at the earliest here. But Bovin also saying PCLA is moving up. Oh yeah, I see that. Light vol, about 187,000 shares trading so far into 620, dropping down into 591. I'd say I'd have to wait for more volume to come in there. But I'm going to be keeping a close eye here on STKH, because if it goes in this fashion and we start getting a multiple halter to the upside, we're at 293. It's already showing me 310. So my thinking is automatically going to 5 here. It's up 117%. I'm not exactly sure what the float is here, so let me just double check. STKH profile. We've got a 698,000 share float. Okay, you may see 705 on some platforms. You may see 698. Point is, I see it as sub 1 million. And, contrary to some other people's, preferences, I like that because it creates, these parabolic movers. So we can really get an outsized move here. TAP is showing 316. We're about 5 seconds away from resumption. If this one is to open after 5 minutes, 316, 315. Waiting. Looks like it might be 10 here, Bovin. Yeah, it's going to be 10 minutes. Okay, so it's going to be a 10-minute halt, right? Yeah, 10-minute at minimum here. So STKH in focus, Joey. 10 minutes.
Yeah, so big love to everyone in the chat. Dawn, shout out to all of you guys. Yeah, man, this way. Hey, man, in all reality, it makes you guys make the day that much easier as well too, because we all can talk a little smack. But anyways, yeah, here it is, a nice little scalp at the break of the high of the day. TQs, we were looking for 10 cents. Weren't fortunate enough to get it. Now, listen, I wanted to post up at 50s, I believe it was, but just due to the fact that the momentum was really picking up, I knew I wasn't going to get it. Now you can see that we're starting to pull back here. And that's why we got out of this short. We get the flip, and it's just a little scalp, right? I'll take it for what it is. It's just small W, small W, small W. Yeah, exactly, Save, man. I mean, every day, right? Like, it's not easy when the market is, or I shouldn't say the overall market, the NASDAQ and the SPY aren't doing too horribly off of the all-time highs. It's just individual names, right? So we'll head over into our watch list, and we'll just go from peak to our local lows to see what we got going on. Shout out to the TSX, though. TSX hitting all-time highs. This is walking proof that the economy is, the stock market is not reflective of the economy. Stock market up. Canadian the Toronto Stock Exchange up, Canadian GDP down. You see what I'm getting at here? Up here, down on GDP. I'm just poking some light at it, but here it is. The SPY down 2.4%. Like, that's comical, right? The NASDAQ down a little bit more. Why? Because it's so tech heavily weighted, 9.6% to where we're currently trading at. You do hit 10% down. The IWM 3%, right? So that's not too bad. And the Dow Jones here, not too far, another couple percentage points, 0.9% right there for the Dow off of the all-time high. So the NASDAQ, once again, Sharif and I talk about this quite often, is that, yeah, you'll get the best performance within these tech names, but then they also get hit the heaviest. Now, listen, I know we offered, and it's 12:57, so I think it's the right time for this segment. Assassino, it's time for what grinds my gears, what grinds Joey's gears is this. Is this like, okay, yeah, this is all fun and games, right? Everybody gets excited, 834%, minting a lot of millionaires. Oh, yeah, is that what you thought? Yeah, okay, see you later, 53% to the downside. So half of this move is eliminated, and you're right back to where you started in May of 2026, right? So this stuff is unfortunate, and when this was ongoing, I didn't like it from the jump. I didn't like it from Jump Street, right? It's not that I've seen this too many times because, again, I've only been doing this for 5 years. The guys to the right of me have been doing it for significantly longer, but I've seen it on countless occasions to the tune where it's like, all right, if I use half of my noggin, then I won't get in on some of these runs, and I'm glad that we didn't. It's just, yeah, I don't like seeing this because this is people's hard-earned money and the retail guy who mostly get hit heavy, right? Because whoever's selling, there's an opposite party on the other end buying all this stuff up, all right? So there's my little spiel. There was what grinds my gears segment there. We got that one done pretty quick. So Coinbase still down 60%. And Robinhood was starting to find some form of a recovery, but we're all out of that bad boy right now. At some point, there will be an opportunity for me to get involved with it once again. That's why I'm like, all right, we'll sell it. We had a nice return on it. Now we'll offload it and look to allocate some of these tech names that I feel are a little bit oversold at this point, right? Like we have Google that is down from that lows 22, so that ran into bear market territory, and I do truly believe that this downtrend is still fully intact, which is going to give us a prime time opportunity to get involved into some more alphabet group.
Well said, Joe. Shout out to Nick. Yep, here it is, brother. This is Unity. This is you. And Nick is asking, does this look like a good swing? Wow, yeah. Double bottom at 17 bucks. Since that $17 area low back on March 26th of last year, we are up currently about 87%, right? So that's a nice move, but by the same token, we're also off the high by about 40, okay? So that's first and foremost. Secondly, I really look at this, it feels like a $35 area shelf here, Nick. Look at that kind of in the middle of this double top, right? That's like kind of like the neckline of the double top. Feels like 35. So you're at 31.68. I'd say you probably encounter some resistance between, wow, I have to pause here. There goes STKH. Okay, I think we got something here, guys. It's going to halt up at 390. It's absolutely ripping. And now it's 188% up on the day. So now we're halted to the high side, 1 o'clock and 53 seconds. So 13:53. Earliest open, 13:55:53. So we'll keep tabs on that. What? The tap is showing $16.99. Nah, that can't be right.
Dude, and I'm looking at the price
$17
here.
tap? What the hell is that? What are you looking at?
I'm trying to look at the same name, but it's telling me it's $3.90 right
Yeah,
now.
it is. It is. That's where it's halted, Joey.
And the tap is at $17?
Its tap is showing $16.99. That's insane. But anyway, just to continue on with Nick's thing, because we got 5 minutes before that reopens, at least $35, Nick. I'd say you're taking some profits there. I'd say, save a piece for that $40 area. You do have some resistance at 40 as well, but that's Unity. Shout out to Nick Dubb. Hope you print storms up on that. And now there he is, Adam James Abroad, the OG friend of the show, friend of mine. Final trade today. I'm in China Crapper. SFTS. Let's have a look at that. SFTS. Let's look at the STFS. Sorry, STFS. Let's look at the. Do I have that up here? STFS? No, we'll take off Asan. STFS, Joey. Not on the New York. My mistake. NASDAQ. 650 tap, Adam. So 1 penny higher than the halt price of 49. Halt time 12:58.53. So earliest open 103.53. Keep your eye on that. DFNS just lost VWAP for the first time, I think, on the day. It's bleeding its own blood. $20 low on DFNS. It could see that sooner rather than later. Be careful with that one. But we're going to have to keep a close eye here on STKH, because this is the dude. It's showing a tap at $10. $9.90. Okay, I get it's gonna drop, but that's still like prohibitively high, right? STKH. I see all you guys calling it out. Got it up on the screen. We've been trading it all morning from $1.77. I had it. Got back in at $2.40 into the break of $2.75, but we haven't participated in it since it started halting. So what better time than now? No worries, of course, Bubba. Shout out to Nick. Shout out to you, my man. 35. I would say wait for 40 there. There does seem to be some resistance at 40, Nick, if you can save a piece for the dream. Buvin, it's probably not opening in 15 minutes now. Yeah, that's the thing. Like, you're talking about STKH? Yeah. We'll see, Buvin. We'll see, man. Tap is dropping to 990, but it's still very high. STKH reminds me of Stack from Friday. I love Stack. I like saying Stack a lot more than STKH over here. Right? It's just, the bid's getting stacked. You know?
Stack market.
Stack City. Stack City.
Stock market.
So yeah, that's the look there, man. What
do I got going on?
Yeah.
I was just reading some stuff here on Burry. I was gonna say something that was not appropriate. Nothing. I'm just going through this guy's holding big short investor shorted 6 stocks. Like I was reading some of the average prices. So it does seem like 210 is his level in which he is short from short on NVDA. Which
the Burman?
Yeah.
What happened to that boy?
Yeah, Burr. Yeah, but he's not part of 1017. That's for sure, man.
Tell him, Joe.
Yeah, but no. In all seriousness, like a nice little scalp there, guys. And then I'm not gonna call this a double top, but pretty close, right? Like you have a whipsaw move through here, and then it's just absolutely flush city at that point. On this name specifically. DRAM not doing too much, so yeah, what's up, Mike P? I want to get involved to the short side once again, but I want to increase my risk to reward. So if we're fortunate enough to catch another pop here and fail to establish a new high, then by all means, I'm going to be looking to go short one more time. Up to 1,000 NVIDIA shares now, Joey Ops. My guy, you're my people. I've had 3 people come up to me.
You would have had more if you came to Blossom.
I know, man. I hate missing out on that stuff. Well, guess what? Hey.
3 NVIDIA shares. Or sorry. A third of an NVIDIA share.
Yeah, well, that was a third. But then you wanted to go VIP, which is a whole.
Which was such a ripoff.
Yeah, I know.
Other than Humble Trader was
Danielle
there. If you know
Shea.
Humble Trader, not Danielle Shea. Shay. Her name is Shay.
Oh, yeah. Danielle Shea.
There's a lot of Shays going on.
Yeah.
Humble Trader was there. She had a fantastic segment on AI workflow. She created an entire dashboard for herself, a software that runs proprietary. using AI. She's using a lot of Claude, which is awesome. So that was
That's
really the
good.
only thing that I got out of the VIP. Other than that, dude, the VIP lounge was always maxed out with capacity, so you couldn't go in unless it was your time segment for that
way.
class.
Oh, really?
So it was just like, why did I end up schlepping
Yeah, why
for
did you?
this,
Yeah,
man?
so there you go. There goes half an NVDA share right there, Sharif. But no, in all seriousness, guys, the Toronto Money Show. I'll actually pull it up right now.
That was pretty good. We had a good time.
I always have I go every year. The Toronto, and I'll tell you guys I will be there. Just so if you want to come say what up, then by all means I will be. September 24th to 25th. Okay.
You're actually gonna go, Joey?
I will be there. I will be September 24th to 25th. You can come and meet your boy. I wonder if Sharif, are you gonna go up there? Are you gonna go? I don't wanna. Are you gonna? Do you have the ability?
You're calling me out.
Yeah.
You're calling me out. I was the one at the conference, my guy, and everybody was asking where you were.
But I'm going to be at this one. Are you going to be there?
Sir.
All right.
Isn't
so yeah.
it free?
Yeah, it's free too.
free,
Exactly.
yeah,
So it's
exactly.
free.
Why
Just
would we
make sure
go?
you sign up, you register.
My
So yeah, you will see me there if anybody does want to attend. I will be at the Toronto Money Show. It's something that I do go to on an annual basis, and more than willing to meet and look forward to seeing all of you guys. I don't know, Juan, are you still going to be in Toronto September 24th and 6th? If that's the case, you can meet the one.
Maybe, he said, yeah.
It's a 50-50. Sia might be attending as well, too. So we'll get the...
I was looking at it. It's pretty cool. I might.
She might. So she's 50-50, a coin flip over there. And the ever so infamous, but the dangerous Assassino might be attending as well too. And Fabian, I'm just naming everybody saying it. See if
I was like, Assassino.
Yeah.
I was like, what?
So yeah. So guys, no, I'm okay with being. Hey man, lone wolf over here. Yeah, I appreciate that. No, but in all seriousness, I will be there, guys. If you want to come check it out, more than happy.
Is Ram coming though?
Ram will not be there.
86 wants to know.
Ram will not be there.
He likes that. Get it, Ram.
Yeah, Ram will not be there.
I think Ram is the most famous non-camera person in the history of shows. Bro.
Next to Assassino, yeah.
Yeah, well, Assassino's very famous as well, as we know. Guys,
but Fabian makes an appearance here and there, right? Not as much.
Fabian is the Chilean nightmare.
Yeah.
Right? Like, we've got... He's not behind the camera. Sometimes Assassino, when he's on the ladder, everyone wanted to know if he had a license for the ladder and the
Oh, yeah,
certifications
that
and
was
all
a
that
big ordeal.
We tried to keep that.
I can confirm that Neil Roberts will be there. Neil Roberts will be in attendance.
Where is he going? He's like, what?
Yeah, Neil Roberts will be in attendance September 25th
He doesn't even
to
know.
26th. So yeah, that'll be a lot of fun.
Guys, Neil, I need to tell you this, Neil. I feel like obliged to bring this to your attention, Neil. Oh, now it's no longer the case.
Oh.
But STKH is halted at 390, and it had a tap moments ago of 15. So something's afoot. 515, Adam. It's making it go. Ozan, make Fahad great again. Say less.
If you don't like the video right now and subscribe to the channel, I might dunk on you.
Dunk on you.
That's crazy.
Get it, Feifei. Oh, man, Feifei's joke.
Oh, wow.
What do you got, Joe? Go
I
ahead.
almost punched an insane amount of shares that I did not meant to. Good thing I double checked. No, I'm looking at, I got the NASDAQ here. Man, right off the highs, this would have been ideal, right? So you flip, you go short right here, but now it'd be a little bit of a chase, in my opinion. Volume is starting to pick up. Oh, yeah, that's how this stuff works sometimes. Something might be stepping into the market. I don't know. It could just be a little bit of a breakdown, but not too bad of a look here. So, yeah, Neil, I was just volunteering you for the money show in September.
Yeah, Neil will not be.
Neil will not be. Yeah, Neil will not. There we go, Sharif. That's what I'm talking about,
What
my
happened,
boy.
Joey?
Just like that instant. As long as there's not too deep of a breath. Yeah, see, come on, keep going. No, don't hit the tape. Let's go. Bang. All right. Nice little scalp city, as my boy would like to say on that one. Yeah, we're pushing it. Just, again, a chip in a chair for us. Nice lock in those little bit of wins. So good stuff so far on a couple of scalp cities on the NASDAQ there. So.
Oh, Fabian is the Chilean Superman with the ladder. No one's going to call him the Chilean Nightmare anymore, man. The Chilean Superman sounds better.
Super ladder.
Guys, I have to bring your attention here. I love that. Okay, James Bond. Dun, 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 dun. All right, BIYA, guys. Big move up here above the volume weighted price as we wait for STKH to open. Shout out to everybody pointing this one out to me. It was trading a lot below 550, and now it's cleared up to 6. I'd like to see this drop into 550 or thereabouts again so we can pick it up off a key technical support level. Let's load up BIYA on the trading screen over here on the NQ. Yes, the answer is yes. Spread for 3 pennies, respectable, decent. I like that 550, knowing full well that it just may be too strong to come back into 550, especially with that 565 dip. Let's give this one the old college try. We're going to defend into 550, see how this goes, Joey. So
all right.
That's what I'm looking for now. There it goes into 95. We needn't wait long on this one. Give me my money, man. Let's set up a little bit higher here, Joseph Options. Hopefully this doesn't tank on me. So that's what we'll set up for here. We're looking for a big move here, Bovin, above $6. BIYA in focus, but by no means in the clear here as we look to defend that $0.50.
Good stuff. All right, guys, we're getting a lot of tags here. And again, I don't like neglect it. You know, it might be a little bit of a strong word, but Bravely over there, our social media moderator. Thank you very much, brother. And sorry for the missed questions. Let's see if we can find anything. What's up, Katina Man, wearing the Palantir hat? You're all avoiding gold, says Manly. I don't think we're avoiding it, but we can most definitely take a gander at gold.
Oh.
There's another one here. What do you think about? Okay, referring to gold. Excuse me. Now let's pull up our actual chart and pull up we're going to pull up the ETF on gold. All right. So GLD down 1.6% here, and this is a commodity that was just on an absolute monster run. Okay, and then it cooled off, and buyers have yet to engage once again on this specific asset. All right. Now I was thinking about buying a little bit of gold myself, but I think we'll have to be a little bit more patient. I thought
Alfred said he's going to get back into gold as well, man.
Is Alfred your buddy, right?
Yep.
I think, well, I mean, hey.
That's where he got the Tesla money. He sold his dad's gold.
Yeah. Man, that must be, those are good times.
Gave him gold, yeah.
And then he sold the gold.
And then he bought Tesla in 19. And we were talking at the conference, and he's thinking about moseying back into gold.
I think that's fair. Like, you're down 30% at this point, right? Like, if you start relatively slow, there is a clear support system right here. I do believe that will be breached. But after that point, are you going to turn around? Because you're right back to where we were in October of 2025.
Okay.
Right? So almost a year, within a couple of months, right? You're just right back to where you were a year ago. So by all means, dabble slow, and then I think there could be some good opportunity. I was thinking about the exact same thing with silver, Sharif, but silver and gold, not the exact same thing, and there is a lot more weakness. So all of this run here from December of 25 to the peak where you double up here on silver has been eliminated over an extended period of time. But I would prefer to get into gold over silver. And yeah, nothing wrong with starting small and then building yourself into a full position. That's for sure.
Certainly not. Certainly not. All right, guys, couple of beak wetters there into the high 90s on BIYA. The spread is opening up, but I'm interested in defending into the $0.50. Here it comes. Let's see if it fills me. Got right into 69.70. Didn't fill me as there was a buyer there. Let's see if I get filled on a dip trade. Looking to defend that level into the $0.50. 71 buyer here, preventing it from dropping any further as we await the reopening here of STKH. The tap now showing $7. Halt time 1 o'clock on the dot, 53, meaning earliest open 1:15:53. So continuing to watch that is 1:14:56. So we have another minute there. Got the fill there on BIYA at 69. That puts me in a cost basis of 74. Let's throw some profit takers at key levels to account for that new price. Look, I'm defending into the $0.50 here, so we'll see exactly what we get. Does it hold the $0.50? I perceived it to have a lot of resistance initially at the $0.50, so if it wants to hold up there, that would just be aces. There we go. We get the print in the high 70s. Looking for the 80s now. Can we price spike into the mid 80s where we're waiting? We have about 30 seconds to possible resumption here. 53. It is currently 33. We got 20 seconds here, possibly on STKH. The tap hasn't moved. It is still $7 on the dot. So keep a close eye on that one as BIYA drops again into the 60s here, Joey. Got to send it to you so I can just concentrate on these two bad boys.
Absolutely, man. So a nice little scalp. As you can see that we're starting to rebound here in the
It's going to be
Qs.
more. It's
Let's see what
20 minutes.
let's see what these other names are up to. Who just hit Visa? Okay, that's not quite all-time highs, but you're not far off of it. All right, so this is a 375 high. You're about 1.6% off of the all-time high on Visa. Now UPS, ups, not ups today though. That's
I have
for
a
sure.
friend who be like, when we moved to England, he's like, he was a bright guy. He's just, he had some quirks. He's like, we have that company. It's called Ops. I was like, I've never heard anybody call that thing Ups, bro.
Okay.
Right? It is UPS, and then I've always joked about
Well, you could tell him it's not ups today because it's definitely on the downside and off of the all-time high there, 13%. So a little bit tougher of a look on UPS. And then also with Boeing, let's see if this has ran out of turbulence. Man, yeah, I mean, listen.
Come on, Ups.
Yeah, 12.5% off of that previous pivot high. Is that the all-time high in Boeing? I think so. Now, listen. Oh, no, it's not. All right, that's unfortunate. Down 16.9%.
Get it, Bubba.
Man, I wish this stock could perform significantly better than what it does. But wish in one hand, do something in the other, and see what fills first. Speaking of filling first, that is AMAT to the downside with to the tune of 36%. All right, so that's a little bit tougher of a look there in Applied Materials and ASML, Sharif. You know, you like ASML. I like.
No, I don't think it's a piece of crap at all.
I like Applied Materials.
Get it, Bubin.
So they're not looking too bad right now, but that's down 20%. Good opportunity. Maybe you want to look at the dip buy. We went over the memory names on multiple occasions, but Robinhood looks like it turned its ship around a little bit here, but still negative 2 1/3% to the south side.
Crazy.
Yeah, a little bit tougher of a look. But Applied Digital, shout out to Applied Digital. Now, this name went on a monster run. There was some news of lease. I think it was around $300 million or so a while ago. Lease agreement. 918% from April of 2025. All right. But then, unfortunately, it does pull back pretty aggressively. 45%. So remember during Tariff Tantrum, we've seen a bunch of names at discounts, 30%, 45%, so on and so forth.
Yes,
I think this could be a good opportunity to get involved with some of those names that are hit extremely heavy. And what am I referring to? The SanDisks, the Microns, and everything in the world.
All right, Joey.
Yeah.
We're almost 20 after. So why don't we send it up to Sia at the big desk and start talking about some of the major headlines on the day?
Absolutely. Let's start with, like I mentioned, chips earlier in the segment as well. So semiconductor stocks have been falling today. Sell-off is pretty real. You can see it. I've zoomed in onto the electric tech sector here on the S&P. You have AMD, INTC, MU continuing to slide today. WDC, Marvell, as well as STK, like I said, down 14% right now. Over 14.5 almost, you could say. GETXN are flat, but over chip names, like I said, all sliding red further into their losses. TSMC, like I said, also closed 3% lower. You had South Korea's SKHY, like SK Hynix on the South Korea market, closed over 14% lower. Samsung had also lost over 13%. You had Japanese chip names like Tokyo Electron, Advantest, and SoftBank all fallen today. ASML also had been trading lower after the information had reported that a Chinese company is manufacturing an immersion deep ultraviolet lithography machine, which is a dominant market where ASML is one of the leaders. But Adara, give me your take on this.
Yeah, my take is, again, I've talked about it this morning. I find it kind of interesting how you've got lately these sell-offs that are happening here in Asia, then they're impacting the U.S. market. Then maybe some news we get in both U.S. and Europe impacts those markets. Like I find, and this has always, I'm sure, been the case to some degree, but I think especially more lately, you're really seeing this symbiosis or this interaction here between these different regions of the world that trade. You know, you've got Europe opening and closing around one time, the Asian markets opening and closing around one time, the U.S. markets, right? So I find that whole symbiosis to be kind of interesting. I want to talk about Seagate, because STX is reporting after the bell today at 4 p.m. Let's talk a little bit. I don't know why it says 7:30. I thought I made a different version of that. That's fine. So 4 p.m. You've got here sales of 3.11 billion here last quarter. Last quarter they had a massive EPS beat. Gross margin like 46.5% versus 35.2% the prior year quarter. Operating margin 32.1% versus 20% the prior year quarter. So this is massive year-over-year growth for their Q3 2024. I'm really curious to see what they do in this next quarter, this Q4, because I think this could be a pretty interesting one for SCX, given what they gave us last quarter. We'll have to wait and see. But again, that's coming out after the bell at 4 p.m. Eastern.
Some news might be, sorry,
So yeah, go ahead, Joey.
No, some news might be coming in. I could be wrong.
What, for the market?
Yeah,
I don't
on
see
the
anything,
on the Nasdaq, big volume spikes.
Big volume. Okay, yeah, something probably coming momentarily, Joe. We'll definitely. We got Adara, we got Sia. They're both locked and loaded, so we'll get that in a jiff. All right, I'm going to take the ASML angle to this, as I did this morning. So, first and foremost, I just want to say that when you're a one-trick pony like ASML, you're a one-trick pony, but you're also a monopoly. You are subject to massive corrections should somebody else step into your space. And so this has been sort of the acute problem with ASML, that the Chinese could throw their hat into the lithography ring at some point. And now they have, if you believe the reports. However, it doesn't end the matter whatsoever, right? First and foremost, ASML has been statutorily prohibited from selling most of its DUV machines to China going on almost a year. So any lost revenues that are being projected by the market here have already been lost. So that's my point number one. Point number two, this is, a very, very technical area. I do not expect the Chinese to be leaders in this space right away. Maybe eventually, but not right away. My case in point here is that ASML's, it's not even close to their most advanced machine. Their DUV machine here does about 6,000 wafers per day on one machine. The equivalent machine by the Chinese barely gets to 2,000. So if you are a company A, and you're presented with the choice, right, which one are you choosing now? Chinese companies may be forced to buy these because they have to champion the domestic alternative, and that I get, but I don't care because they're not selling to China anyway. So that's point number two. Point number three, DUV is old technology. It's deep ultraviolet lithography. We are talking about extreme EUV machines, and that's not even the cutting edge. There's more. There's a new type of EUV machine that they haven't released yet. So when you're talking about the latest chips, the 2 nanometer, the 3 nanometer, even a little bit above that, you need EUV. You cannot use DUV. It's fantastic for 7, 8 nanometers and whatever, above that stuff that you put in your dishwasher, in your microwave, but it's not necessarily going to cut it for the most cutting edge smartphones, for the most cutting edge chips, for AI data centers. So while the market correction is what it is, and there's nothing I can do about that, I don't think personally the fundamentals jive. Anyway, we have to pause. We have to go to the big desk.
I didn't see any market-wide news here. I have some comments from CEO Jensen Huang of NVIDIA, but it's really nothing that we haven't heard him say before. He's basically just urging support here for open-weight AI models, saying that they, quote, are crucial for AI security and safety. We already knew he felt this way. That's all I'm seeing. Just more comments from Jensen Huang about his previously stated opinion on open-weight AI models.
Boom, there goes BYA, Bovin. There it took out 6, Bovin. So we're going to put now 615. Let's see if we can get that out. We're still holding a good amount here on BYA. Let's not take it out too quickly, especially if we can take out 6 decisively, Bovin. I don't know how you feel about this. Now we're below 6. There's a big seller here at $6, but they could squeeze him if there's a big buyer. 603 now. No decisive move above $6 here. 649 limit up, Joey. How do you see this whole thing?
Yeah, no, Sharif, I'm in the same camp as you, and we talk about this within multiple names, right? When you already hold the majority of the total addressable market, it's really tough to hold on to that, right? Like, there's only one way you can really go when you hold a monopoly within this space. Now, there could be a couple of headwinds falling within this name, but at the end of the day, I think a lot of it falls into noise. There's something that, Sharif, you also brought up this morning, is that bipartisan legislation, right? So the Match Act, I believe is what they're calling it, can block around 15% of ASML's China revenue, right? Which is, I mean, 15% is quite a bit, but it's not the end of the world. I'm sure at some point they'll be able to mitigate that loss, but that's what we're seeing right now. There's a couple of headwinds within the name, but with what they're doing, as Sharif mentioned, it's not the 2 nanometer or the 3 nanometer machine that they're selling these guys is the higher up, the stuff that Texas Instruments is essentially getting involved with. So for me personally, I don't think it's too big of the deal. We know that Wall Street, we tend to overreact in both directions, and that's exactly what's happening right now. We're just getting the overreaction because why we are forward-looking as well too. So you price things in. Like look at NVDA's earnings, look at Micron's earnings, completely blowouts. But then the stocks decide to same thing with SanDisk. The stocks decide to sell off. So that's just kind of the narrative of what's going on here right now. There's a couple headwinds for ASML.
Joey, we're accumulating here at 6 1/4, 6 1/5 here on BIYA. There's a big boy seller at 621. They killed him, Joey.
Oh, he's gone.
He's gone. He's no longer around. We are taking off here with the high of the day coming in pretty quickly. Where did my chart go? 662, guys. So we still have that implied balance spike at 935, $6.62. Let's not celebrate too quickly. We got to get through that $0.50. Then we got to get through that 2/3 of a dollar really here to take off. But BIYA back in focus, and we're going to go back to SIA.
Bang.
Let's talk a little bit Visa here. So eliminating about 2,600 jobs. As the CEO of the company, Ryan McInerney, is seeking to make the firm more efficient as it is competing in an increasingly tough payments industry. This is coming from reports according to Bloomberg. So this cuts will amount to roughly 7% of the workforce and will affect 2 divisions, mainly technology as well as the product teams at Era. So McInerney has said this in a Tuesday staff memo as reported by Bloomberg. Visa is also set to report quarterly earnings, as we do know at post-market, that is after the bell today. It had about 34,100 employees at the end of its fiscal year, which is more than triple from a decade earlier. And third quarter 2026 estimates have already come in as well. We have analysts forecasting $3.23 of EPS, whereas $11.4 billion in revenue.
Yeah, I think in terms of the report tonight, probably nothing burger, especially compared to some of the other names that are reporting after the bell, what your Enphases, your Bloom Energies, your Seagates. But with Ryan McInerney, my main association, because I just find this interesting, he was part of that very large coalition of people that went with President Trump to China. And also there was the CEO of MasterCard, Michael Miebach. MasterCard, they're reporting later this week, I believe Thursday morning at 8 a.m. But either way, yeah, I mean, not like I'm expecting any crazy updates here from this trip on the earnings report. But either way, it's worth noting, close with the president. Wonder if there is going to be some kind of mention here of potentially what came of that trip to China, but we'll have to wait and see. We'll have to find out here for the call tonight. Again, Visa, not a name that moves too much on earnings. And given that move that we had up this morning on the job cut first report, then later confirmed by the company, yeah, I think Visa earnings reaction might not be, as significant as what we already had here, but we'll have to wait and find out. And yeah, we'll find out right, I believe at 4 or 5 p.m. today, what Visa cooked up for us in Q2.
Okay, I have some stuff to say here. These layoffs, of course, we never want to champion that. 2,600 jobs, 7% of the global workforce. Some people's lives are affected. So never want to be glib about this. But there is some method to the madness here. Listen to this. So unlike your traditional corporate downsizing, this isn't administrative, it's not HR, it's not middle management, it's disproportionately affecting core technology and product development teams, the exact group of people who are responsible for building out Visa's code base. Programmers, Claude Code, maybe. They didn't say that. In fact, they denied it. They pushed back against the AI narrative. But you know who they didn't get rid of? Software, that is. They kept all the blockchain people. So traditional software engineering roles slashed. Visa explicitly shielded cryptocurrency and stable coin infrastructure units from any of the cuts. They essentially basically preserving the headcount in the blockchain-based settlement networks at the expense of the traditional software roles for centralized finance. So this is very interesting to me. 2 things. 1, even if the company states otherwise, to me, my spidey sense says this is AI related some way, somehow. And number 2, Visa is trying to protect their talent for stablecoin and blockchain. Should we be sniffing something out here? Maybe Visa's up to something?
Well, yeah, I think that's something fair to say because we've been talking about it for quite some time, Matt. Like, you're looking to really transition a lot of the financial ecosystem onto the blockchain and make everything digital, tokenize everything, which I think is important to know. But guys, this isn't the first. I believe it was Jack Dorsey and Andy Jassy not necessarily saying, hey, it's due to
I remember
AI. Yeah, he's like, hey, yeah, we just
walked it back a bit,
both of the CEOs stated that they overhired during COVID, but also what we were thinking here is this AI efficiencies. You're starting to see a lot of the higher market capitalization companies do this, and with Visa doing the exact same thing. I'm here, B-Day, what's going on? What we have going on here is, like, if we're talking about essentially all of this spend going into AI, but yet we're not really cutting the workforce, then where are you going to see that improvement within margins? Where are you going to see that improvement within your revenue, right? We know that the employee is one of the most expensive costs within companies. So at some point, you want to, as horrible as it is, you want to see some of these workforces get cut, because that just shows the ability of these companies to use these AI tools in which we've been talking about and pounding the table about for quite some time.
I want to say one other thing.
Yeah.
That they were growing their headcount for 10 straight years. They never cut. In fact, they grew their headcount from 11,000 to 34,100 employees in that 10-year span. So I would say, I'm just assuming what's in the minds. Of course, we'll get more on the call this afternoon, but this is probably not a decision they came lightly to, right? Yeah, but what's really out? Yeah. Anyway,
I don't think it's ever easy to lay people off.
Yeah, maybe, from like
a mass amount,
sociopath.
No, I mean, like a massive, like, think about it, 2,700 people or 2,600 people isn't light. Like, we've seen it, 10,000. I'm pretty sure Amazon did something roughly around 10,000 employees.
More.
See you later.
Yeah,
exactly.
A bunch of double-digit ones.
Block did a bunch as well too, and then your boy Zuck.
Quarter of the company.
Your boy Zuck laying off a bunch of people. So
Zuck lays people off like it's just,
it's
regular
going out of
for him.
it's going out of style
Yeah.
almost.
He's constantly making adjustments.
Yeah, man.
Guys, just before we go back, here it is. STKH halted to the upside, 6:11 on the dot. And you know what else is on the dot? The halt time, 1:30 on the dot. And I really do mean that. Double zeros after that 30 with the tap now showing $7.50, markedly higher than where we halted. Keep your eye out here on STKH. It is up 352%. It looked like it was a 20-minute halt last time, so get ready to wait. Just because it did it before doesn't mean it's going to do it again, but something to anticipate there. See ya.
J&J is our next story. So J&J, as of late yesterday, has said that it would pay an estimated $5.5 billion to resolve tens of thousands of lawsuits that are alleging its baby powder and other talcum products have caused and led to ovarian cancer. So this is with regards to a landmark deal that can and could potentially end a contentious legal battle that the company has been seeing for the past decade. The company has said that the settlement covers about 76,000 claims, including the ones that have already been consolidated in a court in New Jersey as well, in federal court in New Jersey, mind you, and related cases as well in state court, representing nearly all remaining talcum claims against the company. The company has also previously settled most of its cases, alleging that its talc contained asbestos has caused mesothelioma, which is a rare aggressive cancer that starts in the thin tissue lining in your internal organs, just primarily again caused by asbestos. Now, the plaintiff's law firms have also confirmed this deal as of yesterday and have said that it was a good resolution after a decade-long court battle. But another probe to keep in mind for this is that the deal must be accepted by 95% of the ovarian cancer claimants in state or federal court before it comes to a final decision. And J&J's Vice President of Litigation, Eric Hess, has said that the claims were quote-unquote meritless and that the company was willing to settle in order to get closure. J&J, I would say, was up when I was doing a sector watch. It's currently trading flat on the day.
It's open. Here we go. It opened down quite aggressively, 450 support, zigging a little above 5, a little bit below 5, 4 1/3. Limit down is 420, guys. Limit down 420. We're showing 430.17. Now we're in the limit down parameter. Okay, so we need 10 seconds at this level. 420 limit down, showing 417 on the bid, 20 on the ask. We're not going to move up here unless we get a bid, and so far we're not. 3, 2, 1, we're halted. Okay, so tap 395. Okay, there we go, 395. That's what we're talking about there. But I want to mention something, Sia, you touched upon this. I just want to, drive it home a little bit more. This kind of compromise was accelerated by a court order which forced the plaintiffs to produce non-existent specific causation evidence kind of after their expert witness. He retracted his statement, and that kind of left the attorneys with the legal position is like, okay, well, the evidence upon which we were relying for our case, the expert who was tendering that has retracted their statement. Either they could have sought a recess from the court to go and pursue a different expert who may say the same thing, or they chose in this case to compromise, cut their losses, and take what they could get. So it should be interesting to see, whether this holds up, because I do believe that the court still has to approve the deal, Joe.
Yeah, the settlement. I mean, that can also grow as well. More participants, more people involved within the case, they can see this settlement going up to $7 billion. That'd be up from $5.5 billion. So, I mean, it's not over just yet. There's a latency period, obviously, within that you would have to claim. But yeah, I mean, it's not the best look for Johnson & Johnson, and it's unfortunate that all those people have to go through it. That's all I really have to say. But yeah, pay the fine. And I don't know, hopefully you don't make the same mistakes. It's sad to see that a lot of people got sick from that stuff.
Of course. Couldn't agree more.
Yeah.
It is scary, that story, because we have been using Johnson & Johnson powder since we were kids. So yeah, KO in India, you will see most of the babies I'm sorry? Yeah, it's also like the talcum, and babies, they have these specialized talcum baby powders as well. But anyway, moving on to our next story, you have KO here, Coca-Cola reporting today. Adjusted earnings per share coming in at 97 cents versus expected at 93 cents. Revenue at $13.38 billion versus a number of $13.16 billion that was expected. Now, KO has reported second quarter net income of $4.43 billion or $1.03 per share, which is up from $3.81 billion or 89 cents per share, which is a year earlier. Now, excluding asset impairments, restructuring costs, as well as other items, the company has earned 97 cents per share. Net sales have risen 17% to a number $13.38 billion. Coke's organic revenue that excludes acquisitions, divestitures, as well as currency fluctuations has jumped 6% in this quarter. Also, company's global unit case volume has increased 5%, and every one of its reporting segments has seen volume growth. This metric strips out the pricing to reflect demand more accurately and on the dot. But Coke's results do not show consumers cutting back whatsoever. Even in North America, volumes have grown 3% higher. We're going to cut short this and send it to Adara.
Yeah, I just want to mention here, USO back in focus. We're getting more comments from Iran. So earlier today, they basically kind of laid out a framework for potential deal with Oman, saying that Iran has proposed to Muscat, Oman, that Iran managed one-way shipping transit through the one side of the Strait of Hormuz, and then Oman would manage the opposite direction. So they want to each manage their own side of the Strait of Hormuz. Well, just now here, like a minute ago, Iran's coming out and saying that if they can't make a deal with Oman, quote, we'll continue our path on the Strait of Hormuz. So just more updates here on the Strait, nothing massive, but just keeping you guys posted here. If I see anything else, I'll let you know.
Nothing's changed, Joey. Anybody can get it.
Yeah, of course.
You come through the Strait, you're going to get it. All right, let's talk about this strong 8% surge in Asia Pacific unit on case volume. Yet when you look at their actual, earnings, they're dropped 9%, and they're saying it's an unfavorable product mix. What they're trying to blame it on are, the affordability initiatives that Coke, I guess, is undertaking in that area of the world. They've dropped prices. That's hurt margins. So sales up, profits down. Never a good combination that you want to be in. Let's also talk about their Forex. Oftentimes, we report to you there's a Forex headwind. You receive money in, Egyptian pounds, Indian rupees, whatever, Danish kroners. That currency drops against the US dollar. You, like a schmuck, take that currency, convert it back to US dollars, and all of a sudden you've lost X percentage. In this case, it was the opposite. They made money. So it's a Forex headwind. So think of the example I just gave, but in the opposite, okay? And now we're talking about EMEA, Europe, the Middle East, and Latin America, and Africa, excuse me. A negative 5% growth there. Latin America was okay. North America was good, but EMEA, you had basically a decline of sales of 5%. India led volume expansion in the Asia-Pacific region, especially with bottling services. They have now apparently this NARTD category called non-alcoholic ready-to-drink, and that share grew substantially in India. So good report for them, but mixed geographic success.
Yeah, it's funny. As I was reading through some of the information in the report, it states like, yeah, India faced a Diet Coke shortage due to the conflict going on in the Middle East. And I'm just thinking in my head, like, are we being serious right now? Obviously, like a Diet Coke shortage, I'm pretty sure there's more important things in life than Diet Coca-Cola. But anyways, aside from that, guys, you know what was really good for this company was the World Cup, all right? So there's an increase within Powerade, so within that drink, and then a smaller growth within Coca-Cola as well, too, the canned beverage. But Powerade was the main driver here, and it's really important to note that one thing that we also have to take in consideration is the concentrates. So that was a pretty good performance, but just the ability to adjust to the ongoing situation of looking for those lower calorie snacks, that performed well as well too. So for me personally, listen, it's a dividend play in my opinion. You see the appreciation here today. There was an aluminum issue. Rising prices within aluminum was a major issue. That's going to hinder your revenue, as you brought up not too long ago as well too, Sharif. But for me personally, I'm not the biggest fan of these style plays. Look at it for a dividend. It's pretty good for that.
What does it pay, Joey?
It's not bad. It's like $1 something.
$1 something
yeah, $1
on an $80 name. Let's have a quick look over here. Let's bring it down. We can bring it down here, Assassino. Let's go to the Fundamentals Explorer. Where does it show that, Joey? Divi, right there.
We got there.
We got 53.
53
cents. Still good on an $80 name, man. I'm not gonna, you're going to get your Divi on September 15th, so get ready there. Good luck.
Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't really have much else to say about this.
No, I mean, like, listen, organic revenue growth 4% to 5%, comparable earnings 8 to 9% for the
Let me ask you something.
for the guidance.
Remember that the original catalyst when Uncle Warren, we were talking about, Coke. What do you think about the GLP-1 problem still for this company? Do you think it's over? Are we past it? Are we priced it in? And let me throw some more curveballs your way.
Yeah.
What if the GLP-1 usage rate amongst, say the U.S. population continues to increase? You got retatrutide coming out late 27, early 28, a 3 agonist GLP, which is supposed to be way better than the double that you have now with Novo and the single that you have with Eli.
Yeah.
And so you think usage, you want to cover something?
No.
Usage expansion continues to hurt Coke? Like, have we seen the end of this?
No, I don't think we have, Sharif. And you know what's funny? On my way home, I was actually listening on the radio. This is how much this space is growing, is that they have the Ozempic rewards card now or something like where you can get a discount on your monthly subscription.
What?
Yeah. It's getting out of hand. Now, listen, I was listening to it on the radio. Yes, it has been a disruptive service to these names, and it will continue to be so as people look for those healthier alternatives.
See ya.
Also, one thing to keep in mind is that GLP-1, also people who are on that medication are cutting back sugar, goods that have sugar in them, even drinks that do. So Coca-Cola already does offer Coke Zero. It offers Diet Coke that does not technically have sugar. It might have stevia, but doesn't have sugar.
It also cuts appetite, see it just generally.
Absolutely, yeah. But also one thing to keep in mind, I thought, was just that factor, that it does have an alternative as well. So I would say it wouldn't impact it as much if you look at it. Yeah.
It has over time. We've seen it within Pepsi, like, because they didn't have those lower calorie products, right? Like, you're looking for that lower calorie, healthier alternative that they weren't providing. Like, think about it. Like, one can of Coke has like 32 grams of sugar in it. That's insane, dude.
And President Trump was trying to get them to switch to natural sugar and stuff. But calories are still calories.
Calories are calories. Like,
right?
I mean, Diet Coke, I'm pretty sure consists of aspartame, which isn't good
exactly.
either, right? So, I mean,
exactly.
Man, listen, I don't know. Yeah, sugar is extremely
we're
addictive.
Talking about the NARTD a couple of minutes
Yeah.
ago. Another cool thing to know about Coca-Cola, and that is that India's market value grew just this year about 50% to 1,600 crore rupees, which falls at USD $167,000 somewhere. So it just grew that much. And another route to take a look at this is that the delivery apps have increased so much in India, with Blinkit being delivery in 10 minutes. So it reduces your time to go to the store, get these products, whereas you have them in 10 minutes at your doorstep.
That's a great point.
That is a point to also take a note of.
Yeah, it's a great point. I think ease of access definitely encourages use. You know, if it's harder to get, you got to schlep to the convenience store, Joe. All right, guys, I have to pause because all of you guys are like, it's a kind of a coordinated effort here. Everybody's yelling about Lucid. What the hell is going on with Lucid, Neil? It's up 14%. How come my chart doesn't? Okay, come on, chart. Well, it doesn't like Lucid here for some reason. Smart. Okay, it's not showing me Lucid, but I can see the percentage. It's up 14 3/4. Let's load it up. Sorry, Joey, on a trading screen. Let's see what we got here with LCID. This is on the NQ. Yes. Here, let's have a look at the 5-minute chart. Oh, Rip City. Rip City. All right, there is news. There has to be news here. I can't see anything, but let's send it to Adira.
So I haven't seen any like recently, but as we know, right at the open, this was, moving a little bit. It was being discussed. I looked into it then. As of, I guess, earlier today, later yesterday, it has been announced that a Saudi prince took a 5% stake in Lucid. So again, a Saudi prince took a 5% stake in Lucid. That is not brand new information. I've been looking a little bit of social media attention, nothing crazy. If I find anything else on this Saudi prince's stake in Lucid, which again was disclosed, I think ahead of today's session, I'll let you know.
Thank you, Adira. Here it is. Let's just read it for everybody. Saudi Prince Al-Walid bin Talal Al Saud bought his $129.5 million stake in Lucid, disclosed today in a reg filing during the recent sell-off. Bless you, Ram. When the company's market value was less than $2 billion, I'm looking at it, it's 2.89 right now. Devin Pendleton and Carla Carson of Bloomberg reporting, and they're citing comments from the Prince's spokesperson. A Lucid spokesperson told Bloomberg the company doesn't comment on individual investments, but added, quote, "We are aware and appreciate the independent vote of confidence," close quote. Al-Walid holds the Lucid shares directly, Bloomberg adds. Lucid shares, whatever, they were up at the time. They are now up 14 3/4%. Thank you to the chat for pointing that out. Lucid is Rip City. Rip City. Send it back to you.
Talk a little not so Rip City here. Boeing has reported wider than expected loss for the second quarter as the company's long delayed Air Force One program has weighed down on its results. And we're going to see here how it's taken a $280 million loss on the program to deliver two 747s. That's right. That will serve as a next generation Air Force One aircraft to the U.S. government, as it is said that it has ramped up investment for that plane. BA has said it still expects the first delivery to happen around the year 2028. CEO Kelly Ortberg has said in a note to staff, quote, "While we're making progress on our development programs, you're never done until you're done," quote unquote. So loss per share with that is at 76 cents adjusted versus a loss of 30 cents a share expected. Revenue at $24.56 billion versus $24.25 billion that was expected. BA has also increased revenue 8% in the second quarter to $24.56 billion from a year earlier, with gains across its business that include increased deliveries of commercial aircraft. Boeing's commercial aircraft deliveries in the second quarter have risen 14% from a year earlier to 171 planes from 150 planes from a year earlier. Free cash flow stands at $631 million, which has come in well above the $177 million cash burn that analysts were expecting here, and also compares to a $200 million burn in the second quarter a year ago. Now, Boeing has also seen a net loss of $428 million or 67 cents a share, which is compared with the net loss of last year, $612 million or 92 cents a share. 92 cents a share from a year earlier. Now, on the other hand, another thing to note that also came in earlier today is that the U.S. Federal Aviation Administration has said late yesterday that seats of hundreds of Boeing 737 MAX jets have registered in the U.S. may require inspections in case they were incorrectly installed and needed to be fixed. BA is currently up, inching closer to 5% on the day.
I don't know what the hell this company is doing, but they're $1.5 billion in the hole here on the new Air Force One. I mean, at 280 in the hole on the quarter, $1.5 billion total of cost overruns. Now I get President Trump renegotiated the deal in his first administration, and I get maybe that probably was not great for Boeing as they stood to make less money. But I mean, get it together here. So that's my little rant about, getting it together there. But hey, they did well everywhere else. Let's talk about the bottom line earnings miss. That was kind of, the second thing that I wanted to mention. But they did generate $630 million in free cash flow. That's not because of operational efficiencies. It is because their customers are paying them ahead of time before they receive the airplane. Despite the fact that they haven't delivered it, they are accounting for that revenue now. So it looks like it's offset here a little bit. But they do face operational risks because they have a union problem, specifically in St. Louis, where they make the F-18 and the F-A-18, which, those are, aging fighters. I think they're third gen and they're not stealth. So, I don't anticipate them producing them in any large numbers, but obviously you still have to maintain the ones that you have. And I don't know if they do maintenance and repair over there, but there's 3,200 IAM unionized workers who could walk off the job, who did reject the latest contract offer. And last but not least, CapEx, a concern here for Boeing as well. They allocated a substantial cash sum towards the 787 Dreamliner production capabilities in South Carolina, as well as their military facility build-outs in Missouri. So that's what we're looking at there. But guys, I have to pause for a second because there goes Lucid. Again, it is taking out the highs. Lucid's on the way to $8. Katina, man, it's at 7 2/3 right now, my man, with a 770 high. So 17.5% here on LCID, and there it goes again into that 770 area options, man.
Are you in it?
No. Here comes 775. Here we go. So the $0.75 level now in focus as we look to that whole dollar area. Rip City. Rip City. All right.
It's going, Sharif.
Get it, Joey.
It's going.
All right, man. So
right,
Joey's
I told
there.
you, don't, you got to keep moving here. With
yes,
them.
sir. Well, we can tell now you're in the position.
Yeah,
so
well, I took a nice little short scalp on the market right there, too, as it tanked. But, yeah, this is dangerous, man. Let's see if we can get this pop up into, oh, no.
Oh, no.
Okay, yeah.
Remember Nate Dogg? What was that song? Oh, no.
I remember Lucid Dog right now, though. I need this dog to...
What was that song by Nate Dogg?
Another,
oh, no.
Oh, no. It's really oh, no, Sharif, as we're tanking on this here.
STK just ripping. Okay, let me take over here for a sec. Shout out to Adam, James, frickin' abroad, STKH. Halted to the upside, $5.81. Halt time, 151.30. Tap, not much higher, Adam. 582, 579 now, dropping 595. It's all over the map. So I'm just going to let you cook on that one. STKH, 330% in the Ville of Green. Casey says 583 tap. You're right, Casey. You're not delayed this time. Shout out to Casey 526. You good to go with Lucid? Should we send it back?
I'm still in Lucid, man.
I mean, comment-wise.
No. I'm not good.
So let's send it back.
At UPS, so earnings per share at $1.76 adjusted versus $1.66 that was expected. revenue at $22.8 billion versus $21.81 billion that was expected. For the quarter ended June 30, UPS has reported a net income of $604 million or 71 cents per share, down significantly from $1.28 billion or $1.51 cents per share in the year ago period. Adjusted for one-time items, the company has reported a profit of $1.5 billion, which is $1.76 per share. Now, CEO of the company, Carol Tomé, has told CNBC that we launched a major transformation of our company that was transformative and came with some bumps, but we're through roughly those bumps. And we have returned our company to revenue and profit growth. And that's the guidance that we gave for this year. She also said that the company's driver buyout program earlier this year was a quote-unquote huge success and that UPS has now moved past that. So the company has also raised its full year 2026 guidance and now expecting consolidated revenue of $91.2 billion and adjusted diluted EPS $7.22 per share. Sorry, I don't know what the laughing is going on over here, but I'm going to send it over to the guys.
Whoa!
Yeah, my bad.
This guy did not prepare for that, man.
I didn't know that was going to be the unadulterated version.
Yeah, you're going to get us in trouble around.
Oh, Casey's dropping Membies. Okay, so obviously because STKH is halted up. There we go. Into 581 we go, parental advice.
Yeah, we're in big trouble now.
Love y'all. All right, thank you, Casey526 for the super chat.
Yeah.
Tony Keever, Anxiety,
Oh.
Justin, Cali Paz, AS5BR4S3, Sager, the Proxil, Hubert.
Proximus?
Yeah, man. And Techno Bladder. All you guys got free membership. Thanks to KC526. Guys, we're open here again on STKH. All right, guys, here we go.
God. Hold on,
you
got some? Yeah. Look, so we took a scalp right here to the short side on TQs. Like I'm pushing size. I was telling Sharif, brink of elimination on today. Now we're right back in this game here, eliminating half the losses pretty much on the day. So now I give myself significantly more breathing room, especially with this lucid scalp. Now, it did put in a new high. We might have got out a little bit early, but I have to scalp out just due to the fact of the size that I had. I couldn't allow it to go against me. But man, oh man, this thing is continuing. It's going nuts right now, Sharif. LCID up 23% and a nice little scalp there.
This has got to be a short squeeze.
So
you're
it's
assuming.
but that's why I had to take it, right? Like I'm like, all right, let's head over to something that's just going, oh my God, yeah, we would have been hella green. If that was the case, if we held on to it. But oh my, there it is, another squeeze.
Get it, Joey.
The volume is most definitely stepping in here. This is a big time move, and I was okay with just
squeeze,
with the buy program that's going on. I had the hunch that we were going to kind of get this move rocking and rolling, and sure enough, there it is, bang, bang, bang. Oh man, that would have been nice. What's Neil doing?
He's like finding out who is this prince, bro? Who's punching in? He's got.
No, I think he was trying to listen to.
Are you listening to the Nate Dogg song?
No, he was trying to listen to you playing the Nate Dogg song.
Oh, no.
Yeah. And then.
I won't say that word, to hustle. There we go. All right, we're having a sick time.
That's what Juicy did.
All right,
Neil's
man.
Listening to Busta. There, look at Lucid, 26% to the top side now. Going private, what?
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 Al Walid. Yes, it is Al Walid.
Send me email it to me. Send it to me, Neil.
All right, man. All right, so let's talk a little UPS here, guys. I mean, look, GAAP net income fell $604 million. That's about 71 per share. There's a massive gap between GAAP EPS and adjusted EPS here of 891 million. There's all that stuff. We can also talk about Chief Executive Carol Tomé. She highlighted that Q2 marked the formal completion of UPS's planned Amazon reduction. They called it internally the glide down. They want to bypass Amazon's lower margin kind of business for delivering for them and kind of focus more on what they're calling a high yielding SMB and healthcare logistics. Good look for them there. I mean, capital discipline as well. They expect their CapEx in 2026 to be about $3 billion. They've committed $5.4 billion in dividend payouts. So not a bad look from UPS, I'm not sure what they're up or down on the day, but that's the situation. Lucid coming back into $8 here, could be a buy off the whole dollar level. Keep your eye on LCID. It has today a high of $8.29 as it ripped through $8 pretty aggressively and now is up 23% and change. Why is the Prince buying that crap instead of buying Palantir and Nvidia? Because he's Saudi, brother. I don't know why.
They're buying.
Look at that
chips.
bounce off 8, eh?
I know.
Clean. I told
Crazy cream of the crop.
Look, man. I mean, you know what the Saudi Public Investment Fund, the PIF, has been pouring money into Lucid, right? It's kind of like their EV baby. So I'm pretty sure they just don't want to turn their back on it here. And you know how it works in the kingdom, man. Like, you know, if you're part of the Saudi royal family, right? You know.
You'd be doing all right. You'd be doing all right. That's
money,
Trump
right?
change. Yeah, that's Trump change to these guys probably anyways. They just, the amount of time that we've spoke about it, they probably just made that back within selling some oil to someone or something along
Look at
those
this.
lines.
Look at this. They need to buy some interceptor missiles. Yes, they do, Notorious Dinkelberg. Yes, they do need to. And they need newer ones too that don't cost $1 million to $1.5 million a pop per kill. We talked a lot about this, right? We talked about cost per kill and how important that's going to be in the modern warfare with drones, right? You can't be spending the Patriot missile cost to bring down a $50,000 to $200,000 drone. It's just the economics don't work.
No, sir.
Shout out to Adam. Adam James Abroad. One of my stops was 560. Filled 493. Adam, get it, my man. It's been a day today, guys. So I hope everybody had a good time. Joey, send them off.
Yeah, I'm in Lucid once again here. See if we can get a little pop back towards the high of the day. This may or may not work, as simplistic as it may be said, but we took a scalp on it already. Let's see if we can get a retest and this buy program continues, or this short squeeze, whatever it is. Regardless, we need it to come and run into that HOD. I hope everyone has a fantastic day and a wonderful session. Plenty more of Sharif and I throughout the week. It's only Tuesday. Tomorrow is Wednesday. Then the following is Thursday. Need I go on? And then it is Friday.
Then Friday?
Friday. Oh, it's Friday then. It's Saturday, Sunday, which I will be covering for the Katina Man himself on Friday. There it goes, Sharif.
Where you headed, Katina Man?
Where you headed, Katina Man?
Oh, some of this.
Oh, you can't. Don't even
away
ask
from
him.
home? Ottawa.
Ottawa, the nation's capital. Okay, yeah, this is not good. See you later. I hope everyone has a good one here today. Let's not panic and take some off. A nice little scalp city on this bad boy once again. Man, a chip in a chair is all your boy needs sometimes.
The Lucid tape is going crazy.
It's going absolutely nuts.
The Lucid tape is going crazy.
And that's why I decided to buy this $8 hold, Sharif. And just like, hey, man, let's see what we got going on here.
You punch in 20,000 shares?
I wish. If that was the case, then Katina Man would be covering for me on Friday, as I would be going to enjoy. But yeah, that's what we got going on right now. It's here's money for sure. So good stuff here. We'll send it up. Need us take any more time from the boys to our right because
all right, 3 minutes.
Yeah, 3 minutes, crazy. All right, guys. Adios, amigos. Hope everyone has a fantastic
I'm going to
day.
do this one more time. There goes the high of the day.
Come
my
back.
days, bro.
No, I'm joking. I'm joking.
Yeah, 20,000 shares would be like a keystroke. We would not mean to take that many shares, of course, of Lucid.
There's a Busta Rhymes song for this, but I don't know if we're allowed to play it.
Does it have explicit lyrics, Neil?
I mean,
A-Rab money?
I'm sure there's a clean version for A-Rab money. I'm sure.
I don't think there's. Yeah, is there?
We get an A-Rab money.
Okay, we're back on this. We're back on this, man. That was the hottest track.
Yo, this is ripping, man. Here's 850, Neil.
850 on
Pull up the
Lucid.
screen, man. Everything's looking pretty good.
Saudi Prince buys.
Take a little bit more. Shout out
Saudi
to
Prince has it
I love
fly.
Saudi Arabia even more now.
This guy, bro.
So there it is, man. Good.
All right, welcome back, everybody.
Yeah, that's good. It's starting to go upside.
Yeah, the story was I don't know, was Saudi Prince. Saudi.
That was from earlier.
From way earlier. That's the crazy thing about it. It's not like that story. I mean, Adara brought it to us. Oh, great! Now my thing isn't loading. I was gonna say what time it is, but my news service thing has like the wheel of death right now. But it was a while back, and then it was almost like it caught volume late, and then once it started going, you just get a what seems like a short covering rally. Like, this is what's crazy about this is, there were day one people that were all over the bankruptcy story that you would think would have been stopped out. Maybe there were some reshorts or something along those lines. But yeah, this seems like a pure squeeze play. It's dragging some weird things along with it. Like, to me, if you're getting some weird sympathy plays that don't have a story that are picking up on volume, once they die down, like, they're not the story. AMC is not the story. It literally had a breakout at 7.5% because of this Lucid thing. The second it fails a high, this is, to me, a reversion back into VWAP. I just paid for locates on this because I think if Lucid makes even a little bit of a turn, it takes some of these followers with it. But crazy moves in Lucid. Get that ARAB money.
Yeah, crazy moves in Lucid today. We got a crazy move in Google. Google's now $9 in the money as it goes upside. We get back from the gym. We take a little piece off there at 334.50. But we do have to remind everybody about our good sponsor, Oragenics, right now, ticker OGEN on the NYSE American. The company has now activated its phase 2A clinical trial in Australia with its first site fully operational and patient dosing expected next. They're developing ONP-002, an intranasal treatment targeting concussion and mild traumatic brain injury, an area where there are currently no FDA-approved therapies, Randy. Nice haircut. Alongside that, Oragenics has spent the past year strengthening its balance sheet, raising capital, resolving liabilities, and restoring exchange compliance. The focus now shifts to execution with clinical progress underway and additional CNS assets under evaluation. So check out Oragenics. I need to remind everybody that Lucid is still under $1. Like, this is an $8 stock, but it's been reverse split a few times. And absolutely, and look, it's a nice day here for Lucid, but as we all know, it's been really hit pretty badly, right? We had a 1-to-10 split back in September, and this is what the Lucid stock looks like. Yeah, it's nothing though. It's going to be down tomorrow. But this is what Lucid looks like. Right, so it has a high of $650. It right now is at $8. So it's been a nice rebound of a day. And I mean, obviously, Randy and everybody, as we get the story there of more money being pumped into Lucid, that's good. Just not too long ago, back 2 weeks ago, they also had some worries of bankruptcy, which will be happening probably soon. But this is a nice bump up there today, up to $850. And congratulations. Excuse me, anybody that was on Lucid here today. I mean, it's a nice move. And it's a late story, right? I mean, I thought we had that story
way
earlier.
earlier. It was during the morning show.
And then my bet is, of course, because I don't think anything moves, just naturally. They realized that story was getting them absolutely nowhere. So they came in, turned the machines on. Once these machines turn off, you should be paying for shorts on Lucid. Downside play here moving forward. The story didn't work. So they turned it on. They pumped in probably another couple $1 million into this name, and just to see what's going on. And then, probably dumping back. I mean, it's all rigged stuff, right? So you got to be careful with any pump and dump, almost to the exact extreme there. So there's the break of that 675, and it just worked. So I'd be willing to take a bet that this goes underneath 820 at the close today, but we'll see what happens with Lucid. I can try for 100 shares and see, or 200 shares. No, so
it's never been free.
Yeah, we got to pay for shorts on this one. So I think I'm going to go in there and try it, get a little short action there on Lucid. But yeah, it's been a pretty good day, man. We hovered around. I mean, Google was written down here on the sticky note today at 326. So there it is. It's at 334 right now. We have one out there, just a small piece left to get going. Then we had the Apple long, which was great early. It's still okay now, but Apple's not doing the same thing Google's doing, right? So we're happy with that one. And then tomorrow at this time, Randy, we have Fed. So that should be exciting.
If these guys were worrying about 3 extra minutes, we'll be coming on early tomorrow to give the interest rate decision, which is in question. That's the exciting thing about tomorrow. Let's refresh it. It was 36% chance of a rate hike. Well, that wouldn't be good for Lucid either. It's the small cappers that get hit the most. I think this is a little bit slower. It has come down a bit, still at 29, but that still puts it in question.
Okay.
It is going depending on how you want to look at it. Like, I can say the right way, but I guess if you're trying to be bullish about it, you don't want the race to go up. So we'll call it moving in the right direction here, that heading to the downside. But it's still going to be in question with there being a 3 in 10 chance. At least that's what the markets are pricing in. I know our viewers were pretty skeptical. I think I'm pretty skeptical. I think they leave them the same. There's other levers that they can pull, other ways to tighten monetary policy other than raising rates. I think they'll probably explore that. It's like, did Warsh come in just so he could immediately raise rates? Even though that, if you look at his history, that kind of could be in the modus operandi. I think he'll at least try to be a little bit patient about it. So we're gonna go up to Adara as Lucid's pulling back.
I mean, we called this Lucid at 820, man. Now
I said I'm shorting immediately AMC the second because it shouldn't have been going up in the first place. It doesn't make any sense. That being said, we're gonna go back up to Adara.
See. Maybe it won't work. We'll see.
Just be aware, guys. President Trump could be speaking at Senator Lindsey Graham's funeral at any moment. That was supposed to start at 2. The funeral is still ongoing. So if I hear anything from Trump, I'll let you know. Again, you'd like to think that this would not be a market-moving set of comments, but it always could be. So I will keep you guys all posted. I also want to talk here about this announcement from the Department of Transportation. Keep an eye on some of these space talks. I just checked. SPCE and RKLB aren't moving on this, but you could also look at the likes of ASTS, LUNR. Basically, according to the Department of Transportation, the FAA, or the Federal Aviation Administration in the U.S. is launching a new initiative to streamline commercial space licensing. That'll make it faster and easier for some of these companies to secure approvals to launch rockets. So it's going to be especially good look here, I think, for SpaceX, ASTS as well. If I hear anything else, I'll keep you posted. Back to you.
SpaceX.
SpaceX.
That was a rocket.
Yeah, that was a rocket ship the wrong way there. All right, well, there it is. I mean, it's only too bad that I'm not short at $8.20. I mean, I should have realized this. And when those guys were going crazy about Lucid going up a little bit there, damn it, that would have been a much nicer take there. But we're going to get out. I'm only out of a quarter of it there at 80s. So we actually got an 84 and an 80. Was it an 890? I think we got a 90 and a 94. So we're short here at 99 right now on Lucid, and just waiting to see where it goes. Look, I think we could stop. I said over under 820. I think that's about right. Like if we wind up stopping out around 830, something like that. I don't really want to give it a chance to run the high, because what's going to happen is I'm going to wind up punching out, and then 850 might be the high. So I'd rather just, take a smaller hit, get out around 830, so we can put that in right now. We'll see about taking a little bit more shares, if depending on how it acts here back there to the upside. Ideally, a lot of outs, if we can get them, between 60 and 80, somewhere in this area, will give us, enough to celebrate a trade here on Lucid. So, okay, we'll just wait to see where it goes from here. But we're short right now on LCID on what I think is a fugaze. So we'll wait to see if I'm wrong or not. Could cost me in Lucid here if it goes back upside. But we're doing that here, and then we're just. I'm so small on Google right now. It doesn't. I'm just waiting for it to either cross this 200 period moving average and stop out of that right there. Right. I mean, we rode this as far. I mean, we basically really happy to get the majority of our last few shares out at 330. Off the 326, and then all of a sudden, I don't know what got under this thing. I wasn't here, but 11:15, it just went boom right there to the upside, and then it's just been, going higher as we trot out some Google shares, and we really, really like this name here for the long term, and we bought some at 320. It might be a little early to start picking up some of these shares, but that's what we're doing right now with Google, waiting for that to break and just trying to massage this Lucid position a little bit. If we have to take profit, we have to take profit. I mean, it's already, because the amount of shares and everything like that, it's already going to be near the top of the day here, P&L wise. So we could cover it now and wait, or, let's see if there's a little bit more downside to LCID.
I think that, I look, anytime you see that kind of a topping tail, I waited for the first sign of red and just jump anything. Rivian had already gone, so that wasn't an opportunity. I was mentioning, just under the breath there, I want to get to it a quick little second. SpaceX is now starting to put in some lower highs. What's interesting about this,
short on that one,
is I know it's a rocket today, pun loosely intended, but really, since it made that last leg down under 120, it hasn't broke. The first bounce was into 119, and it never actually broke that. So you really still are in the bottom end of the range. Yeah, the first time that it's putting in a higher high, but it did make a fresh low today. So if this isn't breaking out above 119 into 120, the structure of the down move, as crazy as this is still somewhat intact on SpaceX. And I know it's wild to say, given the V-shaped recovery that it had. it needs to maintain these lower highs. That's for sure, because it's starting to groove up here. See how it's kind of grooving up from 115? Stop that, break down, keep these lower highs. I think SpaceX, and I know I paid for locates this morning. We're just going to double, because I didn't actually trade it this morning for the first time. So double check to make sure that I did pay for the locates. I could have checked the page, but we did. We just haven't used them yet. But I think this is one, even if it gets to VWAP, it's like $3. So I want to see it underneath 115 and a half, and then it can get going. Obviously, the market is trying to recover from what was a pretty nasty early morning, but it's starting to give it up again. Like, it did the V shape, but we're really trending back in. So I want to try to find some shorts. In the chat, someone was mentioning Intel bouncing off VWAP. Down 6 points. Like, it's hard for me to like long right now on Intel. Underneath yesterday's low, lower highs. So yeah, it could break this trend. I'd probably be looking for something to break down this afternoon on Intel instead of looking for the bounce. I'm putting this one in the other bucket this afternoon. Could be wrong about it, but like, I'd rather not play the long and wait for a short setup on Intel, just because like it's been such a dog. It might do this again where it just rammed off VWAP here in the afternoon, but I want to give it a chance to break down.
We already we tried SpaceX shorting already here today. It's going to be the stock that we have in the red zone here today is SpaceX. I mean, this part was fine into 113, and then we got a pretty good spot at 116, kind of where it is right now. But then it broke through, and you know, not good thing we got out. But we got out at 116.50 there. It does go as high as 117.50. I do think that that's a decent short aspect right there. Okay, man, we're gonna have to wait to see now what winds up happening with Lucid. There's the break higher, so you know, we took 10 cents. We're out of the money now, 10 cents, but it's starting to go. So we'll have to be patient with it. Maybe this is just not high enough yet, and it still continues to tick just a bit more northbound. The reason why I like the short there, it just looks like near the top here, as we started to go, the volume started to pick up, and you know, downside from there potentially. So you know, we'll wait. We could take some out right now and basically be still up on the stock, but we're not going to do that. Just tried to get a little more short at 20. After that, we're going to stop out because it looks like Lucid right now, potentially upside. I liked it that the volume had died down. This is why we went short. Looked like it was trying to break back down through $8. You know, just giving it to, I mean, our stop is always going to be 8.30, so it'd be 30 cents. Hopefully we can get, like I said, the maximum we were looking for was down here about 30 cents. So we got another cover just before it blew up there at 787. So another cover down there, but still with half of this position on for Lucid. So could be a problem there to the downside. Boeing, did you say?
Well, you said 787.
Yeah, I mean, Boeing has been a good
Speaking of,
yeah, what's Boeing?
Weird transition to 5% up for Boeing.
Right,
post.
Nice.
Well, I mean, you gotta give them credit here for Boeing, because how many companies in this earnings season are going to be able to pull off a wider loss than expected, and then do this? Like that's where things have turned a bit of a corner here. It looks like for Boeing. You can make. I know there was a lot made. At least I think I heard so about the backlog. Mm-hmm. How can you have like this much of a backlog? And I get it, it's big, but keep in mind, it's a decade-long plus backlog for them and Airbus. There's only two of them, and they both have a backlog. So that's who you're comping it to. Like you can't, like you can say whatever you want about the backlog, but hey, they got one competitor, and their competitor is more or less in the same boat. Sure, they've got other problems going on, but that's one of those criticisms that you got to watch out for, because really it's like Coke and Pepsi here, and Boeing, it's making higher lows into a flat top break potential, and it's going to close above the 50 and 200. It's going to, at least for one more day, avoid the death cross. I mean, how long it's able to do that, who knows? If anything, that might be a good setup for a long. The fact that it flashes the death cross can have some people go short. I think so. Volcan Sisek, thank you for the super chat there. Hey guys, will we see a big dump on SK Hynix tonight and continue pressure? Well, they report tonight. Pressure on MU SanDisk and of course SK. Tonight? What is your view? Well, I don't know the timing, because obviously it's I'm not sure the exact time, because it'll be in Asia. So I couldn't tell you when, but it is tonight for sure. So we'll be trading post earnings on SK Hynix. but it's fallen so far. And remember, the numbers are probably look very, very good. That's the thing you have to like. This is not like some crazy valuation with SK Hynix. Like this is in the single digits. And just like Micron. And we've seen them blow out earnings over and over and over again. So you got to keep that in mind. They're going to be good numbers, and they bled so badly going into this. Like it would not surprise me if you see an initial bounce on the beat. But again, we're not going to get to trade it until we've already seen the overnight action. Like that's the wild thing for us. So first report, not forever because the company's been around a while, but first report since they did the issue for sure. And it's already been giving up the ghost. But this is not like SpaceX. You know what I mean? They got earnings. They have growth. Some fundamentals here.
All right. Yeah, I didn't even realize SK Hynix was reporting. So just, ears to the ground tonight. If you're doing nothing, go check out SK Hynix and figure out what that report's going to look like. I mean, you're going to hear it all tonight on the Kospi. I mean, last night I got a note. It was like, oh, SK Hynix down 10%. I was like, oh, great. It's going to be a good day tomorrow. And yeah, downside there today is why we came in today only looking short. We did look long on Google. We did take the long on Apple, but the looking of the short was part of the key. And we talked about the TQ's early short today as well. Here comes Lucid. So, now we have under half left. We got a great cover down there. We got 81s there for a cover for 20 cents there. It's too bad. Like we were moments away from getting more short up near the highs there. But yeah, that's going to be very, very risky business there, Lucid. Let's just hold now. Maybe we do get some love back in on the 60 spot right here. I'm going to go find you guys today's earnings, and we talked about this over and over again. We've got Lucid on our minds right now, but I'm just going to find it. Here is the earnings calendar that I wanted to look at right into here. So if we have a quick look, I mean, it's all about tonight. There's not too much, man. Visa, Enphase, Ford, whatever. We'll wait to see that. Bloom Energy's in a world of hurt, that's for sure. We can wait to see if there's anything going on with that. I think that was down to 170 or something off of a high of 320. Like I said, I mean, we're all looking smart when things are ripping. Let's find out what Bloom Energy has to say on the dependence on China. But tomorrow, man, big one. SoFi coming in the pre-market. Robinhood coming in the after hours. So those should be two big ones to look out for there. SoFi and Robinhood coming through tomorrow. So it should be a fun one. Qualcomm is a name that I'm invested in. Like the name, we've recently, we bought ARM at 200 and sold it, some at 300, some at 440, 400, 440 out. Maybe get back into ARM depending on what kind of a quarter they wind up having. We have Jersey Mike's coming soon. So there's Chipotle tomorrow night as well. But yeah, PayPal this morning, UPS, I heard Shreve talking about that, and Coca-Cola. I mean, the thing about Coca-Cola is that you're seeing a stock, Berkshire, BRK.B.
It's a good day today for them.
I'm in this name, so it's been pretty good. Not paying dividends though, so it's not like look, man, I've been in this name for years, but it's just basically doing nothing. But you're trying to break out now. So, maybe on that good Coke, good shares in Apple, obviously as Apple takes out all-time highs and is now the world's richest company, this should benefit Berkshire. So we'll see if that gets going to the upside again. But a good day today on the back of KO, right? I mean, Coke earnings were, I think it was up 6% at one point. Oh, wow. And that's really fallen here in the afternoon.
Yeah.
Coke. But what did touch that 90 zone? And there it is, right? There's the break of 86 up to 90 and faded quite well back in right now.
I guess when you think about it, like the tech stocks came back a lot. So maybe some of it was like profit taking is all the
they
panic
sold
buying.
The ones that were winning and
sold some of the winners and then
NVIDIA
put
was
that
a great
money back
long.
into NVIDIA. You
194.
But even Palantir that dropped almost everything that was cascading to the downside. There's a lot of V-shaped recoveries in the Qs, whether you're able to find it in, say Micron, for example. I know, look, Micron's down 9%. I get it, but it bounced $40 off the lows. There was a point at which this was, doing a very good job off of the lows. I think we showed Intel with a good little bounce there, AMD. They all had a good bounce. So it makes sense to me that some of the rotation came away from those names. AMD bounced $25 here. It's still down 8%. Yeah, what was AMD down at the low here? 440. Was looking at probably more so DRAM and Intel most of the morning. 442. So AMD at the peak dropped $52 from a 49 close. So that would be almost 11 points. That's.
Yeah, no, I was looking at AMD before as well, and I was like, what? Yeah. And I'm going to create we should have Brian Shannon on soon. I'm going to create a 5-day moving average. He's always talking. Ooh, nice move, Lucy.
5 in the 2.
Yeah, exactly. So I'm going to go here, look for moving average, exponential. I want to do simple. I'll ask him what it is, if it's simple or exponential or not. All right, I'm going to use 5-period moving average and do it via, we have red. We don't really have, that might not show up well on the screen. Maybe a light green. I don't know if that's going to show up as well. Very good. Let's go a little wider on that one. Ew, no, you can't even see that at all in there. Okay, we'll figure it all out. Maybe dark. No, I need to make this a lot wider if we're going to see anything here. But that doesn't look right. The 5-day moving average. I mean, I guess if it breaks it back up, yeah, you start to go, okay. We'll keep it on there for a minute, and I'll see if we can use it somehow. But yeah, okay. We have a Dara now at the wall. We'll go get it all figured out, and I'm going to figure out how to put on a 5-day moving average.
Hello, everyone. It's time for this afternoon's edition of To the Window, To the Wall, where I pull up an infographic window and we talk about it on the wall. Now, the alternate name for this could be Elon's fall from grace, but no, all jokes aside, what I wanted to do, and I kind of like to update this visual every time there's like a big move here for someone or a couple people's net worths, is I like to update this look according to the Forbes real-time billionaires list of the 10 richest people in the world. Now, obviously, this is like publicly known wealth. This doesn't include, I'm sure there's a lot of people with wealth, princes, etc. This is just people that we know of whose wealth we can track. That's who this infographic covers. So let's get right into it. Now, Elon Musk is still in the #1 spot. He's held this spot for quite some time now. But last time I looked at this visual, his market cap was his net worth was around 1.2, 1.3 trillion. Now, as of yesterday afternoon, when I updated this visual, it was actually below 700 billion. So his net worth has fallen quite sharply from last time we checked up on him. You still have the Google boys here, Larry and Sergey, in the 2 and 3 spot. They've been there quite consistently for the last, I want to say, couple months or so, maybe longer. Jeff Bezos coming in 4th here. Michael Dell. This is a man who last year when I started making this visual would not be found on this list at all. Now he's number 5. So nice look here for Michael Dell, $232 billion net worth. Mark Zuckerberg and his net worth will probably change here after Mag 7 earnings. I might update this visual again after those earnings. He's currently in 6th place, though. In 7th place, Jensen Huang, a man who's steadily been climbing his way up this list with a $169.5 billion net worth as of yesterday afternoon. And poor Larry Ellison, he's all the way in 8th place. Now, last September, he actually usurped Elon briefly for the #1 spot. Now he's in 8th place. So in terms of net worth falling, he's probably the most significant here, just over both a prolonged and even a more recent period of time. 9th place, Bernard Arnault of LVMH. And in the 10th spot, you have Warren Buffett, who is actually back on this list. Last time I updated this, the Zara founder was there and Warren Buffett was out. So he's back on. Keep you guys posted here on this visual, which you can find, as always, on X at TTV Research. Now, I know it's a big earnings week. I've mostly been posting earnings-related visuals here on X at TTV Research with that in mind, but I want to switch things up. I want to give you guys some different content here during the To the Window, To the Wall segment. However, if you guys do want any earnings infographics to be featured here, if there's anything that you want me to talk about or make infographics about at any time, please just let me know, guys. Please tag me in the chat or comment even on the post for XATTV Research so I can give you guys some more content. I am working on a really fun SpaceX visual, hoping to have that for this segment over the next couple days. But either way, stay tuned. Always fun stuff both here at this wall and on X at TTV Research, and as always, on Trader TV Live. So with that, we're going to send you back over to the guys.
As always, thank you, Adara. But I don't know, just low-key LVMH.
Yeah.
Right? Like to being on that list while being the most anonymous, that's a bit of a mini flex. And we were sort of saying maybe Michael Dell fits in that category. I'm not sure he does because at least for us here, like he's on program.
Yeah, we know.
You see him around. Like I think he's pretty well known, but Bernard, I don't know for sure. Dell, I feel like this was the one stock. Like it's hard to say you were surprised by anything this morning for some of the dips, but I think when Sean said Dell was down 16% or whatever it was at least 15%, if not about 16 at the lows, that was the one that, okay, yeah, it was real. And it did feel like there was a lot of It did feel capitulatory, just given the breadth of names that were falling and the manner in which they didn't have a bid and all the dumping that was going on there. And oddly enough, just after single stock futures came back to the markets. It's a weird one. It's like they had them, they dumped them, now they brought them back because retail wants more to be able to trade for single stock futures. Whether or not that had anything to do with it is going sideways. But the V-shape, this is a good recovery for them. They're holding up. It's the names that are dipping now. Is Intel breaking VWAP? No. Yeah, well, yeah, it's trying to go in it right now. So Intel's finally trying to break down a little bit here. So that's going to be on watch for me if it can close underneath the 86 level. I just saw. All right, there is like, I know everyone's like talking about like Lucid. There are some of those traditional small cappers. One which is now halted twice, down twice though, PSQH. So if you're in this one, it's probably not going too well. Second down halt for PSQH. That cannot hold on to the volume weighted average price, and that one is losing the bid. It is giving me a tap of flat, so it looks like this one will open up pretty much exactly flat. I wouldn't expect, the president is speaking, but hey, he's speaking at a funeral, so I'm not necessarily expecting. Well, I wouldn't be expecting anything terribly market moving here, but he is speaking at a funeral.
Yeah, right now he's just talking about Lindsey Graham. So right now, nothing wild has happened yet. If that changes, I'll keep you guys posted. I am listening to the funeral.
I mean, I'd be surprised.
All right, yeah. I mean, that should be interesting to see if there's anything said. I think I'm with you guys. I think that'd be, not a great look. I mean, but who knows? If people are asking him questions, he'll answer them. So we'll wait. I just tweeted out, we started the short here on Lucid, but I'm just covering for, this is 15 to 20 cents is the most that I've gotten so far on this. This is the problem is I can't get away from the idea of I normally look short here at these levels. So therefore, or long, I use these markers here. This is a 50 period moving average. I use this as an indicator. So the fact that it's bouncing off of it, it doesn't surprise me. And at the same time, it's not much I can really do about it. Hopefully it will fall back in and just trying to hold. I got about a third left on this stock right now. So hopefully it'll drop back in. And then if we can get something at 60s. Remember when we were talking about 60, that's when we were actually watching the 50 period moving average. Now the 50 period moving average is all the way up here. So I think we should actually maybe think about taking a little bit more out. Google right there. Okay, not really doing too much. That's the other position that we're in. And my eyes are going everywhere trying to see if there's any other opportunities for us to trade.
Atlas is pretty quiet, man.
Yeah, right now hopefully we'll have Brian Shannon come on. We can talk to him about a few things as well. I like to get up there in IBM over the last couple of days as well. I saw some traders talking about that one.
Back to 220.
Yeah, my boat's pretty full on IBM, but yeah, nice move there, back upside. This is what I'm expecting to happen with Google. And then if you're not into Google now, you may have missed the bottom. I don't know, but there's the flush there on IBM, and then a couple of days, obviously it was a pre-report, but there's their earnings where we actually got lower into $200, and then it went whoosh after 2 or 3 days back to the upside. So we'll see if Google has that whoosh moment as well. Trying to do it right now. We're in the money on Google, but I like IBM down there. That was a good one to maybe pick up just a little bit. Target is definitely getting some of this right now. TGT on New York up to 144 now. This is a name that we've been watching for a while. Target blowing up right now, taking it out at 142. We were just talking about the other week that it was down here near the 50 period moving average. Actually, that was Thursday or Friday, and now it's taking out some of these highs as we've seen Walmart battle back as well, up a couple bucks from that 108 level. But yeah, Target, just looks just so much better than the way Walmart's looking, but maybe it's time to switch from one into the other. Just the get up that we had in Target, being long down in the 80s, 90s, maybe even a bit lower. We've been holding Target for a minute there. And upside, just a great move. Was not expecting that at all. Initially bought it. I liked the dividend, and there's a few other reasons there. But yeah, Target right now working out, that's for sure, to the upside, up another 2.5% today. As names like Costco and Walmart just kind of move around, right? So we'll have to wait to see if Costco can retake that $1,000 mark. But it was down to $850 or $9. No, $850 was the time before. We had made a nice move, right into there. There's $850. on Costco bounced all the way back to 11, before dropping again. And Costco on the come up again, back to the upside. What's up, Adara?
Seeing reports here, this could be why we had this move in solar. Basically, these reports are suggesting, according to unnamed U.S. officials, that the Trump administration is planning, as of potentially today, to roll out bans on foreign imports of new models of robots and inverters. This could also include potentially bans of Chinese power inverters. So that, I guess, could impact some of these solar names. You had a spike higher, and then a drop back lower in some of these solar names. Keep in mind, first solar reports on Thursday after the bell, and phase today after the bell. Back to you.
There you go. And that explains why I saw some people in the chat there. So we messaged Adara like, hey, do you see anything? Because I didn't. Enphase, Sunrun, all got just random, it looks like random spikes, but like just insta selling. Like the wicks on these candles, they're like, oh, no, that's no good. We're going to dump them. Like, that's crazy that even when there is like some kind of a headline, there's absolutely no follow through. So I'd be thinking fade. If you could, on those bad boys. Do we even have? Yeah, we can fade that one for sure. So yeah, I mean, Enphase heading to the downside doesn't look very good whatsoever. So I think I want to take a shot at this one. It is free for locates. It shows you 36.6 was that local high that it tried to break away from, and now you're headed back lower.
Yeah, I'm still stuck here. I was actually answering what's up to Jesse Martinez. I noticed I have all of these messages from Twitter that I've just sort of left in there and kind of forgot about right there and didn't even see them. So I gotta, it hides your messages if it's from people that you're not following, et cetera, et cetera.
Yeah, it's new.
But anyways, okay.
Well,
so there's the dip down, man. We just tanked a little bit anyways. We got to 73s there on Lucid. Let's put out another bid. Let's go to 75. Right here. It's just sad because we should have been short a while ago on this name, and we weren't able to grab it. And that was that. I really wanted to look at 820 there for the short. We had to pay the piper and go in there and get the shortable shares. And once that wound up happening, at that point, it was a little too late, but whatever, man, I ain't scared of that. So we take the short there anyways, and now it's downside, and here it goes, man. Lucid now, moving up the ranks here today as we go. Still looking for a short in SpaceX, but I really want to see it break 114.50. So this may be like when it's collapsing and, you guys are saying, yeah, what's going on with SpaceX? At that point, maybe we'll start to look short. We already lost right into here on SpaceX, basically at these levels. That high, though, of 117 could be something. There, I don't understand. I thought, we nailed it when we thought the machines were going to turn off there. It looks like they did. But at the end of the day, we still got stopped out trying to hold on to that short. So that does not work out. And now we wait to see if we could get some revenge on SpaceX. But I'm glad I'm glad Sharif and my guy over here, Joe, were going a little excited there about Lucid because, we were able to put it on our account. And here we go, man. Upside for Lucid has stopped temporarily. So we'll sit here and wait to see if we can catch this downside drift. I'm now in only 25% of this stock. We did get that a couple of fills there. We got 80s and we just got 75s. So yeah, we're doing pretty good, being able to wait for this name to come through for us. So if it continues, fine. Maybe we even stop out for flat now if we break above $8. I think that's probably pretty reasonable. Even 8.10. I mean, now that we only have a quarter left, it's going to be a profitable look for us on LCID. It's funny because Tesla bounced off 300. You're talking about a recovery day today for some of the names. That was I mean, it's not huge, but that's a pretty good move. It does get to 311 there, and then whoa to the downside. You said you read an article about somebody saying there's a merger possibility, but what that might look like.
It was an analyst throwing out some
Lucid,
I think, insane numbers for a potential merger and what Tesla shareholders would get to own half the company and the premium that they would get, considering they don't make any money. It was like $480 in relative value. I'm like, that's a lot. We're going to the desk. I believe it is Sia for happening now.
Okay.
Is it important? Let's take a look at the market right now at the three major averages quickly and send it to Adara. She has an update for you. You have SPY that's up 0.24%. The triple Qs are down close to 1% on the day. The Dow is up 1%, a little over 1%. And the IWM is also up a little bit, not major, a little bit. We're going to take a look at two tickers. I want to talk to you about AMKR that is down significantly on the day, sliding further 25%, tumbling after the company has issued a weaker than expected guidance for the third quarter. Company is seeing its top line range of $1.95 billion to $2.05 billion. Analysts have polled by FactSet that have said that had expected sales around $2.1 billion. So next one I want to talk about is IQV. So IQVIA has rallied, I would say. The shares are currently up close. It's 11.5. It was 12% earlier after the company's reported better than expected results for its second quarter. The company has also hiked its earnings and revenue guidance for the year. CEO Ari Bousbib has said that the company has granted quote unquote record level net new bookings for over $3.1 billion. So both tickers, you have AMKR that's on the downside almost 25%, and then you have IQV that's up 11.5%, sending it to Adara.
Yeah, I just want to let you guys know President Trump finished his eulogy for Senator Lindsey Graham. That is now complete. So right now he's not talking. He's not set to talk again until 6:30, and I don't even think that's on camera. So nothing to worry about there. Keep an eye here on CCXI though. So this company is Churchill Capital. They are set to merge with Agility Robotics sometime this year. This is a special purpose acquisition corp or a SPAC. Now, this robotics connection is pretty significant because, as we know, we get that headline, FCC planning reportedly to ban Chinese humanoid and quadruped robot imports. So that would be a good look for companies like Agility Robotics, which again, will be merging with CCXI. So nice look here for CCXI today. Back to you.
Yeah, those SPACs. Yeah, if I showed you, I don't have a chart for it, but suffice to say, anecdotally, the SPACs this year have been absolutely terrible.
Oh, okay.
Because they IPO at $10, right? So you just look at them when they come out. I just have the IPO page up, so I see this thing every single day, and I see like whoops. There you go. So you'll see like there's a SPAC, CATLU, and you see, look at this. Like most of this is SPAC, and then they're all opening, not all of them, but the overall majority of them are opening up, and it's like $9.97, $9.96. Like you're just instantly underneath that $10 price, which is wild when you consider it, because remember, if they find a deal that you don't like, you can opt out of the deal and get $10. So the fact that they're like pre-deal when they're coming to market, instantly underneath, when it used to be like some of them would open, even like Chamath's newest one was like last year, maybe it was early in this year, I think it opened 3 or 4% up and held because it had some hype. The rest of them are they're essentially getting, not rugged, but they're just instantly out of the money on a lot of them this year. They're coming back, which I think is a bad thing. So SpaceX, look, it double tapped here, the lower high, the 117. So I'm jumping in when it broke to 16. We'll give it to this. The top is actually like 80s or so. So 116.80 would be the out. ENPH still breakdown after that news story. It kind of tagged right in front of my first bid at 10s. But I'll just leave it in there, try to get picked up a little bit on that bad boy. So, oh, by the way, the one thing I did not show you, we didn't zoom out of Enphase. Mm-hmm. So this is me zooming out on Enphase so that you can see it's also yesterday's low that it would be breaking down underneath. So that's a confluence that I kind of like there for that one. And then we jumped into that AMC wick, did not take out the top, just waiting for it to come all the way back. I feel like Lucid will probably have to come all the way back, and then this one should fall. Like there was no story. This just started breaking when Lucid started breaking up. So that's why we jumped into it. If we do have, well, I think we're going to have, I don't see any reason we're not going to have Brian. But one of the things that I think makes sense to ask him is what he feels about like I want to see what he thinks about capitulatory bottoms when it comes to an anchored VWAP. Like it's one thing to say, okay, like IBM, first thing that comes to mind, right? Like that disastrous move in IBM, right? Because it's sort of obvious to say, okay, preliminary earnings that are a tank or an earnings, throw an anchored on that. But what about something like what you would have seen in this morning SK Hynix and Palantir, where you just had such a random maybe the wrong word, but you just had such a distinct sell-off that almost every stock that got beat up today, whether it's AMD, whether it's Micron, whether it's Palantir, just insert whoever was down 10, Dell down 15%. Like, is this something worth enough of a market event that you put an anchor on that and see see what happens if we retest like that anchor low or the anchor from there. So I'm going to be curious as to whether you start extending it past earnings, extending it past preliminary earnings, extending it past, say, an Apple event or like a Fed day.
That's funny. You and I were thinking the same thing. I was going to ask, I mean, I think that's a perfect example with IBM.
Well,
You know,
IBM,
I remember we asked him something maybe similar last week or whatever about, when there's a bottom, how can we maybe finally step in? And he was talking about the 5-day. That's why.
Yeah, though you're putting the 5-day on
the
there.
5-day moving average on.
I guess, you know what? It's maybe a different stock putting it on the 5-day.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe something. He's waiting for it to start to, fade or, sort of begin its ascend or descend on the 5 minutes. So we can, on the 5-day, we can ask him about it Wednesday morning. Yeah, there's too many flies up.
Like, I don't understand, there's no open window or anything. We have so many.
Yeah, I don't know why. I mean, maybe it's because there's things of garbage just outside our area over there. All right, our best out here, 70s for Lucid. We are light rate now, man. We're under 20% left now on Lucid. So this has been a big one, man. We're happy. Not a big one, but we're happy with it there today. It'll be my P&L still number 3, because we have Apple, Google's still huge, of course, and then Lucid right there as well. And then the loser of the day, SpaceX, as we wait to see what's going on there. At least I lost short, actually, which I can live with a little bit there. Wanted to look at the short. We initially wanted the short there, had it back in the other end of it all. We had some super chats this morning about NVIDIA, and I was like, I don't know if NVIDIA is the right way to trade this move down, only because if it winds up breaking, then I wasn't sure what was underneath. We've had a bunch of buys, and it was breaking 190, so we weren't there yet. And it's like, if you wanted to buy it off the 200, I think you could start to work the position. But I think the question was like, when can we start to load up on it? I'd rather wait again to see, just like we're gonna hopefully have Brian on and talk about VWAP and stuff, but you can use the 200 period as the same thing. These are just points of interest on a chart. So whether or not they hold or whatever winds up happening with NVIDIA is up to NVIDIA, but if it breaks through this 190, then you got to start looking downside. And I think that, the next sort of area where the buyers may come in is, 180 to 175. And then let's not talk about breaking 165. So that's the kind of stuff
165.
That would be this next, right here. If we break 190, which goes all the way back basically to right here, move my coffee to the way, October of 25, right there. If we lose it, then the next level to lose would be 165. And that's not something that I don't think will happen, but you never know.
That happens, maybe I'm getting arm under
don't want to
under
speak
150.
too much. Yeah, I think you'd have a lot of opportunities. And, the pain is a little started in AMD. But the thing is, I heard Sharif mention today that he was thinking about, loading up on AMD on this move down. Again, like, you're at a spot where you could probably think about doing that in and around this 440 spot. And then tell yourself, if you break 400, you take 10%, you lose, and then you maybe worry about it if we do finally get to that 200 period. But remember, like, NVIDIA is at the 200 period moving average, which is right here. That's 320. This is why we sold AMD over the last couple days, right? We were looking like an idiot selling it at 495. Then we got some at 544. I don't know why that. It was literally 544. I just went like that, and it went right to 544. But anyways, and then now we get downside. So my average sell price in and around 520. It's not like it's a huge move, but we'll wait to see. I want to put money back to work. I would choose Intel over AMD for myself, and not necessarily NVIDIA. But we're going to go to C in a second. For me, and Neil and I mentioned this a little bit in the morning. Maybe we mentioned it to each other, but the safest play still seems to be the SPY. It's just so well diversified. You don't have the whole, even though the NASDAQ from its highs is down about 9% as of today, this is only down 3% max, depending on where you take the stats from. But the SPY has all those 500 names. It's up on a day like today. They do the waiting for you. They kick out the bad stocks. They put in the good stocks. It's just something to watch out for if you're an investor and you're a little nervous and you want to park some money somewhere, even if there is a complete crash, I think a lot of the exposure will be in NASDAQ names. And if the move does happen, then you're going to see some love for XLF. You're going to see some people putting money to work in other spots.
Banks, industrial,
yeah, exactly. All those kind of things, energy, whatever. All these names still have a lot of work to do. And I think you'll be fine trading the S&P 500 instead of the NASDAQ, because we're always wondering about buying like stocks on the way down. Sometimes some of the best plays are just to buy stocks that are strong and wait for their stories to even get stronger, right? Let's not worry about when NVIDIA will stop or when AMD will stop. Maybe it's time to look at a name and say, hey, like we've got the XLF and it's breaking out. So maybe instead of saying, oh, well, I can't buy this because it's breaking out, maybe the breakout is the buying spot instead of saying, well, I'm going to wait till it gets all the way down here and it's broken before I buy it, right? So there is a back and forth aspect to that. But, we'll continue to talk about it. And again, not financial advice, Neil and I just talking about the stuff that we know and we've learned through our experiences. So let's go back over to someone that has a little less experience in the market because of age. And I think age is a huge benefit to investing. There's almost nothing else to investing other than time. So let's go back over and see what's up with Sia.
Sean, funny enough, as you just said that, I just checked my portfolio on my app and I just looked at what levels everything is at. So that's funny. We have the IWM that's up a little bit on the day. We're going to talk about 3 tickers here. So Air Test Systems is down almost 11% on the day, has filed a mixed shelf registration statement with the SEC yesterday. The stock is just reacting, I would say, to this. Yeah, there's no crazy news apart from this, but it is reacting. The stock did open lower as well, as you can see earlier in the day. We're going to take a look at another one, AXTI. That is AXT Incorporated, down 12% on the day. Just analyst commentary here saying maintained at neutral by B. Riley Securities and HYMC. Finally, you have Highcroft Mining Holding. That's down 4%, which is set to announce its Q2 results on the 29th of July, which is tomorrow. Revenue estimate, the time unknown, but revenue estimate is at 1.46 million USD with EPS at 15 cents.
No, he normally doesn't.
Thank you, Lucia.
Brian, if you're watching, we're ready for you. If you want to come on, we got some.
Well, we'll see. And I guess if not today,
yeah,
then,
it's okay. Whatever. We'll get.
Hopefully, we'll get him on.
As a busy man.
Yeah.
All right.
It's always nice. It's always nice to have him, but this is a big week. Let's be real. It's a big week for all kinds of traders. It's now a 3rd time halted. That volume is pretty bad on PSQH. Remember, we had been asking about on our halt scanner, which looks like this, to add a singular column here where you could also see volume on the day.
But my problem is I didn't put the ticket in. Did you?
No.
So
Whatever. Okay, so here's what. See me do this. This is me, and I'm gonna just start the ticket because if you're at Real Trading, the platform that we use here, Real Trading, called P8, is proprietary for traders. It's built for traders, but traders have a responsibility to be participating in the upgrading of it by saying, hey, is there something that's not in the platform that you would like to see or a subtle change? That's where it comes from. So it's as simple as, hey, well, I would like to be able to have, when I'm looking at my halt scanner and balance locator, I want to be able to have all the columns that I do on my quote board. It's a simple enough thing for them to do. They're all right here. It's a matter of adding it. You just got to put the request in. So formally starting a ticket is something that everybody should do. And I don't care who the heck your broker is, man. They work for you. Like Robinhood was down for you this morning and complained to them. Let them know you ain't happy.
Yeah, for sure.
Straight up. Like, I don't know how long. They probably weren't even down long.
Should be like literally, bruh,
Well, I should have typed the message before. Anyways, I'm just going to go halt scanner, and then that way I know I can finish this aftermarket or something, that ticket. That's how you get improvement. Like, you've got to understand your broker works for you, right? Like, so even one thing that we've talked about with regards to like stop orders. I remember we had a day on an IPO where there was a subtle change in the way that one of the stop orders worked in terms of the maximum amount that it would cross. And you get that clarification right away. It's okay, what happened here? You get that clarification right away from the broker so you can adjust. And now we know, and it's really that simple instead of like whining and complaining about it. So we came right up without stopping out on SpaceX, but it hasn't really come down to give the 1-to-1. So it's still holding just underneath this 117. It's about the 75 that we're working with. I'm not seeing anything too crazy on the volume scanner at all.
No, I'm
not even the volume scanner. I'm just sort of looking at the trade rate here. And whenever it's like it's just Apple and Micron and Intel and Tesla, KLAC, keep wanting to click on it as if I'm connected here. Yeah, it's weird because sometimes you'll see something on the trade rate, I'll pull it up and it's like, is something really crazy happening on KLAC? SpaceX, we're already looking at. IREN, only 7% down.
Yeah, that's it.
I feel like for some of these, that's a victory to not be double digits, just given all of the baby and bathwater that was getting thrown out here today. Where is IREN? Pulls right back into, that's the one with the shelf at 31. Ooh, that's spicy. See, IREN's pretty spicy here at $31. Like you're getting this is 4 times it's tested this price this year and been able to hold on for IREN, but I don't know when they report. I feel like you don't want to buy too many things before earnings.
We have STKH. I've been talking about with things that might be on some scanners right now. So this one doing 23 million shares. This looks like it's trying to get excited again here with some volume, trying to pick up off of $3, looking to break through VWAP at 350. What's up there? Bovin says, can you look at NEXR? Is that another one of those ones that have halted here? I feel like we know this one. Nextera. Yeah, oh wow, 39 cents.
That's a penny.
Okay. Now a penny stock, up 54%. Yeah, good call out here, Mr. Bovin. I can't say Bovin too much because we only have a limit, and Sharif's exceeded that already. So I'll just call you B.
Per person.
I'll call you B. Oh, is it per person?
I haven't said.
Yeah, YouTube got back to us and said we're talking about this Bovin guy too much. 30 cents. Just kidding. B. 30 right there. Break. Nice little break there on Nextera. NEXR. I thought this was to be.
There was a story yesterday.
Yeah, like look at this on the daily chart. Like what? And so this name is split. So one split there in 24, another split there in 25, another split there in 26. And yeah, this
Want
stock.
to guess what they announced yesterday?
A reverse split incoming?
Yep.
Yeah, so like this is what it looks like. Just 30 cents, like absolutely nothing going on. Just waiting for everybody. Ha! Brian Hurd. See, I put out the bat call, and now he is coming back, Brian. So we're going to have him in just 1 second.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, exactly. But there it is, rated from Alpha Trades. Brian Shannon coming through very soon. But yeah, there it is. Taking out the dollar would be next. But yeah, this is NEXR as we look at another name here that has been just a little bit beat up there with a high of NEXR of $65,000 NEXR. If you put in $1,000 into NEXR today, you would have pennies on your dollar as you are now down to 30 cents. Imagine buying something at $64,000 and now it's worth 30 cents. Of course, that never got to that price. This is split adjusted, so we always have fun. It's like looking at that stock Mullen, that came through. All right, before we go to Brian, just a couple outs. So we did break above. We tried to go underneath this 50-period moving average. So we're still in the money, 20 cents here on Lucid. I mean, that's all that we were risking. So it's been a good day so far for LCID. Our best fills are 70s, which has been great. We'll see if we can hold this, see if we can get just a little bit lower. And then, of course, with Google, just waiting. I was going to wait for the 20, this is, a 200-period moving average. We're still long down here at 326. We got a lot of it out, as I said, near these highs because the market was tanking in the morning, and I'm sitting here long Google just thanking my lucky stars to be able to get out on the way back up, and then it just blew up there, Google, 334 right there, incoming as a possible out. So, we're $9 in the money now on this one and just waiting to see what winds up happening. But we don't want to leave them too long waiting in the green room. So let's bring it out. It is our guest of the day. And I'm just going to do this. I'm going to do stock blitz. Okay, Brian, so hang with me for a second. There it is. I used to do that a lot when I did the after show.
Yeah, that's right.
And we had a few different things there. So we'll go stock blitz because Brian, welcome to the show. There's lots of names to talk about all the time. How's your Tuesday been?
Tuesday's been good so far. I thought I was going to find a low in Micron and traded it successfully to the long side, but I got bounced out, so it's not quite ready yet. If you look at Micron, here's what I was thinking on that, is that we've come down to the anchor from the year-to-date low. That's that green anchor. And we also undercut last week's low by just a little bit here. And oftentimes that's where stops get placed and emotional shorts get involved. But after a drop of this magnitude, that it's instead turns out to be a place where we see a bounce develop. So we're still kind of fighting with today's VWAP in here. But I was involved over in this area and made some decent money with it. But I was hoping maybe we would do something like this and rally up towards a 2-day VWAP. But that one still got my attention for a counter trend bounce trade here, probably tomorrow, maybe Thursday.
We talk about that all the time, and that is that whether or not it's the anchor VWAP or whatever you're looking at there, I know you just talked about the anchor and then the 2-day VWAP, those are just lines of areas of interest, right? I mean, we're trying to see, as you just mentioned, it's not always like, okay, we're coming into the VWAP there. It's definitely going to bounce off here, or this is definitely a long I need to take. That's why you sort of double check it when you mention that it undercut the previous day's low there, giving you some more points of interest. I mean, is that how you look at VWAP? Is just an area of sort of concern and interest, and then we look how it trades around it?
Yeah, it's just like any other technical tool. It could be a 50-day moving average. It could be a 61.8% retracement. It could be a trend line. Those are reasons to say, is this a place where other people are going to become interested? And if they are, let's take a look at that. So we're looking at the cues. You could say, well, that seems like it's probably an important level, the anchor off of the year-to-date low. Well, when we look at that level, on last Friday, basically, that was, showing zero signs right there of any buyer interest. So, that was Friday was right here. I mean, we got a little bit of a bounce, but the pattern still remains lower highs and lower lows below a declining 5-day moving average. So it tells me get interested like I did in Micron. And Micron, even though it's below that declining 5-day moving average, it tells me that it's still likely to bounce here in the next day or two, maybe even all the way up to that declining 5-day moving average. And that 5-day moving average might be at, let's say, 880 tomorrow, because it will still be declining as it averages this price information out. So, I mean, that would be a great short-term trade. So you've got to balance those levels and say, level of interest. Now I look for evidence where, I can't find the evidence that the buyers are gaining control on a 30-minute time frame. But if I go down to a 2-minute, a 5-minute time frame, then I can start to see it. All right, we're starting to turn at least sideways in here. So that says maybe we're done going lower. But it also said that yesterday. So you got to balance that out and make sure that if you're going to trade it, you trade it aggressively.
I'm going to get over to Neil in just a second. I want to talk about Google first, and I just want to show everybody Lucid just quickly. Lucid's now making the move lower, and there it is. Yeah, give me that right there at 61. We're short here underneath $8 as it's starting to come to the downside here. Lucid, another name, Brian, that has just been beat up, and Lucid here on the daily continues to make new moves lower, but apparently some, Saudi prince today put a couple of $1 million back into the name and spiked it up. I said, yeah, that's not good enough for me. So we wind up going short there. Wait for it to, get some capitulation there with volume up to the upside of 850, let it fade back out. And I actually tried to short 820. And has this ever happened to you where you go to short something and you realize, Brian, that it's pay for shorts, that you got to go in there and you got to find the locates first? So I didn't have it for Lucid, had to go in there and buy them and pay for them a little bit, but now definitely paying out Lucid to the downside. We'll wait. I know this is not normally a name that you look at, these smaller names, but do you have the chart of Lucid up? What do you think about this?
I do, yeah.
What do you think about this move here?
Great move, obviously. It's not one that I've paid attention to, but if I was to short it, I would you'd probably have to pay up pretty dearly too.
Yeah.
The nice thing is with the bigger names, now we've got all these inverse ones, even like SpaceX has SPCG. So, this thing it's gone from it's doubled in the last month, so from the beginning of the month. SPCG, that is. So you can go along these names and get the short exposure without directly paying for the short. They take it out of there somehow, somewhere, but you just don't feel it.
Yeah, both Neil and I have now lost pretty nicely on SpaceX shorts today. So that's the one negative name that I have in the account here today. I just wanted to show you Google quickly because I just did a simple kind of 3-day rule off of this name. And it's not about today. It's more about the daily chart for, whoopsies, what am I doing? The daily chart here for Google. We had bad earnings. Obviously, we saw them miss. They came back in. I bought it last 2 days ago, whatever, at 320, right there, starting to bounce back up. Where do we put an anchor on this? Do we go to this most recent low here and see if that's, some pressure points there? Do you put an anchor at the top? What are we doing here to see if there's a hold? I just use simple kind of 3-day rule. It's a name I like. The macro for me makes sense on Google. But what do you think technically here as we're going to come into now the next couple of days where we get more Mag 7 earnings? So if we see a similar drop in a few different names that we like, where can we, strategically place a VWAP here? Is it near these lows? Is it near the highs? Is it year to date? Give us into the mind here, Brian Shannon. And if you're looking for a stock like Google or maybe Microsoft misses and gets down 4 or 5%, something like that, where do you initially look to put these anchors?
Well, highs and lows, of course, and you nailed it with year to date. That's the orange one there, and I put some arrows on it to show that's the beginning of the year. Then it acted as resistance. It acted as a place from a strong bounce here. Now we're rallying up into it. This has the potential to become supply here. And when we just draw a horizontal little box, this has clearly been resistance, support. Now is it going to turn to resistance again? So that's clearly a level of interest. It doesn't mean it's going to get halted there, as we know. It's just a level of interest, just like it didn't stop going down at the 200-day moving average. People experience pain there. So maybe it rallies up to that month-to-date anchor, Sean, or you could put one off the peak here and see that kind of lines up with that 50-day moving average up in there. But right now, I would say that the goal is to manage the risk on the shorter-term time frame and be aware of the potential for this year-to-date anchor might mean something here. I keep drawing the wrong trend tool, but yeah.
Okay, we get it. Good. Thanks, Brian. Yeah,
the one that actually I know a lot of people always like to talk about is Tesla. And here we've seen the gap lower from the earnings, and now we're in our 4th down day. And in Tesla, I'm thinking maybe this is coming into the zone that we've spoken about I think we spoke about it last week, if I remember. But we have the anchor from this peak right here in 2023. That's that red line. And then from the low right here in 23 to the all-time high, this is a 50% retracement. So those two things come together in the same place. And then let's just clear it up so we'll just put that anchor off that 23 high. And then we'll add that that retracement. So those come together in that zone. And the other thing that made it interesting was the measured move. You take the height of this A to B, and this would be to C right here. I'll just draw a little line in there. And typically A to B equals C to D. So let's drag this and see that comes in also at this same area. So when I look at a level of interest, I say, who's going to be interested? Well, the people who had an anchor off of here might be. That's one group. The 50% retracement people might be interested. The measured move people might be interested. So we look at it and say, when we have a confluence of indicators saying this is maybe an important level, then it becomes more important because different people are looking at the same exact area for different reasons. Tomorrow we average this data out, so the 5-day moving average will come down like this tomorrow, even if the stock rallies. And then in a day or two, it might be very similar to the way that IBM responded after its earnings, that it came down to a key anchor, and then it finally got above that 5-day moving average, and we've seen a nice little run. So I still think it's early for a bounce in Tesla, but I could see maybe an initial bounce tomorrow that fails, starts to flatten out a little bit, and then by this time next week, you could see a nice run in Tesla.
Yeah, I hope so. And Tesla, like you said, it's been.
I'm not really buying the dips, but we'll see.
It feels like this earnings season is going to be a wild one because you look at how people are getting punished. Like Corning, the drop that it had this morning was pretty telling. I want to get your thoughts, Brian, if we can, generally speaking, on the kind of morning that we had here today, where I don't think anyone was incredibly, after Corning being down about 15%, there were a bunch of other like chip names, like AI names that were getting bled. I mean, Dell was down 15% at one point. Palantir didn't, it had some kind of a story, but was down 10 points. So which mode are you in? Are you sticking to what is your plan? Or are there situations where, like at one point in the morning, I was like, this move in Palantir has gotten crazy. If it hits that 10% SSR, I'm going to go trade that. Or do you start scanning to see anything that could be bouncing off a major anchor? Do you flip into an alternate mode when we are just dropping that far on individual names?
I do. I switch into that mode, like I said, with Micron, where I look at it and say, okay, we've come down to this important level. Hopefully it's an important level because we've got kind of the measured move here as well, this A to B, C to D. We undercut that low and the anchor off of this area here. A lot of people have been flushed out and hurt badly in this name since the earnings report up in here. And I'm not calling a bottom in this thing, but for it to get a bounce, and very similar just to Sean's point, I'm not buying dips. I'm not buying dips. I'm buying strength after a dip.
Right.
So my purchase here in Micron came right over here. It had rallied up above the volume weighted average price. I didn't buy there because I thought it was extended at that point. So I put an anchor off of the low. And as it was coming in here and starting to bounce, the semis actually touched it perfect, the anchor off of the low. They touched it perfectly right here. And that's when they were bouncing. And I figured, well, I'm going to buy Micron because I think that's going to get the hardest bounce. But my stop was, underneath the higher low right here. It's not just going against this declining 5-day moving average and saying, hey, I'm just going to buy, I think it's down too much. I've taken my profits, I've moved on, and it's moving here right now, but it's definitely not buying dips.
So this leads to the second part of the question. Tomorrow's the Fed, and we actually have a situation where this is not some 97% chance that we get no cut. Understandably, the chances of a rate cut has come down. It was 37%, maybe at the highest at one point yesterday. I think it's down to like 30% or whatever it is. But it's in question tomorrow. And then throw out on top of that over the next 48 hours, we get between Wednesday and Thursday, just an absolute boatload of major earnings.
Yeah.
Does that change at all the time frame? And obviously, like the trade is the trade. Like you're already in and out of it. But I'm trying to get into the mindset going into it before. Does it change your mindset knowing, well, even if you find something that you like for a swing today between the Fed and then just everything and their mother is reporting in the next couple of days, do your risk parameters change because of that? Because we're expecting to get some crazy volatility again for 2 more days after this dip.
Yeah, they definitely do. I'm trading smaller share size on everything. I mean, the fear of missing now for me is not as great as the fear of losing a lot because something happens. And lately, when you look at earnings from Micron, from Intel, from a lot of other names, it's been a case of nothing's good enough for the market. They're already priced too well, and the trend has been to sell off on those earnings. So the risk right now really seems skewed to the downside, which means if I'm going to swing trade, I'm not going to take anything overnight unless I've already taken some profit off and reduce my risk a little bit. And it's still, I might have started that trade with a half of a risk unit and I take half the risk off today. Now I've only got a quarter of a risk unit overnight. So I'm taking it, based on what the market's telling me to do. That's what the market's saying. Is saying, the spectacular earnings aren't good enough. The biggest companies with the best earnings are selling off. Why would you expect your little stock to be any different?
Right.
Oops.
Yeah, and that makes total sense. No, but I actually really like that.
That was a mistake.
The point of if you're going to hold overnight, make sure you've taken some profit. I feel like that's a level of discipline that you really need. We have some great comments in the chat there, and we get pause saying great answer. Tony was singing your praises in the chat as well. But we've asked you a bunch of questions, haven't really given you a chance. Is there a name that you're, like something on the radar? I know you talked about Micron and already we've asked you a couple of things here or there, but is there a name that you haven't really had a chance to talk about that, hey, I saw something today, there's a level I like, here's a trade that I'm seeing, or maybe even just general thoughts on maybe the trend going into the Fed?
No, I really don't. I mean, I'm just in, I'm short a little bit of this SHAZ from yesterday, which is a nice one, but I'm looking at my list and, ACAD looks decent, but I want to see it pull back like this. The thing is the stocks that are moving is very similar, like Expedia today. It just did the same thing. It broke that 20-day moving average, had a shakeout. This is what I sketched in yesterday. I was hoping that we would see a couple of inside days or maybe a pullback before it gets going again. Instead, it gapped up and continued to run today. So I really don't see anything that appears low risk to me. I see some stuff like Abercrombie and Fitch moving a little bit, Take Two, but these ones are getting, I'm not excited about much here, Neil.
Well, you say you're not excited about much, but if you're short this Sharon Holdings at SHAZ, I don't know, like that looks...
That's probably not.
Yeah, it's a small piece now, and I definitely wouldn't tell anyone to short it here. I shorted it yesterday after
On the break,
the break higher failed, and we got back below the 2-day volume weighted average price right here at 63.70. I think was my entry.
Well, that looks like a great one. That seems like something to be excited about. I don't know. See,
well, I've only got a small trailer left, but it's nice, yeah. But I'm not excited about anything for a new position right here, right now.
Fair enough. But I think that makes total sense going into crazy earnings the next 2 weeks, and then the Fed tomorrow. It's almost like the back half of that. You'll start to see some clear opportunities because the volume is going to be there for sure. Sean's got a little something.
We want to thank Brian for coming through, and he is the author of this Anchored View Up, Maximum Trading Gains with an Anchored View Up. You pick it up on Amazon. He's all over the place. There's your markers at the bottom at Alpha Trends, both on stock, Twits, and of course on X. Brian, all your information is always so greatly received by everybody in our chat. And I want to make sure that everybody knows that you're available there on X. It's a small subscription, definitely worth it. Head over there and fire off a question. And I can see you're always answering and you're providing great outlook on some of the charts and whatnot. But more importantly, is there anything you want to tell everybody? Are you going to be speaking anywhere? Have you got a new book potentially you're working on? Because we're always looking to, drop ahead of, get that early sneak peek over here if you're working on anything. But Brian, it floors up to you. Everyone go grab this book.
I'll be on vacation next week. I'll be up in Alaska, so that's my most exciting going on, yeah.
Well, if you can and you got your phone there, let us know if you're up in the mountains or what you're doing. Maybe send us a little picture there and we'll show everybody what Brian's up to. Planning on doing some skiing up there or what's the plan?
No skiing, gonna jet ski amongst some glaciers, gonna go see the bears at Brooks Falls, gonna do some hiking and some fishing, and just a lot of activities planned. It's gonna be a lot of fun.
Damn,
sounds like a great vacation.
I like that. Sounds absolutely fantastic.
Yeah, it sounds pretty good.
Jet skiing amongst the glaciers. What is this guy, an influencer over here or something like that? This guy's
leveling up over here.
This guy's crushing it.
We'll be sitting in this desk right here and chilling out.
Yeah, we'll be here, Brian. So we want to thank you for joining us. Enjoy your vacation, and I guess we'll catch you in 2 weeks then.
That's right.
Okay, thank you, Brian Shannon from @Alpha Trends. Go check him out immediately. One of our favorite guests and one of our longest running guests on the show. Thank you, Brian. Enjoy your trip.
Thank you. Thanks, everybody.
Okay, ciao.
Ciao, brother.
There you go.
Like as if Brian couldn't get any cooler. And by the way, fishing, jet skiing amongst glaciers, up in Alaska,
feeding polar bears. This guy is definitely on one. So we want to say thank you to Brian Shannon.
Big shout out to Brian
coming through again. And I'll just keep that book up there, And keep supporting it. We like good information. Brian is one of the best out there. So go find him out. And if you are looking for Anchored View Up and things like that, he is the godfather of the Anchored.
I've never been that far up north. At all. First of all, I know we have a lot of American viewers. Like when I say that, trust me when I tell you, we're in Canada, but we are we're so far south. If you look at a map, I don't think I haven't even been to Northern Ontario, the province that we're in. Like I've gone like maybe 6 hours north, but I've seen jack of this country. You got to put it on the bucket list. Just an experience like Alaska. Like I have a few friends that have gone then like the whale watching and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
Out east and out west, but like way up.
Don't mention whale watching to Adara because
What's wrong with what?
Remember yesterday we talked about Boston and she's like,
yeah,
screw Boston, you can do whale watching anyway.
Well, forget about screw Boston. Sorry.
That was Joe probably.
I was gonna say screw SpaceX because someone in the chat was like, Neil, I hope you shorted the 118. While we were chatting with Brian, I had the short. We stopped it there. It did do you'd have to be pretty quick to get this one slapping back through 118 on that fail breakout. And the irony of it is it goes right into that prior high we were discussing. But again, I don't want to FOMO chase this move now at $1.50 from that high. But I do think it's worth another shot, but not on a chase. Like let it give a consolidation, maybe try to pop up, head and shoulders, something, but not for a chase. Like that's not going to be the way to go here. It's already down a little bit too much, for sure. Mike, I wasn't saying screw the bang bang. It's just I hit my stream deck at the same moment as someone's hitting the other way. There, that's what you get. It's definitely the bang for that.
Yeah, that's true. Whenever that happens, I know that was some Joe.
And I'm a huge I love hiking, and that's sort of.
That's good. I mean, that's definitely something to go to Utah and stuff. All right, 334 breaking down right there. That's supposed to be one of the best places to hike there over in Utah. You guys go check it out. 334 break. We'll get out of that for 750 or so on Google if it does wind up taking that level. Looks like it's trying to barcode there. We had a question about Bloom Energy. We'll talk about that maybe when we get back because there's lots of action happening. It's already 320. So we're getting a little long in the tooth here today. Power Hour, 20 minutes old. And I was just going to say we're going to go back. I believe it's SIA we're going to go to in a couple seconds. But SpaceX kind of got real excited there. Broke above 118 for a couple minutes and then just got hit back down. So it's trying to base out again. Thinking SpaceX could be due for potentially another run, but I would really like to see it down here at this 200 period moving average. I mean, once we broke it right there, it's just been upside and we defended. So we got to get below here, 116, if we're actually even think about going short on SPCX. So shout out to everybody that's watching us right now on the stream. We want to thank all of you for doing that. Hit the like, hit the subscribe. If you're on Twitter, we want to say hi to you. If you're on TikTok, we want to say hi to you. Wherever you are, say hi, wave, and we're here. We'll do maybe a roll call when we get back as well. It's Sia over at the desk.
Thank you. The SPY is currently up 0.35% as we head towards the closing of this trading day. Let's take a look at electric tech right now. Apple is currently up 0.73%. NVIDIA up 0.5%, just above 0.5%. AVGO, RTX, TXN, ADI flat on the day, whereas you have MU, AMD, INTC, Dell, S&DK continuing to slide towards the downside. STX as well joining the pack, down 8.5% on the day. WDC down over 7.5% on the day. BA, however, is up 4.89, 5% almost on the day. Tech services, you have Google and Microsoft up on the day. Microsoft is up 1.2%. It was up 2% or so earlier in the day. Seems like it's lost a little bit, but still holding steady. Google is up 2.3% right now. Meta flat. You have Oracle that's up close to 1%, Netflix up 3%, Palantir down 6.3%, PA&W up, I would say close to around 1%, CRM up 4%, IBM close to 5% up on the day, Accenture, ACN up 5.8% on the day. We have Finance, BRKB showing a bit of strength here. That's up very close to 3% on the day. You have Visa up close to 2% on the day. MasterCard up 1.75%. But JPM, BAC, WFC, and Citi that was flat earlier in the day has now slid a bit into the downside. It's down close to 8%. AXP, WFC, BAC, JPM flat on the day. I'm just going to check levels for Robinhood. It's down close to 4% on the day as of today. And you have BRO, that's up 5% on the day. Retail trade, you have Amazon flat, Walmart, Costco, Home Depot, all in the green, with Home Depot reading the trio up 2.2%. You have TJX, that's up 2.5%. Just going to check another name here. TJX up 2.5%. eBay up 3.2%. I thought after the news today it might tank a little. It did not react to that at all. You have health tech. The entirety of this sector is looking pretty strong for today. Lilly up very close to 2.5%. J&J up close to 1%. ABBV is up over 3.5%, inching its way closer to 4%. You have ABT up over 2.5%. Guild up close to 3%. But two names, as I was talking to Adara off camera too, there's no reason for this, but Myrna was in the red right now. It's currently flat. EW is flat as well. Only those two names. Producer manufacturing, you have still a continued bearishness in the top names in this sector. LRC, XGEV, AMAT, and CAT still down on the day. Also, you have these two tickers, CARR and LITE, that are sliding further down than 8% on the day. Energy minerals also continuing to slide as oil also continues to. XOM down close to 1%. CV down close to 1%. Moving on to consumer non-durables, you had KO report earnings today up 4.5%. You have PM up close to 3%, PEP up close to 2%, PG is flat on the day. One name that I do want to take a look at in this sector is Nike. Nike is up close to 1.5%. And we also have Monster up 2.5% on the day over here. MNST. Health services, you have UNH up close to 3%, HCA up very close to 7% here. And I want to take a look at the mixed sectors that I always do go over. Utilities, process industries, and non-energy looking a bit of a mixed bag here. Lots of some green and some red, but there is also some flattishness that I'm seeing in these sectors as well. Non-energy, you have NUE that's up 7% on the day. And let me just take a look at consumer durables and consumer services. Consumer services, you have McDonald's, Disney up on the day. Disney is up over 1%. You have, I'm just also going to take a look at BKNG, that's up 6% on the day. Whereas consumer durables, Tesla continues to hold a bearish momentum from earlier in the trading day. It's down almost 1% on the day, whereas Ford, GM, and SNA holding on to their strength from earlier in the day, sending it right back to the guys.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Lucia. One name that is not up, as mentioned there, is going to be Bloom. Oh, now the fly is directly on my screen. See, that's the most frustrating thing. What am I supposed to do? Punch my own screen? Is there a shot from behind me? This sucker, he's just chilling right there.
Yeah, well, no one's.
No, because you can't see it unless you do the ball
You should punch the screen, yeah.
I'm not
punch. You don't want
punching my screen. No, well, this is what I'm looking at, but it's the shot from behind, which you don't have. Good. So anyways, the fly is just sort of chilling out right about, and he's flying away now. He's down here. But there were some questions about Bloom that will possibly be getting answered at 4:05 tonight. Avis aftermarket. We already saw, like this morning, UPS got waxed a little bit. Coke with a good one. But Enphase, Bloom, Ford, Ford at least a few times a year is worth a look. You already saw Visa with a good move. Tilray. Does anyone care about the wheat stocks? No. Cheesecake Factory, that could be an interesting one. We were talking about Jersey Mike on Thursday?
Thursday, I believe this Thursday, right?
Yes, I believe this Thursday, the Jersey Mike's IPO. So yeah, it's not the massive earnings that you're going to get tomorrow after the bell and then back at it again on Wednesday. But there's some names out there. Avis has been one of those potential squeeze plays, but I think the one that the most of our viewers, I think, and I feel pretty good about saying this, it would be Bloom Energy, without a doubt. Like this is one that I know is relatively widely held. Like you've got something in this space. The sad part here is I like the 200 period moving average. I don't own Bloom Energy. But I'd say the same thing if G Vernova was breaking the 200 period moving average. It's not something you want to see. The fact that it's happening before earnings gives it the outside chance that it could wick this and still hold the 200. But once you're underneath the 200, you start thinking about, okay, like gap fills and 117 into the downside. You heard what Brian was saying about all these earnings. All they seem to be doing is dumping and then asking questions later. You need to be a bit perfect. It's not like they're getting credit for pulling back 50%. It seems as if they didn't do that for Corning today. Like it's like what Corning down almost 50 points when the top wasn't enough. They just decided even further there because of a slight miss on revenue guidance for Corning. I know it's been battling back from 115, but it's still down 12%, up $10 from the low and down 10%. So Bloom I think is going to fall a bit into that category. But the fact that it already had today gives it a little bit better of a chance. I see you had the Magic 8-Ball out there.
Just moving it. Yeah, I was going to give
I thought you were asking.
I was going to give one, like, I just saw him get one of these magnets. And I was like,
there's
I
an
thought
extra
maybe
one
we had,
there.
I thought maybe we had more than, we only have one extra.
Well, so I was like, today I actually was looking for, because I lost this one, but I found it.
Oh, you found it. Okay, I was going to say,
I knew we had a spare on the desk somewhere and sitting in the trophy.
Yeah, so we basically, I'm almost out of Lucid right now, you know, more out. So I have another bid right here at 80s. So, or is it 80, 81? So if we can get that, then great. But we're going to wait and almost get out of Lucid. I've changed my stop to flat now. I have less than 5% left of Lucid. So that's all good. Just real quick on a trade idea is SpaceX breaking 116. So I mentioned it coming back in, watching out for this 200 period moving average on SpaceX there. So if we do break it, I do have an order to go short. So if you do see a Lucid short come in, it will be because it's broken 116. And then I only crossed 10 cents. The spreads are fine. I don't expect it to be a problem there. So I'm only crossing 10 cents. Hopefully 115.90 or better comes into the account there. And I just use stop orders, right? So they just triggers in. So I'm not in position if and then order types, right? So if it breaks 116, then put your boy short. Like that's how it works. So it's an if then, and that's what I'm gonna wait for. So if it breaks, then we will get short there on SpaceX. Nothing until it, like I don't want to mess around right here where we are on SpaceX at 117. I don't even really want to mess around with 118. If it did come up here, I could see me taking, 30, 40 cents worth of risk and using that top end. But the problem is we are getting closer and closer, and we've seen, and this is why I might not even do it now. As we get closer and closer with, all good, Andre, we got this. As we get closer and closer to the imbalances, we are going to have some problems here. Because the main reason SpaceX has gone up the last couple of days into the close, we've had like a great little run or tank as it's shown up here on the imbalances. So we got to be very, very careful with what we're trying to do here on the SpaceX front, especially as we get closer to 350. But without any further ado, we just teased it a little bit because he was looking for a magnet. He found it. He's now back at the desk with Adara. It's one. Let's go there. How about now?
It's actually not one, it's 3:30 p.m., but no, all jokes aside, we're going to be talking here about the Asian markets because we know they made a big splash, to put it very mildly, for the markets today. And we have a pretty big earnings report in this region that we're going to be expecting tonight. Here to talk all about it is One.
Thank you, Adara. Yeah, definitely a huge splash in the market. In Asia, we saw the Kospi pretty much an implosion, down nearly 11%. The worst single session decline in its history, and they're now at their 3-month low, triggered by mainly AI hardware panic as well as the global semiconductor sell-off. We saw the likes of SK Hynix plunging nearly 15% to their limit down as their US shares broke below IPO prices. Samsung Electronics also fell by around 13.5%, tracking, of course, US chip declines as well. There's a lot of fear in Asia in terms of hyperscalers. They could cut AI infrastructure spending. Apart from South Korea, even in Taiwan, we saw a lot of sell-off. They were down by about 4.65%. Their biggest name, TSMC, down by 3% after being flat the previous session. We also saw the likes of Delta Electronics as well as MediaTek plunging by around 10% each. In Japan, some of the big names that also were in the decline, Kyokusa Holdings down by 18.3%, SoftBank Group down by 4.4%, Advantes down 10.1%, and Tokyo Electron down 11%. So not really a good sign for Asia, all right? But if we take a look at what we should focus on at the open tomorrow, of course, South Korean Kospi is going to be the most looked at stock. You know that South Korean trading desks, they're going to be facing a lot of heavy volatility at the open, a lot of stress there due to their T+2 clearing lags. All that margin liquidation from yesterday's nearly 11% collapse, that's going to be hitting the order books at the open. So watch out for if there's going to be any state-backed buy programs, or it could be another secondary day gap down for the South Korean Kospi. We also need to look out for all those major central bank gridlocks right now. Japan, Taiwan, they're on high alert because of all those policy decisions coming up this week. We've got the US Fed Reserve, we've got Bank of England, as well as Bank of Japan. So expect cautious as well as defensive positioning ahead of those macro updates. And in India, the Nifty 23,900, that's your key level for the Indian trading desk, all right? Because you've got consumer giants, Hindustan Unilever, HUL, they tanked nearly about 7% yesterday. So if that consumer sector weakness continues and carries over to the major banks in India, it could trigger a breakdown below that of their support at 23,900, and you could expect it to go down to 23,750. You did mention about some key earnings. Maybe you can talk to me a bit about that?
Yeah, SK Hynix reporting after the bell, so that's absolutely going to be in focus, and I'm sure that will be discussed this time tomorrow on this desk. But again, guys, SK Hynix, 8 p.m. is the earnings call, so if you trade Blue Ocean, you're going to be interested. I do have a post coming out to remind you guys if you follow us on X at TTV Research, but in the meantime, we'll see one tomorrow at this desk at 11:30 a.m. to talk Euro, and then at 3:30 p.m. to talk about the Asian markets and likely SK Hynix. In the meantime, we'll send it back to the guys.
Like the Kospi, thanks one. The Kospi is just like that. It is every single day just a complete roller coaster ride. It's absolutely insane. But we did have a super chat from Chain Reactor, and apologies. We had Brian on, so sometimes these things get missed, but that's never the intention. We appreciate you. CCXI guys, super chats are lagging behind, so yeah, appreciate you. And I want to thank, it's not just super chats, we had a bunch of gifts on TikTok as well, so I want to shout out to all of our viewers on TikTok that are following us there for sure, because we're just trying to follow everything that you guys want, try to answer as many questions as we can, cover what is moving, and do it all at the same time. So CCXI, look, it's probably already given up. You see that little bull flag at the top, and this little trend break and the fail of 15. So it's already on the pullback. Decent, but not fantastic volume. Also habitual line stepper. Not through any levels of resistance on CCXI as well. So yeah, when you're looking for a squeeze, one of the things that makes a squeeze good is to get through big time price areas. So see that downtrend doesn't even get through the start of the most recent downtrend at that $15 level there. So anytime you have these SPAC type names, I believe this is one. Correct me if I'm wrong, but you look at the chart, I believe this is a SPAC. Anytime you have these ones, like those, even like the 10s, the 15s, and the 20s, in this case the 15, look like they can be resistance. Not enough volume that I think with 15 minutes to go till imbalances, that you'd be trying to get anything, like you trying to buy a dip on this late in the day, probably not, would be my guess. 15 minutes to the imbalances, it is worth noting a couple of names. BMY, fine, it's 2.8 million. I don't know how much that's going to move things for BMY, kind of a big stock. But BlackBerry for the 1.2 million buy, and Pins with a 1.1 million sell. I wish I could throw the vest on because ICE has a sell imbalance of 1 million. The Intercontinental Exchange, everybody, before anyone gets any ideas. But in a day where there's been some squeezes, BlackBerry down 5 points, but that's a decent size imbalance. 1.2 million shares. I see 15 million on volume. So it's decent size. Obviously, it's been volatile like a whole bunch of other things. Ooh, flat bottom break there on BlackBerry today. So 820 would be that key price level. The way I look at this going into the imbalance just quickly, it's a buy imbalance, and it's underneath that 820 resistance. So this would be a perfect pop, and then fade the 355. Like look for it to flip. So I'd be hoping for this one to come out as a buy, get up into that high, and then try to take a flip trade. Let's go to Adair.
I just want to let you guys know here, HIMS is moving a little bit on this, pulling back from actually decent bounce here off the lows. So FDA, I guess, published a revised draft product-specific guidances for certain generic peptide products, which could impact Hims and Hers. However, this came out 20 hours ago. I'm only mentioning it now because I just saw this circulate now. So again, old headline from 20 hours ago being recirculated for Hims and Hers involving peptides. Just making you guys aware in case you're wondering what that move is or you heard this headline. It's not new. Back to you.
All right, you gotta be careful with those. Oh, here comes SpaceX. SpaceX for some reason is tanking right now. I don't know what the story is. I mean, by tanking, I mean it's down $1.50. We are now into the short finally here on SpaceX. So I'm only gonna give this to 116.50. It's been a tough short here. I only want to give it 50 cents. We just get it. We actually get 98s there. So if we do have a move down, and again, maybe it's news. We've missed that. Like, I'm only going to give it right to back here. If it breaks up through 116.50, again, it's not even, it's about a third of a unit right now on SpaceX. I wasn't even thinking we were going to get this. I was actually, okay, we're going to get stopped out again. It looks like we were just waiting for it and no downside play here for SpaceX. So far, so good. I did want to say that we do have a few super chats that we missed. Thank you to Peter here on TikTok. We want to say thank you so much for that super chat and a few other ones. We want to thank all of our friends there on. And then, Peter, what happened over here, man? This one had 73.32. There must have been some exchange rate questions going on over there. So thanks, Peter, and thanks everybody who's watching us right now on, again, across all major platforms. But we're into SpaceX right now. We're watching it go. We just covered some Lucid as well down here. That looked like it was going to be a good trade, and it has been a good trade here this afternoon. Unfortunately, like I said, man, sometimes when we sit here, we don't always make all that money. And today, SpaceX has taken money away, that's for sure, as we tried to run the short. But now it's just making a decent move here into the close. Maybe I'll give it to, you know what, let me give it a little bit more room. We don't have a huge, this might go against me. We always want to try to stick with our rules here. I'm going to put it to 117.01, a break higher, and we'll get out of SpaceX. Let's give it a little bit more room here as we do head into the imbalances. Oh, before we go, let's do this one time. We're sitting here on a floor, prop floor at Real Trading, and I like to show you guys the top 10 traders, right? I mean, a lot of the time we sit here and we wonder, hey, how much money can prop traders make? I mean, obviously there are traders that lose money, and I only have the one side of it. But wow, yesterday someone stacked it up a little bit. We'll hit that and we'll hit some sirens. 71,701 right there. Big time day alert right there for one trader here at Real Trading that traded both the Amex, NASDAQ, and New York. So this person got money yesterday, then 15, 6, and then it starts to get a little weak near the low end here. But a lot of trading on Amex. Of course, that could be SOXL. That could be a matter of anything. Anything that's marked with .am, USO as well. Could be some gold, could be some silver. But there's some Canada. We'll say, Canada, right there yesterday. But yeah, good sort of top end side of this. But yesterday, this is why whenever we get super chats and someone says, oh, I just made $3 or $4 grand on a trade, or $5 grand or 10 grand, it's always like, look, that's fantastic and amazing. And you're part of an elite company, man, if you can make any money in the market. So definitely try to stay respecting your own nets, right? And your own P&Ls, because you don't get to make this much money unless you have, of course, built up an account and, do have the trust and whatever of your prop firm that you're with. So, start banking out a little bit of money there in your account, and then you can start to sort of ramp up just a little bit. All right, we have 8 minutes.
Get that Amex money.
Yeah, get Amex money. Yeah, that's a good one. Yeah, you have that ARAB money.
It's not quite the Busta Rhymes.
Of course, no, not.
Well,
not quite there yet. But
I was talking to Fabian. We were trying to get that, like a clip of that in time for Lucid this afternoon, but no. Fabian's a busy man.
Yeah.
So the next time the Saudi prince invests in something, and because it would have been perfect because you're in the Lucid trade.
Yeah, I mean, we're still here. I mean,
I was just talking, but we don't have the clip, so I can't.
No,
I want to be able to hit a button and just have, and I'm dating myself. A lot of you probably do not know this Busta Rhymes song that I'm talking about, but suffice to say, ARAB Money is a bit of a banger, and it would have been prescient today with.
We can always get it again. I mean, there's going to be more things.
Oh, it'll happen again.
To do with that, but
it'll happen again.
All right.
7 minutes till the imbalances here. Just very quickly, we're going to go up to the desk. We've got Sia, and then we'll take you into the close.
Thank you so much. Let's take a look at the money markets, also crypto, and then I'm going to give it to you guys. You can end the day with that. So now, pound currently trading around 1.329 to be precise against the dollar, slipping into a 3-week low as markets are turning cautious ahead of upcoming central bank decisions here as well. We're also going to take a look at the US dollar right now, trading around the 101.398 level. It's currently down on the day 0.11%. So yeah, to be precise, trading around 101.399 now when it had held near recent highs around 101.5. We're also going to take a look at USD INR, that pair over here. So Indian rupee did receive that intervention from the RBI. So it has stepped up the defense of the rupee over the last 3 days by selling dollars aggressively, also targeting an off-peak trading hours to amplify the impact of market interventions. You have the rupee that's down 0.29% on the day, trading around 95.6 region. Let's also take a look at the levels that BTC is at right now. I'm just going to pull up chart over here. BTC is down 0.05% on the day. Earlier in the day, we had CNBC reporting that Bitcoin is showing its most encouraging signs yet of establishing a long-term bottom after months of weakness. This was according to certain chart analysts on CNBC that was coming on. So they also said in a note that downside momentum has begun to decelerate based on a bullish divergence in Bitcoin's weekly relative strength index, which is a measurement of the speed of price. So with that, you have BTC trading around the $63,600 region. Quickly going to check Ethereum for you as well, trading around 1,913. That's up 1.2% on the day. And finally, you have Solana trading around the $74 region. That is flat on the day.
Now pictures.
Yeah, exactly.
Thank you there, Sia. So we still have 5 minutes to go until the imbalances come.
Yeah,
out
we
here.
do
But
have
we
earnings.
hinted the earnings tonight, again, not massive, but there's some decent ones out there. It just gets absolutely crazy. Tomorrow morning, we didn't look at. We looked at tomorrow.
Yeah, this is what we're doing tomorrow. We got SoFi, Vertiv, Boston Scientific. I mean, some big names coming through. And then tomorrow, man, stay late with us. We'll be talking about Meta. We'll be talking about Microsoft. We'll be talking about Robinhood. Joe, you staying late tomorrow night, or we got to pay you too much for that? Starbucks, Qualcomm, ARM, Lam Research, Chipotle. Like, pick and choose tomorrow. Okay, that means yes. Every time you hear the bang, then Joe is. Okay. It was. Okay. He is staying. Okay.
Yeah, but you stayed last time for earnings.
There we go. The problem is he did have a good point.
We actually didn't have a
microphone.
We didn't have a setup to make it work.
Yeah. So
Joey was more than willing.
Joe took that on.
For sure.
But remember, tomorrow though, also we get a little bit of a change up because this gets thrown our way as well, right? So we'll get rid of Twitter. See ya, and we'll go over here and talk about what's to come tomorrow. And you have now, mark it down. Tell Siri or Google or Alexa. Shouldn't say anything too loud. Mark it down. You've got 22 hours left until we see what's going on here in the greater market. And of course, what we're talking about is the Fed interest rate. So 22 hours, 14 minutes, and 10 seconds. And you'll be joining myself, Neil, and the handsome Joe. And we'll be here watching out. Because remember, they got to cut over to us a little bit early tomorrow. So there, hey, what's up, Joe? How's it going? We're gonna cut over tomorrow. Watch the Fed, and what's expected right now is a complete and utter hold. So 70% right now that we stay where we are. 30% chance we go upside down and actually give a rate hike. I think that will send this market absolutely collapsing down to the downside. So I don't know what the options look like, but 30% might be worth a shot there.
I was going to say, I think we get a 100% chance that task forces are mentioned, but I could be wrong.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, could be wrong, but you said 100%, so
you probably go into Kalshi.
I think she's right. Yeah, we should go find that on Kalshi, actually. What that's like. But let's just go over to December real quick and just see what we're talking about right now. So there's actually a 40%, I'm going to round this up to 40% chance that we actually have 2 rate cuts by the time December the 9th rolls around. So that should be interesting if we get 4 to 425. So, hey, man, if that's what we're sort of pricing out right now, let's get this party started and maybe get a cut starting tomorrow. But I don't think any of us are necessarily looking forward to rate hikes, not cuts. But tomorrow they could start the, sort of the move, and then we'll wait to see what winds up happening. I don't think Kevin Warsh and company will be doing that. We talked about the U.S. dollar and what's going on over there. Not much. So that's not really indicating that we are going to get too much of a move on that. We've been holding this SpaceX, and I've already said, I'm not super in love with SpaceX not making a continued move lower right here, nor am I excited about holding it too much against me as these imbalances come out. So our stop right now is $1. You know, we're going to give this one $1, see what happens here. Hopefully we do have a downside play and we'll start to take some out. But, you know, for right now, we're going to wait on SpaceX. And, you know, yesterday we got some early indications the last couple of days of a SpaceX move. Like that right there happened at 3:30, and then all of a sudden at 3:50 an imbalance came to the buy side. So I don't know, you tell me. These last two moves, I mean, forget about that one. It's this last one right there. Once again, at 3:30 went whoosh. So, and then the imbalances hopefully have a continued move to the downside. So that's what I'm hoping for. We are less than 2 minutes away from those imbalances, and we'll show them to you live. And there's nowhere else it's going to show it to you. So thank you, everybody, for watching us. We're going to get those to you live. Adair will put out the number, and it should be fun at that point to see what happens with SpaceX and the rest of the market. We're coming very soon for you, and it's the interest rates tomorrow at 2 o'clock. Join us live. We're going to be starting at 1:45.
We'll be here
The
early.
midday show will still be happening. Well, maybe we'll do a 4-box. We'll all come on. Then at 1:45 to 2 o'clock, we'll sort of tee it up. We'll get the number at 2. And then Warsh and Company, I guess it'll just be Warsh actually, on the podium, right?
And apparently he's going to say some interesting things. I'm not doing anything. I'm not going to move the stop. AMC, the same stop. I just do some bids a little bit tighter because we only have 1 minute till the imbalances. But this is a weird one for the next minute while we wait on the imbalances. I looked it up. I do not know what the deal is with some of these bets you can make on what he's going to say. Why is family fight and family feud something that Warsh would say during his...
Wouldn't that be hilarious to see those?
Actually,
What's the
talks
deal?
a lot about how the Fed's having a family feud. That's why he's like, we're like a family. We have family feuds. Yeah, he's very likely to say it. Actually, Neil, I wish I was joking.
To me, it's weird that it's even money that's something that he would say. Shock, 53% because of oil, 76. Balance sheet, that's obvious, right? Like that. I think that's one way that
Adair can make a lot of money on Kalshi because she knows.
Apparently.
Okay, well, let's do that then. Let's do it. Let's start depositing some money.
Look at this.
We'll get it figured out, and we'll do a Kalshi show one day. You know, I think we could definitely do that. All right, we are
looking
moments
for the
away.
low probability. Low probability is Iran and probability and tax and credit and layoff. Definitely. Good afternoon.
I'm guessing
I guess he's
SpaceX
not,
was a buy. I'm guessing.
I see it as I just looked up. I don't actually have it as anything that big on SpaceX, but Intel buy, that's the biggie, and that's really nothing. Like these are nothing burgers. Pfizer's a nothing burger because it's so big. SMCI at 900,000. My bad. 900,000 could be something, but even that's pretty small. Tesla 700,000. That's very, very small on Tesla. Berkshire 600K. That's kind of nothing burger. 357 million for the overall market. These are pretty small imbalances.
Yeah, there's nothing. Look at that number there,
over
357.
That's tiny.
That's tiny. Normally we're in the trillions. I mean, we could not normally, but on a decent day, you know, we can get into that level.
SpaceX is 300K?
Yeah, it's probably going to take, I mean, I'm not even, you know, we're just chilling.
Lucid's 200K, that's tiny.
I actually just sold Lucid right here at 93. I was just once it came out, we took our profit on the last 5% and out of Lucid. So it was a good show of Lucid today. I mean, you know, did make that move up to 850, now back down. Anything else halting this STKH? Shout out to everybody there on the chat that's been talking a little bit about STKH here. But unfortunately, since we've sort of looked at this at 3 o'clock, it hasn't halted since. Last halted at 2, then again at 3, and kind of just hovering around Steakhouse, STKH. Of course, that's not the name of it, but that's what we're going to watch out for that. And then the other name that was, oh, by the way, there goes SpaceX. Nothing really done. It breaks the highs. We took that risk there with it moving down. And that's now a couple of days in a row that we've had SpaceX bids. So we could probably think about, I mean, although tomorrow is Fed, we could think about the long before 350 tomorrow at least, see how that's setting up. If it is setting up, then we can take it because that's a good little mover there into the close. SpaceX now multiple days in a row, we've had some good takes on SpaceX.
But this is the only one where it's going to close. The difference here, that's just
it might reverse at 355.
This isn't the only one. It actually dumped the last time it closed, breaking out when it broke highs at the end of the day. Or late in the day, I suppose. Like it was then 2 more good down days. So yeah, this one didn't really sell off, but has it really broken the downtrend if we don't get above 119, 120? I'm not sure. I'm not completely sure that is going to be true, but is what it is. Bloom is going to be a big one. I added that one to my list, but I don't even see an imbalance on Bloom for those that were asking. Nope, never mind. 10,000 to the sell side. I was reading the wrong thing. Bloom Energy has about as small of a sell. It gives enough of a sell imbalance to say that it exists, but it is going mini Bloom to the upside. It's a nice bounce off the lows, up $13 from the lows going into earnings after the bell here. But when the number at the top says down 9%, I suppose it would be hard to get excited about this bid that it's catching here. Everything looks, in hindsight, like not too great off of these lows. So they're fantastic if you're day trading these lows. But Bloom, you got some work to do. At least it's not 50% off of the highs. Spoiler alert, yes it is. Cheese in a chair, thank you for the super chat. Can someone please explain to me how ILMN has avoided all the bludgeoning that everyone else in the tech has gotten in the last few weeks? Stands out like a white shirt during the late rounds of a food fight.
Illumina.
Where do you get these ones? That's a good one, man. A white shirt in the late rounds
Fight.
of food
Yeah,
fight.
like that should not be white. Yeah.
You know what?
It's actually a great,
Old school, like
actually a great reference.
I know they have those smash rooms, like we just bust crap, like the rage room.
Yes.
Yeah. How come you can't just have a food fight room? Like when you're a kid, just get
You can.
tomatoes
It's just
out
called,
there.
It's called like the cafeteria. I mean, you got to start it yourself.
You remember our boy used to just throw the bananas all over in the cafeteria.
Yeah, it feels like Randy around here.
Yeah.
Everywhere. But yeah, you gotta watch out for that one. Yeah, I don't know. What is Illumina? We can have a quick look and maybe see why. But before, hold on a second. We will get to that Illumina. I just want to see SpaceX here because we are now moments away from 355. I'm actually going to try a small short here against it just in case we could get stopped out again, but sometimes at 355, which we're now 30 seconds away, maybe we're a little too early on this move, we can flip the other way and go downside. There's some size here on the offer. I think you'll just tear through it. I mean, it's done 75 million shares today, so it's not about that. Darn it. We took it a little bit too early. I wanted to see if there's some maybe SpaceX. Yeah, because there's Apple with a nice little bid into it right there. SMCI, okay, here comes with a small sell. Maybe we get a little bit of a flip happening over here. I mean, put some bids out, and then we'll see if we can catch something on the downside here at 55. And there it goes. Okay, yes.
Yeah,
there it was. Good one. Good move, Sean, on that one as we pat ourselves on the back for it. I mean, it still could go up, down, and around. Right now it's
I just want to explain the trade because it might be hard to see because you wouldn't have seen SpaceX there. But SpaceX was 500,000 to buy at 3:49 and 59 seconds, and at 3:55 it flipped to 184,000 to sell. The reason for that is in the imbalances, specifically at 3:55. It's a major pairing event. I don't know any other way to say it. That's what they call it. So a lot of times you'll have whatever the imbalance is, whether a lot of orders get thrown in to offset it, that can cause it to reverse in the other direction. That's why we reference the trade. Just wanted to, because it's hard to see when there's a million names out there on that big locator and you're sorting by size. I like to be able to highlight. That's why we do it. I should Palantir on there. That actually flipped as well. I'm just gonna get. He's got to get out of it. Like it took all afternoon for AMC to finally fall into VWAP, but it is doing so with about 3 minutes to go. Oh, I don't even have enough bids to get it all out. Because I don't think it gets all the way down to 260, but it is now finally coming back in here.
I was going to say, Illumina is just a medical diagnostic company here, academic research, things like that.
Didn't even talk.
So, yeah, they are outside of everybody else. You know, Thermo Fisher, Danaher, Agilent, just talking about, and a PE of 36, 34. So I think it's probably a little bit of a high PE. They are reporting in 2 days, but that's why. To answer your question, why do they look like that clean white shirt? Because it has nothing to do with the fight in the cafeteria right now, right? I mean, right now the fight is with basically it's everybody that's, you know, really had a great time in the cafeteria recently. That's AMD, Marvell. It's everybody that's attached to, of course, the data center trade, GPUs, everything like that. That's what's getting hit now, right?
They're eating outside in the bleachers.
That's what I mean. They're not attached, right? And even if you look over here, we talk about some strong names into today. Look at the health technology space, right? Every single name is green on here, you know. So yeah, good look there. And thanks for bringing it up, but that's part of it, right? And even if it is a health services company, I mean, they talked about managing, research, all that. Look, all green into this space here as well, which my Oscar is actually doing quite nice as well. So there's been some nice get-ups there in the stock heat map. So if you guys are asking about like why certain stocks are surviving, it's, a name like a Netflix, doesn't really get too caught up in this anymore either. So they've been getting hit to the downside. Today up 3%. So you're seeing some nice push forward there on Netflix as the market's really been getting hit the last couple of days. Whoops. And there's Netflix right there. Upside 5 days in a row now, NFLX. All right, man, we're finally starting to get it going here. So let's just go bang for a little bit on SpaceX. Now down 50 cents in the money, backside trading there. There we go. We get 26, we get 20s. It's a nice little downside play there for SpaceX into the close. So we lost holding it against the play, and then all of a sudden, boom, we take it. And I don't know if that's experience or not, but sometimes you get those, I guess it is, sometimes you get those flips at 55 when it came really for no reason there, which is what got me a little excited. So that was that move there on Netflix on SpaceX. And we are starting to empty it out. I only have now 20% left of this trade to begin with. So I'll put another bid here in the 40s, see if we grab that. And SpaceX right now made a little bit of money back on that move. So that was a good one with only a minute and a half left now.
Only a minute and a half, and thank you, Mike P. DeRider. He starts out the day in this chat, probably number one for the first, I'd say 75 to 100 messages, at least. And now number one, facts, Jack. We appreciate you. Well, we appreciate all the viewers. It doesn't really look, whether you're TikTok, whether you're on YouTube, whether you send super chats, whether you're just casually listening in, trading, maybe you could be trading Forex for all we care.
Yeah.
Like it's, as long as you're getting something out of it, you enjoy the show, and then let us know what you guys think. We put the polls up. We're here all day trying to answer questions. We try to get to everything that we can. I will say one thing that I know when Joe's in here having conversations, just for everyone that's in the chat, if you're not in the chat, you should be. Just hit the subscribe button. If you go at Joe, see this? I can say hi. And then when Joe sees it, it'll light up. So you can always tag us. And then it's an easy way to get our attention there in the chat, because we're doing a lot of things. We never want to miss out on super chats or any good questions or anything you might have. But this closing bell is brought to you by VinFast. Want to shout out to them. Ticker VFS. Scan the QR code you see out in front of you right now, as we are about to conclude the last day before the Fed and before the earnings day juggernaut that we have coming tomorrow and on Thursday. Bloom is going to report today. Apparently Caesars might have already reported.
Yeah, we just got that news from Caesars.
Caesars looks like they reported after the bell, but I guess Bloom is the one that people wanted the most. Why can't I flip? There we go. Trying to bring it up for you guys. Caesars to the downside. Not much. I mean, it dropped like 20 cents here, but that's the first report. Bloom's a bigger one here after the bell, but they're not till 4:05.
No, we're excited. Thank you, everybody, for staying late with us here. It's only 4 o'clock, so you didn't necessarily stay late, but
We're still here.
We're excited for everything. I mean, if Bloom comes out, we can cover it real quickly, but right now, I don't think we're expecting this till 4:10, so we'll let this one go a little bit there. NASDAQ finishes the day down 0.87. The ES up 0.25 point, so we like that. Just a little quick look here on USO, and we'll see what's going on with USO quickly. 120, down another 3%, so down 8% yesterday, down 3% again today, USO. Thank you to One today. Thank you to Fabian, Ramin, Tiffany, Andre, Brendo, Joe, my guy over here that's left, Sharif, Sia, and Adara. And of course, thanks, Neil, for everything today. And thank you to everybody watching. It's been a fantastic one. Lots of super chats today.
Shout out to Brian.
Exciting. Yeah, thank you so much to Brian, Shannon as well. And, join us tomorrow. We'll have, is Raheem coming through tomorrow? We'll check the calendar. But
Checks calendar.
He is. I think I just heard Adara say. Luis tomorrow. Even better.
Luis in the morning and in the midday.
And in the midday. So watch out for some small cap talking there tomorrow with Luis from A-Day Trading. All right, good show today.
All right.
Hey, man, everybody
Bigger
chill out.
tomorrow.
Yeah, tonight, I've got a game tonight, 8 to 10, so that should be fun. The weather looks okay. I just double-checked. 20% chance of rain.
Okay.
So we'll see if it holds out. It's humid as you-know-what outside.
it's so humid.
Right now, it is very, very warm. So, all right, check us tomorrow at 8 o'clock. Thanks, everybody, on TikTok. We'll check you tomorrow. Ciao for now.
Peace.